Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the Battle Spirit Saga Tulsa, Oklahoma Grand Open. I am super excited. My name is Corefish. My co-host right here is
Jexgamingg. How's everybody doing?
Good to see everyone today. We have some exciting coverage for you going on this weekend. We just wanted to come on, say hi, introduce ourselves, and jump right into some information that we have for you guys. I'm super excited to see what set 2 is going to do for the competitive landscape here. Green, super exciting color. Everyone was very, very excited to see all of the green cards come out. And I'm just, really hyped to see what happens this weekend. How about you, Jax?
Yeah, I've been looking forward to a lot of different decks. I know green has been the one that everybody's looking out for, the one everybody's thinking about and being like, okay, how well is this going to shake up the meta? I'm excited to see green. I know I haven't seen a lot of yellow in some tournaments, so I want to be on the yellow side right now, but green, I gotta go with green right now. I'm really excited to see what people cook up with that color.
Yeah, I definitely heard some inklings about yellow kind of creeping out of the meta a little bit, like you were saying. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone was, kind of brave enough to bring it this weekend. I know that there were also talks about some red-green decks, so a little bit of Christmas action going on there, with that coloring. And then also, of course, good old Axe Spider, white-purple control. We got to see what happens this weekend. See if Thorn Prison is enough. See if green can get around it. We want to jump right into the rules of the format. So we are going to be playing a best 2 of 3 with a 60-minute time limit with 5 minutes of extra time as well as, or 3 turns of overtime. So that's going to be definitely playing into the Axe Spider strategy, going into time, getting around like that. It is a control deck, so matches can go a little bit longer. We'll see if yellow can, get some Arcana Joker, action going on, yes. Getting around the time limit and everything like that. Also, the pricing for this event is $25,000. A great amount of money.
Huge.
For anyone hoping to get in on a piece of that pie. There's also play mats and then event packs as well. So if you want to go over the pricing breakdown.
Yeah, so first place will be getting $7,000. Second place getting $3,000, and let me just say, for first place, you will be getting the beautiful Tokyo Saga rare as well. Yeah. Third place and fourth place getting $1,500. Fifth and eighth, you get that big $1K, and ninth and 16th, $500. 17th and 32nd, you get $250. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm jealous of y'all right now. Look at how much y'all gonna have fun today.
Yeah, the pricing definitely has no bad placing, to be honest. Even $250 getting a portion back of your travel costs is awesome. I had the privilege of cashing out in the launch events. That was the last competitive event that I got to play in, but it was awesome. Got to go to Vegas, make a little bit of money back, also enjoy some really competitive games. So I'm really looking forward to see what we have going on today. What are some matchups that you want to see, on stream this weekend?
For me, I'm an aggro player, so I got to stand up for my aggro peeps out there, digging in with aggro still. I'm hoping to see some aggro versus aggro matchups. I know they're gonna be quick, so it's really quick actually. But I am really excited to see that because I haven't seen a lot of it. I also am very, very hyped to see if there's going to be any green matchups or any matchups where Void Lords come out, because those are huge for this set, and I haven't seen a lot of it. But if people are putting in their deck, that could be something that could pop up and be something detrimental to the other team. And if there's Void Lords, I'm hoping Toki was somewhere in people's green decks as well. So, oh my gosh, what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a control player at heart. I know a lot of people don't want to see the control matchups, but I want to see how the decks have evolved. Yeah. Kind of like what we were talking about before the stream, is wanting to see how Axe Spider has come to combat the rest of both the aggro matchups and then also more of the mid-range matchups, because the aggro matchup for Axe Spider is kind of difficult. It's kind of an uphill battle for the Axe Spider player, to be honest. And I just want to see how it's evolved. We were looking at a couple of deck lists and things like that, so we got to see a little bit of the spice, but I want to see what everyone else did and see how just the control matchup's going to go this weekend. I also want to see if people are falling back on the Enterprise, side or maining it because of the fact that Valkyrie Mist is such a really good card, especially for Axe Spider, or against Axe Spider anyways.
Yeah.
So I want to see how that comes into play this weekend.
Especially because a lot of the decks, for some purple decks people have been trying out has been like the green purple Nemesis deck, and that deck is huge. I love it. I've played it personally, and it's so much fun. But I will say, like you said with Valkyrie Mist, Nemesis does fall under the Valkyrie Mist 7K bounce, 7 cost bounce, and Valkyrie Mist is something that I love as a white aggro player. It is the reason why the deck works most of the time. You can just bounce back some of these big threats. I'm a little picky. I wish it said 8K, but I know that would be too broken. Not 8K, 8 cost, but that'd be too broken. But yeah, Nemesis is something that I'm very hyped to see as well, just because of the fact that mid-range deck can be so fast and you gain so much resources once it pops off that you really can't stop it after a while. You're just caught in its own loop, especially with Lamrak coming out. Lamrak being such a heavy, great purple card. It's not even a boss card. It's not even at all, but it's such a great card, especially for Nemesis, since Nemesis was some people's favorite card that they wish got alt arts.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Nemesis will be definitely will be interesting this weekend, seeing if anyone was able to evolve the deck a little bit to be able to combat the current meta. I know that in the last Grand Open before the Pro Tour, we did see some Nemesis decks on stream, so that was really exciting. So we'll see if anyone has been able to get that deck up to speed and be able to see what it does against green, because I think the issue with Nemesis is that the fact that it has to attack, so it falls under a lot of the spells of green. So Thorn Prison, things like that. It does get rid of a target for Thorn Prison, but at the same time, like you're exhausting Nemesis to be able to do the battle tricks. So it'll be interesting to see that matchup. We'll see if we can get anything like that on stream this weekend. And then also just see how white aggro has evolved. I know that, what was it? Capybara? Or no, Caribara. There you go.
Yes.
Caribara.
Yes.
I know Caribara and Signaswan came out. So that, expanded the list of free drops for white aggro. So we'll see how much faster it is, because you did get some of those, to reference another card game, those Exodia hands, those auto win hands that you just got to drop 5 spirits and be able to attack out on turn 1 because they have so many free options. So that'll definitely be interesting. Like you said, we'll see if we can get some aggro versus aggro, because there are intricacies for the aggro mirror match, and you have to know when to push, obviously, in that mirror match, because if you don't win, you just lose the next turn. So it'll be interesting to see what we can come up with this weekend.
Yeah, and you know what? Also, like I said, I'm hoping for yellow to do well. But we haven't even talked about Pterosaur being still a unit, just such a great unit. That deck is still very scary to deal with, and there are definitely going to be people out here still running it. You got to deal with Rex. You have to deal with the Oviraptors. Like, Red has such a strong hold on the community, especially just having access to cheaper Burning Force costs for those Netherworld depths for white. Well, Axe Spider decks, you got to end, especially Nemesis as well. And, Burning Force is the bane of white aggro's existence, because they can't go wide and they have to already assume that every deck runs it. So it's very detrimental. So I'm, very, very hyped to see how that goes with Pterosaur. Pterosaur being one of the best contenders for top best deck in the game of last set. And this set, we want to see how far it goes with this. I know Axe Spider has been like talk of the town. Everybody loves Axe Spider. But with the new cards, especially having yellow having access to Joker, any deck can use Joker, but yellow being able to have a cheaper cost to Joker, even though Joker is a 5, you still have to be careful, because like we said before stream, Joker, you have to get it to 3 cores. Yeah, you can fall under that Burning Force range if you don't have it at 3 cores. So it can be expensive for some decks to run, but other decks, like if you play yellow, you're getting it out. And with the when summon, with its when attack effect, you can activate the other cards when summon. It makes it so that it's always viable. And I don't care if you have a wall. If I could just jump over it, I'm fine.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think that's one of the meta calls that you'd have to make, obviously, is to bring yellow to this event. I have seen some whispers of red green Nova. So I mean, yellow being might be a really good call into this event, to be honest, because it does get around Axe Spider pretty naturally, with Exhaust Nexus. Also, it does have the Joker answer to it. It has Legal as well, and then Somersault plays as it is.
Oh,
so
yes.
Somersault being a really good card going into that Bless deck with Legal. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see if anyone has been able to evolve the yellow deck to be able to bring it into the Grand Open this weekend and do well with it. It's good. I'm super excited. I'm very, very excited to see how decks have evolved. So I want to see a very exciting stream match for you guys. So we're going to take a look at that right now. We're going to hop off. We'll be back relatively soon to get the round 1 feature match underway. Do you have any, closing statements before we jump to a break real quick?
Yeah. I also just want to remind everybody that there's going to be a PA event coming in September 9th, as you see here on the screen. That is going to be the next Grand Hope Open here in America. I hope to see everyone there. It is going to be so insane, especially for people that want to get to the Pro Tours, to get that chance to become a world champion, because you get that world champion invite if you get after this and then the Pro Tour and then get, you can make it the world championship. But, the next Grand Open is going to be there. So people, if you, watching now, you get to see different decks that you want to test with, and then go ahead and be like, hey, let's go. I'm confident enough for my skills to be able to go to this next one. So hope to see everyone there. I should be showing up too. So can't wait to see y'all.
2 weeks from today, everyone. 2 weeks. So definitely, if you haven't signed up for that or made your plans, do that today. Do that this weekend. Monroeville is going to be awesome. It is a great area for a Grand Open. So definitely come check it out, play some competitive games, win some money, get that Pro Tour invite like Jex said. So we're going to step away for a quick break while we get the first round feature match under wraps for you guys. And then we will be right back. So we will see you soon.
Yeah.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. My name is Corefish. My co-host is Jex. We do have some really exciting round 1 feature match action for you guys. So we have Tim Rivera playing green for you guys. So really, really excited to see that. He's going to showcase how Set 2 has really influenced the meta and see what he's going to come up with. And then we have his opponent, Ryan, who is on a very interesting brew of red-white. So should be a very exciting matchup. What do you think about this, Jex?
I feel like this is going to be fun. We haven't really seen like head-to-head for like most things, or at least most players here. I haven't really seen head-to-head for the green matchups against Axe Spider, because of the fact that you have access to Thorn Prison and things of that nature. You can really do a lot of cool things against Axe Spider to really put him off kilter to be able to go in for game. Now, granted, Axe Spider is still a crazy deck to really play against. It's something that you can't count out at any given time, especially Namengard being a card that is just so pivotal in you having to get out so that you can be able to swing in for game. But it is something to really look out for. So, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen with this. Like, really hyped for it.
Yeah, same. I think we have a really good pilot on green as well in Tim Rivera, one of the past Go champions on stream for us. So should be a very, very exciting matchup. We should just, looks like both players have decided on Mulligan, who's going to go first. We didn't get to hear the conversation, so let's jump right into the game and see what is going to happen. I'm super excited.
This is going to be amazing. I think, in all honesty, we're like we see right here, we're starting off with the Worker Ant, and Worker Ant just being such a really great card for green. It's one of the best cards out right now for green as well. Just being able to swing and ramp a cord just off of that one swing. Oh my gosh, we're seeing Bullet Ray coming right out. And I'm hyped for this because that's my favorite fish right there. Just being 5K is so great.
Wait, you mean that it's not the fish that's named after you isn't your favorite?
I don't know what fish that is. I don't know what fish that is. I don't know what card that is. We could throw it in the fire. Don't worry about it.
All right. All
Oh
right.
my
So
gosh.
we have passed back to Tim. So let's see what he can do. I mean, Worker Ant-Man is definitely going to ramp a core. So he's going to start off his strategy very, very strong here. And it looks like he is going into another Ant card. I can't really see it on screen,
Worker Ant.
but Worker Ant. Oh, no. So we have Worker Ant, and then what's the other spirit on board? I can't really see it very well.
Antra? Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name. That's Fire Ant.
Fire Ant. There you go. There you go. I knew it was another Ant card, but I just could not see it. Yeah. Oh, so it's the vanilla, the one cost vanilla. That's right. So he is really going for some really cost-effective cards here. And then we just see Ryan firing back with Pegasione. This could be very bad for Tim. Not bad for Tim, but kind of bad for Tim because Pegasione doesn't care about Thorn Prison while it has the core on it, the soul core on it. So.
And the thing is about having Pegasione on the field now, Worker Ant is 4K and Pegasione right now is 4K, but Bulletfish is just sitting at a juicy 5K. So we're just gonna have to deal with it. And he's swinging it with the Pegasione because why not? Why not? There's nothing else like that's going to be able to stop him in the deck unless you bounce it back.
Yeah, exactly. And we know that this is a mono green deck, so the chances of him having like something like Dream Bomb or something like that is kind of low. Some decks are playing it, but in mono colors, not typically. But he does decide to trade with the Fire Ant-Man. I think that was a very, very good play. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, getting rid of that Pegasione is just really important before it gets to the higher BP thresholds that, green just can't get over at the moment.
Yeah. And, having Worker Ant just be, Fire Ant, I mean, just being something that's just a one cost is super crazy because it's just like, okay, I don't care. I really don't care if it dies. It's something that I can get back. But now we're resting the Bulletfish to be able to swing it with the Worker Ant. That is such a great thing. So he's able to just gain that core off the ramp, make him have to either take that life or unless he has something in his hand to work with, definitely having just to take that life, which is great for Tim just to be able to get an early ramp start out and get some early damage out.
Yeah. I mean, Worker Ant-Man is just such a great card. Because it says, I get to swing and I might be ramping you, but I get to ramp as well. I get that free core just like you do. And I don't have to lose a life to do it. So the fact that he is able to exhaust the Bulletfish, protect all of his spirits, and be able to get in 3 free damage is just kind of crazy, especially this early against Axe Spider. But he does have Axe Spider in his hand, so that's coming down right now. So we'll see if he has anything to pair with it in Infinity Shield or Suppression, things like that. He did leave the Soul Core in the reserve, so Suppression is definitely likely. And he does have it in hand, along with an Absolute Ice Shield.
Now we see, 3 Thorn Prisons. That is... that is a hand right there. Ooh. Just being able to have that is great. Now, granted, like you said, he has Suppression in hand, so there's a lot of things that he just... can just protect himself against and be able to stave off and probably do it to be able to kill that Worker Ant because, the more you're able to ramp with that Worker Ant, the worse it will be for you. Especially, we know that green doesn't have a lot of draw, but because of that, you have a lot of cores at your disposal so you can be able to, stave off a little bit or get access to some of those really heavy costing cards in your deck actually to be able to, hopefully get past the defense and win for the game.
So now Tim is just going to core up, which is, I think, a great move because it needs to get all of his spirits need to get over the threshold of Axe Spider and the possible Suppression or Infinity Shield play. So definitely very smart. And we do see this Suppression, for a reduced cost. So he is going to block with the Axe Spider and then see a Dream Bomb.
Yes. Perfect play to be able to make sure that Worker Ant still stays alive on the field. I mean, it is still in the Burning Force range, right now, just because he had to use one of the cores on it. But he was able to ramp and at least protect it so that he can still ramp next turn for anything else. Now, he did pop the Ice Shield, which is great because, you want to get Ice Shield popped first. You really want to be able to just make sure that you have your opponent be in a really sticky position where they can't do anything. And, with this turn, like, what do you expect Ryan having to do?
So, I mean, Ryan just has to kind of restabilize. He does have another Ice Shield in hand, and it looks like he has a Dino Man as well as an Axe Spider. So he can build up a bit of a board, but the fact is Tim has 3 Thorn Prison in hand as his last 3 cards, which is kind of unfortunate because again, Axe Spider can just block while he has Infinity Shield or another suppression. But that's just the game plan. That's what needs to happen is he kind of needs to wall up against Tim's 3 spirits. Even though Thorn Prison is a thing in his hand right now, so
yeah, being able to just say like, yes, you can't block with these units is detrimental, and especially because Thorn Prison legitimately says your opponent has to choose to attack. Well, refreshed units. So that's so great because of the fact that if it said anything other than that, it said, oh, your opponent chooses 2 spirits, I could just choose the rest of one and be like, oh, whatever. Whatever. Right. But this is great. And he's going to use that Thorn Prison right now to be able to just say, yeah, we're just done. We're not even going to have to deal with anything else.
Yep, exactly. And he does sacrifice his spirit to be able to block. That way he can trigger the Ant Strike back. So he is going to get 2 exhausted Ant tokens onto the field. And he's just saying, you know, I'm going super wide. If you have suppression, you have suppression or Infinity Shield, but I'm going to attack next turn and try to end this game.
And I love those tokens. Gotta give props to the tokens right there.
Yeah, I'm speaking of tokens, I am super excited for the tokens that are going to come in as box toppers for next set. I'm super excited for those because those are going to be, I believe they're lenticular, so they're going to be very shiny, and I like shiny things. So
of course, we gotta have a playset. You gotta have a playset. You gotta have one for the binder. You gotta just have one for your decks. It's just going to be something great. But now we're popping that ice shield off to be able to get the second ice shield. Yeah, and you know what? At this point, you know, you're as a green player, I feel really happy because you're starting to whittle down your opponent's defenses. And you know that you're sitting pretty with those Thorn Prisons in hand. I believe he has 2 more to work with. So, you know, you're sitting there very, very, you know, grateful for the fact that, yes, like, look at this. I mean, you have Bullet Ray, you have X Spider, but they don't have armor against green. So, you know, green's just going to be running rampant for a little bit. It depends on how well Ryan is able to stabilize and be able to protect against this onslaught that's going to be coming. But also with Worker Ant being able to swing out for some of these turns, that free core is just going to build up. So, you know, he can have his units at max and not have to worry about anything because of the fact that he could just pay with these extra cores that he just gained.
Yeah, and Tim is definitely trying to get to that top end. Like, ultimately, that is the plan for green. It looks like he has 2 Thorn Prison and a Scope Owl in hand.
Ooh,
so, you know, plenty of good stuff for Tim to be able to do, even during Ryan's turn with the new keyword Swift being in play. So, Ryan does have a Star Blast, a Dream Bomb, a Namagard, and a Dino Man. So Dino Man is very interesting here. It's one of the few red spirits that Ryan plays, but it's definitely one of the better red spirits that you want to play because it does get to that high threshold very, very easily. So he is going to play it out. He is going to play it out. That way he can have another blocker. But Tim does have 2 Thorn Prisons, so there's not very much that he's going to be able to do here. You know, Tim might be able to swing out on the next turn, being that he has 5 cores in his reserve currently.
Yeah, whatever unit he blocks with, you already know that Thorn Prison is going to come down for the other 2 units, and it's just going to be open field again. Now, we did see him put down Dream Bomb. Dream Bomb can be something that will be good, but with that Scope Owl in hand, you know, I can do a swift play on you and be able to swing out. You know, you got to have more protection, and I think he has, from what I see, 1. I don't know if he has another one. I think that was another one that he just drew. So because of that, you know, we have 2, I believe, 2 Scope Owls, and that's 2 Swift units to be able to play out. And that's just, that is just a strong. Yeah, that is a strong hand. Yeah. I mean, you don't want anything better. Like this is perfect for what you want. The only thing that would even make this better is nothing. This is great. This is great if you're Tim. But Tim is definitely thinking about what could be down because at the end of the day, it could be another ice shield. It could be something that just stops.
Thorn Prison on the Dino Man attack and then just jump block with the Ant token. So Tim, or on the block of Dino Man, he does, and then Ryan just scoops out because he knows that there's nothing that he can do to stop those next 2 attacks. So Tim Rivera does take game 1 with green. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that match? You know, did it go exactly how you were expecting? Were you expecting Axbiter to do a little bit more? What do you think about that?
Honestly, and going into this, I was just looking at how Tim plays and just seeing that early work rate. I thought it would be really good for him. I was expecting, honestly, that work rate to not live as long as it did. I didn't expect it to stay and stick on the field as much as it did, especially when you look at, Axe Spider as a deck. Most of their units, especially, are gonna have that BP to be able to say, "All right, I'm gonna kill it," or their suppression. But he was able to have that dream bomb for that suppression play, that one turn to be able to make sure that work and stick a little bit longer, and it just became such a great threat for him because he didn't have to take cores off of most of his units except for that dream bomb. Since he had so many cores for worker hand. So it was honestly, this was a very, very great game for Tim, and it didn't go as I thought it would. But I am very, very excited to see what happens for game 2 and see what they side in.
Yeah, and we have some kind of spicy side from Tim, so we'll see if it comes into play here. And I want chat's reaction to the side cards when he does, if we do see any side cards from Tim. So I think that we could see at least a couple. We could see at least a couple of them actually. There's a few cards in there that I probably would bring in. I want to see chat's reaction. I don't want to spoil anything as far as what Tim would side in. So let's go into the Axe Spider side of things. What do you bring in against green? Like what cards would you bring in against this matchup right now?
Well, seeing that he has Dino Man, you would kind of hope that there may be, and like cross your fingers, that could be maybe a Leon that might show up now and then, because Leon's able to kill off some of these Wind Destroy units, even though, most of it you probably won't really see, but you can get some of those tokens out with that effect since it will be wiping the board. Maybe even for Tim, you could throw in maybe an Enterprise. That might be something you could try to work with as well. But I think honestly with an Axe deck, against green, you want cards that you can be able to kill off some of these units with. I mean, that worker ant stuck for a long time, but granted, it's all about what you draw. And most of Axe Spider decks are always going to have a lot of defense to be able to work with. So, you could, maybe they could put Infinity Shield in to be able to have something else other than suppression. Who knows? It's a lot that can be done. So it is something that really we have to really look out for, especially for Tim, because he doesn't know what could come in against him, but he has ideas. I'm pretty sure he's planned for this. He's probably thought of different matches for this. Now, Ryan, we don't know because, like I said, some people have just never played against green. And if they have, it hasn't been for long. So it's really something to really look out for. Now, what do you think would be crazy enough to see for what you would probably do if you were playing as the control player in this commentating right here?
Yeah, so for Tim, I would definitely bring in a couple of different things for green. There is nothing in the mono side of things, but definitely more dream bombs. If I was citing them, I would definitely bring in, oh, there we go. There's a side card that I was just about to say. Valkyrie missed right there. So definitely bring that in for Axe Spider. That way they have to play it again and then invest more cores into it. And we don't see any side cards from Ryan as of yet. Those are all main deck cards. So like you said, though, if he does side Leon, I definitely would bring that in, especially, to get around the tokens that are being brought out by the Ant Strike Back and, various things like that. So I'm definitely super excited to see what both of these players can do in this game.
Yes. And you also got to remember, like, at least for us, we're dealing with a green deck, and green deck is, very great in terms of ramping cores. And like we said already, they can't draw a lot. So if you can, hold a good wall and be able to kill off a lot of units, sometimes you can stave them off to a point where you really, they can't do anything, as a green player. But we are really hoping to see what happens this game because, we're starting off the same turn as always, putting down that worker ant early, making sure that we get as many cores as we can early. Now, we do have Dino Man down, and Dino Man being there is very, very detrimental because of the fact that it is just a huge blocker. And, as, of course, a control player, you really want to see that. What do you think would be the best bet in terms of what Ryan would be thinking with this hand of his?
I mean, really just holding off the kind of the first attacks with that Dino Man, you know, that is the ideal opening for red white. I would say that and Pegasione would be kind of what you want to see because they're great standalone cards.
Mhm.
So the hard thing about this for Ryan or just any player in general would probably be to say, you know, do I let the Leaf Wolf get destroyed here and then let him trigger like he just did the Ant Strike back to get 2 free tokens, or do I wait for the Worker Ant Man and try to block that, or is he going to attack with Worker Ant if I don't block? You know, those are the kind of things that you have to think about, especially when playing against green, especially with that early burst being set, because most of the time it's not going to be an absolute ice shield. It's going to be Ant Strike back because they want to get that free pressure with those tokens. They want to trigger, you know, some discard effects, you know, if they are playing Mushrantula, all that stuff. So, yeah.
Yes. And, you know, you can't always predict, like, you can't always predict that they're just going to swing into Leaf Wolf and then you'll take that damage and they'll just swing in a Worker and they could just say pass turn and you just took that free damage just right off rip. Now, granted, you know, some people may be looking and being like, oh, well, why didn't he just wait for that? Well, you know, sometimes you can't because then you'll just get a lot of free swings in that you don't really want to deal with. But he will be attacking with the Pegasione, the Pegas and Dino Man too. We're just going for it. We're making sure that we just have that there. And I'm pretty sure the reason of that is because of that suppression in hand. We're sitting there very comfortable. And also we have Pegasione just being able to block anything lower. Well, that doesn't have those 3 cores on there. So, you know, we're making sure that we have a wall. We do have a wall, if nothing else.
Yeah. And Pegasione is great here because you don't really have to use your suppression. At the moment, the BP threshold right now is good enough. But we do see a Valkyrie miss coming down for the Pegasione. Tim could end the game right here. You know, if it doesn't look well, he does have the suppression, but
yes.
Tim could very well have ended the game right here if the suppression was not a thing. So very heads up play from Tim to not save that Valkyrie miss and just push for that damage, especially with their Worker Ant Man being the one to attack. But we're probably going to see the suppression. You know, I think Ryan is at 3 life still, but going any lower against green is kind of dangerous.
Yes, and you know, because of this whole thing with like the fact that, you know, he has to play that suppression now. Oh, wow, Burning Force. So that's cool.
There's the Burning Force. Okay.
Getting Burning Force to be able to take care of those tokens. So he will be saving that effort. I didn't even see the Burning Force, but he will be.
But there's another Ant Strike back, so he doesn't lose anything in this situation.
This is, Burning Force was basically Thorn Prison right there. That is huge. That is huge. He's still keeping units on board so he can keep that tempo up. Now, granted, we do know he has the pressure still in hand, but he didn't use it that way. So it's great that he still has it in hand so he can still be able to stave off multiple attacks later on. And he has a bunch of cores to work with. You know, like I said, Bulletfish, the best fish in the game. I don't want to hear anybody else say anything different. Being at 5K is huge. You have Dino Man still there as well, but he will be playing the Pegasione to be able to make sure that he can block any attack that's coming through if they have 2 cores or less on it.
Is he gonna? Okay, so he's gonna core up the
no,
Dino Man instead of the Pegasione. Oh, interesting, very interesting here. I don't know if I would have went that route, to be honest. I probably would have cored up the Pegasione personally.
Yep. We're going back. Yeah, we're going back. We're realizing. Oh no, wait. Okay, we're going back and forth. It's a thought process. And granted, guys, like I said, he's on camera, so you know it does make you think. You know, the nerves that come through when you're on camera is huge. Especially when you just off of game 1 loss, you got to think very differently. So he will be not putting the Soul Core on Pegasione. He will be attacking with Dino Man.
Very interesting here.
Yeah, getting that Thorn Prison to hit the other 2. Granted, you know, he still has suppression in hand, so we can hope for the best with that. But yeah, we're just gonna take that damage. Take that damage for Tim, get another core so that he could be able to use different things for his own turn.
Yeah, pretty gladly taking that, to be honest.
Yes. You have so many cores to work with now, and you have a good amount of cards in hand that you can work with. And he's just placing cores already. He's saying, yeah, let's just do this now. Let's get this out the way. And you know you have 2 Scope Owls in hand as well to be able to work with that Swift play as well if need be.
And I mean, I get what Ryan was trying to do here with putting the Soul Core on the Dino Man so that he can have that cheeky suppression play of, say like this exactly, of boosting it up to 6,000 if one of his spirits dies or was to be destroyed. But at the same time, I would have cored up the Pegasione and just use that to try to draw out something to get that way. Tim has to try to get rid of the Pegasione with like a Dream Bomb or something, as opposed to, I don't know. I would have just done it a different way. It ended up working out,
right,
for Ryan,
right.
but I definitely would have went a different route and put the cores on the Pegasione personally, anyways. But yeah.
Yeah, and granted, he does have another Burning Force on him, so he could still do the same play by killing these tokens off and lessening the field. Like I said, with green, you really have to deal with the fact that you don't have a lot of draw.
True.
It's just like white aggro sometimes, where if your field gets destroyed, you really don't have a good enough draw engine unless you're running, Star Bless or anything like that in the deck to be able to deal with some of these, like if they have win summons even. But he will be using that Burning Force to get rid of Valkmist and one of the tokens. I mean, that's fine. Of those tokens are 1K. They're just gonna be there for kicks and giggles.
Basically. Yeah, exactly. And it is a reduced Burning Force, so that kind of feels good, to be honest, because of that Dino Man being on the board. And he is gonna swing in with the Pegasione, so that is definitely a great call. And then Scope Owl comes in. He just says, "Hi, I have Swift. I come in during your turn."
And I'm going to exalt. Oh God! And I believe with his effect, he can exhaust it if it is killed off by his opponent.
Yeah.
So at that point, we're dealing with a good hand. I mean, having two scope. Woo! The other one comes out as well. So we're dealing with two Scope Owls, and that's really great. Like, it is such a great card because of the fact that I'm just going to swing in for you. Or block. I'm sorry. I'm just going to block.
Yeah.
Just make sure that you have to kill off this unit. And even when you do, I'm going to rest the unit. So now unless you have suppression, he's looking very good. Now he does have, I believe, one card in hand. So it is, getting to the point where it's like, okay, Axe is becoming a very big wall that you can't pass. And it just gets worse after time goes on.
Yep, exactly. Especially like you said, against green, where they don't have draw power. So if they use a lot of these Swift spirits out of their hand and use too many of them without drawing anything or, having another answer to the Axe Spider, it kind of just goes slowly downhill. And it looks like he is going to play the butterfly from hand, or the butterfly, right?
Yeah, it's butterfly. Haven Cloak Butterfly.
Yeah, Haven Cloak Butterfly from the hand, and that lets him put a core from the void onto one of your spirits, and that's a win summoned effect. So it does have a pretty decent BP threshold as well, being at 5,000.
Yeah, and game there. Tim just played very well. I mean, honestly, just as the green player, you couldn't ask for better hands. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Every time he was able to keep a board presence and be able to threaten for game multiple times. So he had to use different cards. I mean, he had the C2 Burning Forces. Well, Ryan had to. And, he had suppression there. Like, it's just so many cards that you had to deal with. It was just great. It was just a great game overall. Like, and it's a good way to show off how powerful green can be in this meta still. You can't count green out just because it's the new kid on the block. It is a very good deck.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with Scope Owl, one of the chase cards in the new tournament pack, it definitely showcases that power, and Tim does show with a 2-0 win here on stream against the Axe Spider, kind of the boogeyman of the format, of the updated format anyways, taking a very swift win, as one would say.
Yeah, you know what? I can't even lie. Just looking at green, it was such a crazy thing to see. Now, I'm not going to talk about like most of his sideboard, but seeing that Valkmist come in from the side for that matchup to be able to deal with, Axe Spider and different threats of that nature, it was very great. Now, the worst bane of Valkmist's existence is Greynar. So, I know that's probably, he was thinking like, oh, I really don't want to run into that. But, granted, he's playing green. Are you going to expect someone to put in Greynar against you? Not a lot of the times. but it is something that, you could look out for. Now, Scope Owl being, such a great unit for green this set, it became something that you really had to watch out for, because like you saw, you use it on those blocking turns so that you're just able to win out and be able to exhaust on like a card, not have to use Storm Prison in hand. And even if you do want to use Storm Prison next turn, you can. It has become such a great card for the entire green set. And I feel like that really does round out some of green's, problems overall.
Yeah, and the fact that Tim was able to power through with 3 Thorn Prison in hand against Axe Spider
huge
was kind of it was just really surprising, but at the
gosh.
same time it makes sense because he was just able to exhaust the other spirits that weren't Axe Spider, and just
Yeah.
kind of, it was one of those moments, or a few of those moments, that it was just, if you have it, you have it, to saying that to Suppression or Infinity Shield, which is kind of the bane of everyone's existence at the moment.
Yeah.
And what a lot of people don't like about Axe Spider is that they gained more cards in Infinity Shield, 4 more suppressions or 4 more ice shields in a sense. But
Yes.
Tim just was able to play around it very, very well. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to showcase him playing this green deck on stream. And I hope everyone enjoyed it. Green just showcasing their power. And, I thought it was a great game.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, green is just coming out strong. I know people were either sleeping on it or people were thinking it's the best thing ever. So for both people, I think it did showcase a lot, especially for players that, that aren't too familiar with how you should play green in certain matchups and things of that nature and what you're looking out for. It did help to see, such high level players just duking it out against each other, just making sure that you see different play styles and just see different ways that you could be like, okay, this is what I should do to improve my own game playing green. And as like I said, most of the time, green can't draw, but the fact that green can kill you off very easily because it can exhaust units, which most people aren't used to. Most people aren't used to having their unit tap without them knowing. Like it takes a lot, it takes a lot to be able to get used to that and be like, okay, I'm gonna have to play around it, because sometimes you can't. Sometimes you need to see those infinity shields. Sometimes you need to see those suppressions. So I am very excited and just like hyped to see what else green can do for this entire meta.
I think the great thing about green is that you can go a few different ways with the deck. You can go, green aggro. You can go with a build like we just saw Tim have, in just protect the worker Ant-Man basically until you get to your top end. You could go the route of playing it with purple cards. You could play it with red cards as well. There's a lot of different builds that you can take the color in for the the play direction of your deck. And I think that's really awesome. And I'm very, very excited to see what else we can put on stream for you guys. Hopefully we can get one of the hand control decks, maybe, utilizing Mushrantula and things like that, and Hunger Tree. So I think that would be very, very cool to showcase on stream. So hopefully we can have one of those within the next couple rounds for you. Just seeing how it does and seeing how green can play.
Like, listen, I legitimately am hyped for this. I cannot be more excited. Like, I am a blue player at heart. So if I see a hand mill deck, I'm happy, even though blue mills deck cards at least. But I love hand mill. So if we could see that, that'd be great, because Marangela, the alcohol mushroom is still there, and Hunger Tree's there. So we have to deal with it in some type of way. And at the end of the day, there's not really a lot you could do. You have to choose certain cards, and sometimes you have the perfect hand and there's nothing that you can get rid of. Or if you do, you have to go with the least likely that you will use right then and there, or have to use sometime in the future. But exactly. I will say that, I hope to see most of these decks happen at PA. Like I said, for everybody, PA is going to be next month. For anybody that doesn't know, that is the next grand open in America. That last match wasn't a testament to it. Different deck builds and different changes to different decks that people haven't really seen last set. So, I'm hyped to see what else people cook up for today. And hopefully we will see a lot more for next month, what people can come up with after this tournament.
Yeah, if you haven't registered or thought about going to Monroeville next month, so in a couple weeks here, definitely think about doing so. It's very, very exciting to play in one of these Battle Spirit Saga events in person. I thoroughly enjoyed the tournaments that I've gone to so far, and they've been just very, very awesome. I know that you got to play in the Pro Tour, so kind of envious there. Hopefully that was a great experience. But yeah, I mean, you can really attest to what it's like to play at a super high level in one of the Pro Tour events. What was that experience like for you? I
No,
haven't got to talk to you about that yet.
no one makes mistakes. There are some, but it is such a high level. Like you sit there and you, even when you're done your game, you watch other people just duke it out, and it becomes so crazy because in certain situations you have to think of like, oh well, maybe I did this wrong, I should have done this. But most of the time people were making the best decision for what they saw on the board and the information that they were given. They're looking at their opponent's hand size, they're looking at their opponent's field, their drop. It was so crazy. And when rounds started, it was like just a silence that came over everybody. People were playing. You could hear like, okay, pass turn, things of that nature. But it was so silent. And it was really great to see, because this is my first year in terms of competitive card games. And to see all these different people, and some that I've seen from my own area that are just high level players in our own locals, just duke it out. And just, it's like watching playoffs for me. I'm like, I can't love it anymore. But with last set, we already saw that Pterosaur and Axe Spider were big and heavy contenders. They were always something that you were like a looming threat over you. So for this set, we're seeing that green can kind of shake that up. Green can make different plays that make you have to play differently for your own play style. And that's very great. Now, like I said, I am a white aggro player, hoping for the best. I am hoping to see white aggro go crazy. But all in all, I'm really hyped to see what else people are cooking up right now, at least for this meta, especially seeing that, green can shake it up. We know yellow, with Joker being a really big threat that most decks can run just because of the fact that it's an aggro deck. So I really want to see the different, evolutions of aggro decks from, purple aggro to different things of that nature.
Yeah, definitely. I was very surprised to see Tim not running Netherworld Depths. I know that a lot of people have been at least adding those copies into their green decks, especially because they exhaust your opponent's cards. They exhaust their opponent's spirits. So being able to get that free draw on both your turn and your opponent's turn very, very easily in green. I'm very surprised that we didn't see that in Tim's list, but it definitely worked out for him. Also, green, I think, is going to add to the skill gap in a lot of different played circles, basically, or just for players in general. And I think that's going to be showcased very heavily in the next Pro Tour in the Netherlands. So I'm very excited to see that. I'm very, 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 very excited for that high level of play to be showcased during the next Pro Tour. So hopefully we'll be able to see where green takes us. And then also leading into the next set when blue comes out. Like you said, you're a blue player right off the bat and a blue player at heart. So I'm super excited to see what that lends to the meta and seeing how it shakes everything up. So yeah, I also want to see where yellow decks have come. I am kind of a yellow stan. Like, I really enjoy white. Like, Namengard is my favorite card in Battle Spirit Saga so far. Granted, I didn't play the original Battle Spirits, but in Battle Spirit Saga so far, yeah, in Battle Spirit Saga so far, Namengard is my favorite card. I just really enjoy that card. I like cards that aren't tied to level, like a lot of the green cards. So, when they have that Wind Destroyed effect, when it's not tied to a level, I really, really like those cards. I think those are super strong. I think it's a really great interaction. It leads to a different play style because your opponent just can't remove cores like, with purple cards. They can't get rid of it in more conventional ways that we've come to think of. So they have to think of a different way to get rid of them or play around them. And I think that creates really, really exciting interactions. And that's why I like Namangard so much, even though people really just don't enjoy playing against that card. And understandably so. But what we're going to do is we are going to take a break until the next round. We will get some really exciting feature matches ready for you. So definitely post that in the chat below. And let us know what you guys want to see. Do you want to see more green decks? Do you want to see yellow if we have any? Do you want to see any Axe Spider decks by chance? Purple? Let us know in the chat, and we will try our best to get you the best feature match possible. And just closing statements before we take that break, Jex.
Yeah, I'm hoping that everybody can have fun with this. We're seeing a lot of different builds, and I know some people have different builds in mind they want to do. So I'm very hyped to see what happens next round. We're going to see how well people have adapted to the meta as well. Like I said, this is a tournament to qualify for Pro Tours. So we're going to see some of the best as time goes on, keep duking it out with each other. And I really just can't wait to see what else comes up.
Yeah, super exciting. And we will be right back. So stick around.
All right, guys, welcome back to round 2 of the Battle Spirit Saga tournament. We are excited to tell you that we have 2 great players playing up against each other with 2 great decks. So for this matchup is going to be Athena versus Anthony. Athena will be rocking the Luster deck for all you yellow lovers there. And also Anthony will be rocking a Axe Spider deck, but it's going to be the yellow Axe Spider deck. So I am very excited to see what happens with this. Luster was something that a lot of people already theorized that, you know, we would already see a lot for later on in the game because of how magics work and how Michaela works as a card in general. So it's going to be really great to see what it does against Axe Spider, because, you know, we don't know whenever it's going to become great again. It could be this set. Who knows? It could shock the world with this set. But we have Athena on the left of us, and then Anthony will be on the right. And Anthony, like I said, will be rocking the yellow Axe Spider deck. This is going to be crazy because, of course, we know how Axe Spider works. But a lot of people haven't really gotten to see, you know, yellow mixed in with the Axe Spider matchup. And I can't wait to see what happens with this. So, you know, honestly, Corfish, what are you thinking for this?
Yeah, no, I'm very excited for this. I know that personally from my testing, like yellow has a really, really good matchup into Axe Spider decks because it doesn't have protection. It doesn't have armor yellow. So it's a really big thing. I mean, Exhaust Nexus, 2 Exhaust Nexus gets rid of it, or Exhaust Nexus and Angelic Pressure. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see Anthony play around the bad typing for his opponent. And it's just going to be super exciting to see Luster do its thing. So let's jump right into it. It looks like Anthony is starting it off, and starting it off with Rocket City.
Hey, look, you know what? That's such a great play to just do off rip. And, you know, honestly, even if you don't know what deck you're going into, you know, it's safe to bet that they want to draw like most decks. So at the end of the day, this is great to see. This is great to come out off the gate. All right, so we're going to be starting off with the boy, the Penton chick coming out for the game. This is great to see. Now, as a Luster player, you know, you want to see different things early on. You kind of want to get those low costs out there. So especially Penton to be able to lower the magic cost of other stuff in your hand is going to be great to see. Now, granted, we are swinging in right away. Of course, giving him that core, he's just going to have to take that. I mean, of course, he's just going to take that.
Yeah, and on Anthony's side, we do see the Tin Soldier as well. So the new promo card, one of the new promo cards from the new tournament pack, that card is great. So Tin Soldiers lend so much to yellow decks, and then also just other variants that include yellow. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Athena gets around that because of the effect that let Anthony draw a card. Especially with that Rocket City powered up as well. So let's see how she plays around it. It looks like she has a few different options. So she has another Penton in hand too, along with Angelic Pressure, Flavum. So she's going to opt to play the Arcana Joker. So another new card from set 2. So Arcana Joker is really great because it's unblockable the turn when it's summoned. So not much Anthony can do here. Just take the damage and have the turn pass back to him.
Yeah, you know what? Having Joker be out there is such a detrimental card too, because like I said, if you have two Jokers out and you're able to get that level 2 effect off, you can, make another unblockable unit. And like I said, we're just gonna kill it with the Burning Force. See, the only thing about Joker that's even bad is the fact that Joker is falling under the Burning Force range unless it is at max cores. So, getting Joker out early is great. It is great investment because you want to be able to take it out so that you don't have to deal with it later and hope that they don't have another one in their hand. Oh, okay.
And
I was wrong.
she does have another one in her hand, and she's getting to press for damage. So the Luster deck just coming out swinging, just being very, very aggro. So what do you think about the strategy against the yellow-white matchup?
Well, granted, with this, you're already guessing that X-Spider has to be in the deck because it's a safe assumption, at least because you see Rocket City. So with this, you're especially X-Spider coming out right now. But you going in with the aggro mindset, it's really great because at that point you get to say to your opponent, okay, this is what I'm going to put up against you. And at any time, if the game keeps going on long enough, Exhaust Nexus becomes a threat. Exhaust Nexus becomes something that is huge against you that you really don't want to run into. And because of Exhaust Nexus, you have to think about, wow, I'm at 2 life. I can't gain anymore, it's an X-Spider deck. You don't have any more life to gain at that point unless you have Mammoth to help you out. So, it really is a big situation, especially for Anthony, just because of how much pressure they are putting out, no pun intended.
Yeah. And the fact that she was so aggressive, let him play X-Spider at level 2 and then put Rocket City to level 2 as well. So that's going to kind of limit her plays, at least for a bit anyways. And we do see that Anthony has 2 suppressions in hand with his own 2 Arcana Jokers and another Burning Force. So Anthony does have a very strong hand, even with having X-Spider out, or especially with X-Spider out already.
Yeah, we're just gonna see how well it can do against it. Like I said, X-Spider has that yellow armor, so the only thing that can really do anything to it will be Exhaust Nexus, and Jug Pressure can't really do anything. But we are seeing another promo card from the EX that come out, Gingerbread. We haven't really seen a lot of people, I think, at least on camera, with Gingerbread in their deck. But it's great to see, you have both of the 0 costs. Right there for defense as well. You get the draw off of Gingerbread if it dies. And especially with Tennis Soldier being such a great attacker or blocker at that 5k mark for 3 cores, X-Spider's sitting there pretty, and there's no way Rocket City is dying anytime soon because it has that soul core on it to be able to protect itself. But what do you think you're looking into for Athena's turn? If you're Athena, what are you trying to really accomplish for this turn?
Yeah, so personally, it would just be building up a wall to be able to kind of just build into my Michaela plays and try to get as many bodies on board so that way I can have a huge Michaela when Summoned Effect go off and just add those Luster cards to hand. And we do see that she has Michaela already, so there's that. And then we see the Charles come down, so let's see if Charles can hit a card, and Flavum does get played for free. Oh man, that's exactly what you want to see.
Lord, I'm loving these draws for both games. We just been seeing such great draws from both players. I think the left side might just have a little too much luck going on there.
Yeah, and King Charles, when summoned, actually getting triggered successfully, which you love to see it as the yellow player that's playing that card. That's what everyone was trying to do, and it was very, very well done right there. So we'll see if she aggro's in, which it looks like that's gonna happen. So she's giving King Charles on
oh my gosh. Yep. We're giving
King Charles the when summoned effect.
Got another Joker out. That is, you know what? I'm kind of jealous. I'm not even gonna lie. That is insane. Okay, so we're just going for the fences. Can you hope for anything better as the yellow player to just see Joker just pop out again?
Absolutely not. That is exactly what you want us to see right now, is being able to put Anthony to 1 with the new Joker is just perfect. That's exactly what you want to see.
And you don't need, and oh God. And you know what? You just saw Burning Force get used already. And
Yep.
it's just something so great. Like at this point, you're just like, all right, let's just swing in.
And Anthony does have the Burning Force for it.
Yes. Yes. You need it. You need it. I mean, at this point, I think it was able to put up so much pressure in that one turn that it just became such a detrimental thing.
Yes.
Just to deal with. Now, we see that Anthony's at 2 life right now. And I think it's just straight up at 5. Like just can't do much. You got to be on the defensive side for this turn. You got to really think, okay, I can attack with this, but I would be giving up so much on my own end. You don't want to really swing too much into it. Now you could swing with 10-man soldier if you want to. But I don't think, at that point, you leaving him up as a good blocker for anything else is really great. And that as the yellow player, even if she is running the 4 Joker, she has 1 left in the deck. He was able to be able to strategically get out the 2, which was great. And will we singing? I said singing. Lord, no. We see that Gingerbread is coming out. Oh, wow, early.
Yeah, and him having that Gingerbread and the 10 soldiers just makes it so good because that's 2 card draws right there if they're destroyed. And 10 soldiers getting destroyed when it attacks, so lets it trigger for free to be able to draw. So that's just, or it destroys when attacking, sorry. But yeah, the Gingerbread being on the field, just being able to get a free draw if it gets destroyed or blocked. And we do see a Michaela play. So 1, 2, 3 only adds.
Ooh, okay. All right. So that was,
1 card.
At the bottom deck, that Hippocampo, which, Hippocampo is a very crazy card. Like just being able to gain that life back. And you know what? Getting that Michaela, seeing at least filtering through your deck with Michaela is just so great. Now we do see Firewall coming out. How effective do you think Firewall will be, especially in a meta like this?
So the thing about Firewall right now is the fact that it really, it stops the 10 soldiers, it stops the Gingerbread, doesn't stop Axe Biter from attacking, but so it's like a mini pseudo ice shield, I guess, because Axe Biter isn't going to want to attack into Michaela, but we do see the Dream Bomb for the Michaela.
Yeah, getting Michaela out there now. We don't want to deal with it. We don't want to deal with it at all. Wait, whoa, we put it in trash.
Oh, yep, she did put it in the trash instead of 2 hand.
Hopefully the judge catches that. Hopefully the judge catches.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, because we don't want, that goes directly back to hand. Okay, so with this, especially seeing the hand, I'm pretty sure I think that we'll be getting back that Luster card back, well, that Michaela back from the trash. But we see a lightning arrow. Now, lightning arrow does flash select one of your opponent's spirits, and it cannot block during this turn. So, you could use it on Axe Biter for when they want to really do that suppression play, when they want to, be able to stave you off a little bit. So that would be really great to see.
You can't actually. Remember, Axe Biter has armor yellow.
Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm sorry, y'all. I'll keep forgetting. You know what? Yeah, I might be on the Axe Biter hate train. I might be on the Axe Biter hate train just because of that. Oh, yeah, God.
The only thing that would save her right now would be, oh, no. Oh, then we see Blessed Cathedral come down with the 10 soldiers on field. This is exactly what Anthony needed. Oh. All right, well, God. So back to what I was saying. So the thing that would save her right now would be an Exhaust Nexus play, or actually it would need to be a double Exhaust Nexus play to get rid of the Axe Biter.
Yeah.
Which is kind of unfortunate, but the other option, I guess, would be a Somersault play as well. So if she draws Somersault, that is really good for her, because then I don't believe Axe Biter can block at that point.
Okay, we're gonna angelic that Gingerbread, and he will draw off of that, but it does kind of help so that she
saves the damage.
A good enough life. But it will be
so
Anthony's turn.
So if if Athena does see a somersault, that would definitely help out with this situation, because then Axe Spider can't block because it's at level 2. I mean, the only thing that Anthony could do in that situation is use the cores to pay for suppression off of the Axe Spider. That way it goes down to level 1, but then you risk the fact that it could be destroyed by BP comparison. So
yes.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what I would hope for as Athena, is to draw that somersault as well as an exhaust nexus. I mean, that's kind of wishful thinking, but I mean, she does have the cores to be able to pay for it, it looks like. So
Hey,
that's what
look,
I would be hoping for anyways.
We've seen some insane draws, guys. Like, I mean, honestly, we've seen some crazy draws happen like recently.
Yeah.
So you never know. You could top deck the 2 exhausts and it would be the craziest turn of life. Okay. Okay.
Burning Force and the exhaust nexus. Okay, there you go.
We need one more. Come on. Look, this is.
So the thing about it is that play works also. Burning Force exhaust nexus, because you just lower everything down by 3,000 and then Burning Force.
So that would have to be a next turn play, because looking at these cores, ooh, we're struggling. But hopefully next turn we could do something crazy. And granted, you know, Michaela stays on the field. You can do some insane plays next turn.
Yeah.
Like, it would just be so crazy. And you know what? I'm loving it. Just looking at everything that's going on right now, Athena is, you know, stabilizing off of those draws alone because of the exhaust nexus being seen. Now, Anthony, you know, I don't see Anthony's hand right now to really see what is going on, but Anthony, you know, can stave itself. Well, hold itself
he drew
off
his
well.
own exhaust nexus.
Woo! We cut it back.
Yeah, so Anthony has exhaust nexus, 2 suppression, 2 Joker.
Yeah, and you know, you can't get put into a crazy position. I think, if you get, and then Joker's coming out. Joker is coming out. You know, it just makes sense. You can't deal with anything with that. Oh my gosh. You know what? And having Joker out right now, it just makes it so much harder to be able to do things, because, you know, sometimes you might have to use that card early. You might have to just be like, oh yeah, definitely, for sure. You might have to just use that exhaust nexus really early if you can. Having that Joker coming out and is going at level 3. Yeah, we're just going to get rid of the gingerbread to make sure we're dodging exhaust nexus or burn.
I mean, the thing about it though is that Axe Spider had to lose cores. So Axe Spider's in exhaust nexus range now. And she also does have angelic pressure in her hand. So I think she can clear the board. Yeah, she can, because she has exhaust nexus and burning force and angelic pressure that she can play for free.
It's just such a great combination coming out. And you know what? Michaela just making it, I think it says either turns correct if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, there's no angelic pressure, but exhaust nexus and burning force does get rid of the board. So
woo. And, you know, he does have, and actually, you know, suppression would be dead in his hand, you know, when it passes turn. Yeah. But for at least Michaela does say, make sure I either attack step. So if the spirit has a soul core on it, you may use a magic card in your hand without paying the cost. Ooh, the firewall coming down. I think he has to read it, because firewall is something that I know a lot of players have not been used to seeing a lot of the times. Or a lot like we used to really see it, you know, just in most competitive plays. Oh yeah, Michaela does need the 4 cores. Michaela does need the 4 cores for it, looking at that. Ooh, okay. Ice Shield's popping.
There's Ice Shield at least, but she does lose 2 of her spirits. She does stop the turn, does live to see another day though, with those 2 Jokers being on board. So.
And we can do, and look, it's our turn now. We get all those cores back, so the amount of things you could play could be endless.
Michaela is definitely going back to, or is going to level 3, 100% right here.
Yeah, it has to. At that point, you can clear board off of that alone. Suppression doesn't matter. I mean, now he does have a burst, so he will, you know, still be good.
Ooh, there's a Dragon Naga assassin right there.
Yeah, seeing that Dragon Naga in the Luster deck, especially with Netherworld coming out too. You know, at this point, Dragon Naga's coming on the field. And, you know, we get to see the reasons. I would love to know the reasons of what a Dragon Naga was for in general. But, yep, Michaela's going to, like you said, Michaela's going straight to level 2, just with the 4 cores. So we're up there now. We're in the range.
Yeah, the only unfortunate part about this is that Dragonaga Assassin needs to have the Soul Core in order to draw a card when it attacks.
Yep.
But that's fine. I mean, Michaela is going to clear the board right now, so it's perfectly okay in this situation.
Now I don't know if he did. I don't think he did draw anything, right? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're going down with the Exhaust Nexus. Exhaust Nexus, just making sure that that's all done, and then the Burning Force for the Ender.
Oh.
Okay. So lightning arrow instead. Okay. So lightning arrow coming down. That was unexpected.
Yeah.
Very unexpected. I would think that the Burning Force would be coming out. I did not think, I mean, granted, it was standing. Maybe it was just the fact that, having lightning arrow come down, she was probably thinking that, well, I don't want them to use suppression. Or maybe forgot that, Burning Force would have been able to kill, or he could be using it for a different reasoning. Maybe trying to save Burning Force to get Rocket City out now that Axe Spider is dead and out for the count.
That was very surprising. I mean,
another Axe Spider coming down. So we're back square one.
Yeah. I mean, and without the Exhaust Nexus, that's the unfortunate part.
Yeah, and I feel like honestly, for me, I would have personally definitely wanted to see the Burning Force play. I feel like that was, a bad play on that part. Just seeing how that the board would have been able to be completely and utterly destroyed.
Weird. Yeah.
And then
Anthony would just be stuck with the Axe Spider on board, which, I mean, they do have suppression, but still, it would have been a much better situation to have the Jokers go away.
Unless the top deck's another exhaust. Okay, if that was a top deck exhaust, you would have seen me go like, okay, we're still alive. We're good. We're good. And now, granted, all those cores, she might be thinking she's probably going to try to play Netherworld. Maybe. It has another firewall.
I mean, in this situation, there's no reason not to play the depths because you have the reduction with the Dragonaga Assassin. So, I mean, you'll only be at 3 cores remaining, but that's okay. I mean, at least I would play the Netherworld depths here because then it refills your hand and you can draw on more magic cards. Which,
well, granted, you have to discard. You still have to discard because of Rocket City.
Oh, Rocket City. Yeah.
Yeah, that being a looming threat, and I could see that little soul core hiding underneath. But it is a looming threat for them. Now, granted, I'm glad Netherworld's still there, but I know it was something that maybe she thought she was probably going to use Burning Force to kill that Rocket City off so that she could be able to play Netherworld.
Yeah.
I think that play would have still been better to clear board off first. Even if they had Axe Spider on board, you still could be able to do something with it. Still against it, at least.
Yeah, exactly. And then she does have, so she only has Firewall and Burning Force in hand. So it'll be interesting to see what she does. Would you set the Firewall here, or would you just leave it in hand?
I think I would set it. Honestly, just that looming threat of, okay, maybe it's an Ice Shield, even though, depending on the player that you're playing against, the knowledge that they may have, you will be sitting there thinking to yourself, oh, if it's Ice Shield, I'll just pop it. And if it's not Ice Shield, sometimes they could just change their whole game plan. But all right, I'm just going to swing in for game. Now we do have 2 Jokers there, and one Joker can activate the other again. So it at that point, we're making it very, very hard for anything else to happen. Now we will be drawing, but that discard is going to happen. Oh, okay. So we have Dream Bomb, but that Dream Bomb, I don't know how good that would be because you're still going to have to bounce a Joker. Oh, we're bouncing Axe Spider. Yeah, that's great because Axe Spider going back is
exactly. I would bounce the Axe Spider here.
Now, does she still have Burning Force in? No,
Firewall.
Okay. Yeah, Firewall.
So Firewall doesn't let the other Joker attack because it's 4,000. So. That actually worked out.
Yes, that's a good save. That was a great top deck. I'm telling you, the draws have just been the funniest thing to see.
They have.
You think you're out. You think you're out for the count, and then boom.
So that's she does go down to 1. So let's see what she can do.
What
so there is going to be
Oh,
Ooh,
okay.
Blessed Cathedral. I
For
mean, that
two
doesn't
seconds.
help in this situation, but
We could get Rocket City out right now, right? Because X Spider's dead. X Spider is a dead unit. Now, granted, you could put,
double
I mean,
suppression, double exhaust nexus. Oh
yeah,
man.
yeah, that's a sad hand. Well, not sad hand. That's a great hand, but just sad timing for Athena. Athena has to deal with those two. And because he has so many cores at his disposal, nothing is needed really. All right, well, we will be swinging with Dragon Naga. They will be blocking with Joker. What
Oh, so
was that
she
draw?
sorry, she didn't activate
Dream
the
Bomb.
firewall. Yeah. She didn't activate the firewall. She discarded it for the
Ah,
Rocket
got it,
City.
got it.
Yeah. I mean, Blessed Cathedral is an easy discard here.
Yeah,
And
get it
then
out.
you just Dream Bomb for free.
Yeah, I don't think we will now since we just took out Joker because of the curse. Now granted,
Does draw a
oof,
card and ramp a core.
yeah, yeah.
Here's gonna be the suppression, but
Right, Dream Bomb's coming. I think that could be is 2 life left. That could be game.
he does have a double
Alex exhaust nexus.
so,
Yeah, I
yeah.
forgot. Yeah, that's just sad. I keep thinking, I'm like, wow. It's so weird to see yellow with Axe Spider.
yeah.
It is just so weird to see that combination come out.
It's actually a deck that I've been working on the side, to be honest. Like,
and I love, and that's good because, like, you know, all we love how all these colors can be used with each other in different instances, and because of different cards coming out. Ooh, Nexus coming out, of course, just kill off the field.
So it's unfortunate for Athena right here because she had. I mean, you would think that you'd have game right there. You're like, they don't have a burst set. They have a lot of cards in hand, probably a few suppressions, but definitely wasn't counting on the exhaust nexus. So
now we'll be able to get him to 1, hopefully, unless he comes out with the other. But
there's 4,
yeah,
6,
get him to 1.
Yeah. So both at 1 here. Athena
this is
only has a Burning Force in hand. So she's probably hoping to draw something off of the Netherworld depths.
And even then, it's like, you know, you gotta hope. I mean, what are you hoping for at that point?
So that was the Axe Spider that got bounced with Dream Bomb.
Yeah.
So we knew that was coming down. The thing that I would probably want to draw is another Dream Bomb, I guess. But there's the Joker that she Dream Bomb as well. So he definitely has enough cores to pay. So this is probably going to a game 2.
Ooh. Yeah, look. The other Joker coming out just to steal the deal.
Give both unblockable. Yeah, I mean, you might as well. Like, the only thing that would save her here is going to be the firewall if Anthony was to attack with Axe Spider first, which that sequencing is probably not what Anthony would go with. He would just attack with one of the Jokers because he knows that she plays firewall. So
yes, and you know we're really thinking right now because of everything that's going
there
down.
You go.
But, you know, we're just giving game 1 over to Anthony. I mean, Anthony was able to just do so well after just getting like the complete onslaught that was coming out from Luster and dealing with so much of that Joker play, the Jokers that were being played, and he dealt with it so well, being able to see those burning forces and be able to take them out. It becomes so crazy. It honestly, like I said, I'm jealous. I'm 100% jealous of Athena. Those draws were
so good.
Oh, astronomical. Is what you want in every deck is to draw the way in the top deck, like off the summons, like to be able to have a Joker out, then summon another Joker. That was just something you have to just see. Now for sideboard, what are you thinking in terms of what they could put in for their sideboard for this matchup, since they know what they're playing against?
So on Athena's side, probably something that will get rid of the Rocket City, especially because you want to play the Blessed Cathedral like side, or Blessed Cathedral War basically. But also, I mean, if she is citing more firewalls, probably more firewalls. Let's see, maybe
Somersault was fine.
Yeah, probably Somersault as well, because then it gets rid of the ability for Axe Spider to block, even with Suppression or Infinity Shield. On the side of Anthony, I'd probably want to see. It's really hard. I guess Dream Bombs, if they're not in the main, which we did see. What else?
Could have Dyna. Dyna is something that even, like I said, this meta is a very Nexus heavy meta. So Dyna's stock has just gone up like 110%.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Dyna though is the fact that
takes a lot.
We didn't see any Nexus from Athena's side of things. Like, we're probably guessing that she is playing Blessed Cathedral at the very least. But it's not like the typical yellow deck to where you see Blessed Cathedral and Phantasmal Paradise, because there's no Fabled Beast. Like, there's only the Penton that you saw, and then everything else was like other landers, which don't have a valid Nexus at the moment. So I'd probably say he's going to want to side in like core removal stuff as well. So maybe that'll be a thing. If he's citing core theft or core drain for the Michaela, that way she loses her ability to play free spells or free magics. Yep. And then let's see what else. I mean, I don't know how many Joker Anthony is playing, or I don't want to give that away anyways. So maybe if there's something else that he can play that would be unblockable, so like other Outlanders or other landers, things like that, basically. That way he could just kind of guarantee that he gets that free damage in.
Yeah, it could be a whole deck switch, like he has yellow stuff in there. He could switch out the units just to make an entire different deck with that sideboard. I mean, the sideboard is 10 cards. So
Grey Garner,
anybody's guess. Oh,
bring that in.
Yeah, Grey Garner is just there. I mean, at the end of the day, having a card that can gain that 3K is huge.
Yeah,
huge.
Also, maybe like Buffalong Bill, because it would bounce the Jokers, or it could bounce the just Penton, like things like that. So maybe those.
Buffalong Bill would be funny because Buffalong Bill having to be able to it sucks to bounce a win summon. It never feels good.
Yeah.
Never feels
Definitely.
good. And when you do that, it becomes something of a thought process where you have to sit there and think, okay, do I really want to bounce this, or is this my only choice? Like, is this the best choice to bounce? And most of the time, that is the best choice because Joker's crazy. Like, it's just
exactly. Joker's probably one of the least feels bad in my opinion, because it doesn't actually do anything on the summon. It just gives itself unblockable. Right. So I mean, it doesn't feel as terrible as blocking something like a Beldegor or the Cavalier to be able to draw a card. Like, those feel terrible to bounce with Buffalong Bill.
Oh yeah.
But Joker, I mean, as long as you just keep on playing that game of like, hey, you're gonna summon your Joker, I'm just gonna bounce it with Bill.
Yeah, you know what? I'm really hyped because look, right now we have Penton back on board. I mean, look at this. Look at this hand. This hand, though. Yeah. I don't know what his hand is. I know our hand's looking great.
Oh. He opened with, I mean, a lot of good spells, and there's the core drain that I was mentioning.
Yeah.
For the Michaela. So there you go.
Got the 2 exhaust nexus for Athena, so we're kind of prepared. All right, we're bouncing both clear board.
The Dream Bomb.
Yeah, put it back. Yes. Yeah. It's not going to trash this time. It was in trash at first.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, thank God. We're good. I mean, look, I do it all the time. Dream Bomb kind of messes me up, and so does Valkmist. I'll be like, wow, wait a minute. I'm so used to everything dying.
Right? Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just ready for something to come out that says like remove it from the game or something like that.
Oh, okay. You're toxic. Great. Got it.
I mean, I am a control player, so
I know.
I hear that all the time. So
my friend,
I want to see something come out that says remove it from play, because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that has recursion, things like that, especially with the blue cards that replay Nexus.
Ooh.
So we do see an Axe Spider and the Netherworld Depths on the opposite side.
Now, granted, does he have the burning force to just say, yeah,
He
no?
does.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, no. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's always gonna be the no. Like,
I mean,
yeah,
you have to play the Nexus. You have to play that Netherworld Depths. And in this matchup, Anthony's playing Control, so he does have multiple copies of Burning Force. I mean, just like pretty much every other deck this format, but
you have to. You gotta get Netherworld out. If you leave it up for one other turn, it could really be detrimental. So that's great, and you gotta make a bet that she doesn't have another one.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Penton's coming back out. You're sipping tea on the sidelines at first, but we coming back out.
Oh, there's a Hippocapo.
Let's go. Let's go.
Last play.
Yeah. We're coming in. Hopefully, we're gonna hope for that like suppression.
No.
Yeah. Yep. Suppression coming out, getting Hippocampo out of there. We do not want you to go back to 5. There is no way.
Unfortunately, you can't angelic pressure here either. So
yes.
That feels bad.
Now, granted, it's one of those things. If you have it, you have it.
Exactly.
If you don't, because sitting there, you can't be scared of suppression because sometimes it will come later in the game, and the later you see it, the more detrimental it will be for you.
Exactly.
And you know what? I'm loving this right now. I honestly think that this is going to be this is still a crazy matchup. We're going into this second round, second game with Anthony, getting the win for the first one. So, Athena's just kind of, it is a little nerve wracking because you don't want to lose this one or you lose the whole thing. You're really trying to make the smart plays, but Elk is coming down. So we have the terrible duo coming out. just making sure, one, if I put this at max, I'm putting you on a clock. And you still, if I block, you can't do crazy things. Wow, that rhymed. Okay. Okay. All right. This is going to be a crazy matchup, though.
Exhaust Nexus really doesn't do anything in this situation.
Oh,
unfortunately.
Granted,
because Elk is at too high of a BP for it to be destroyed by 1. So how do you play around this right now? Like, do you just build up a wall? Yeah, it looks like a wall of penguins is what's going to happen. Unfortunately, Elk is just outside of 1 Nexus destroying it. It's 4,000.
I mean, do you expect anything else? Like, the wall of penguins is terrifying, man. I'm sorry. Like,
and then there's the depths. He doesn't even put her on the clock yet. He just plays depths.
Yeah,
says, here we go.
Yeah, draw me cards. Play the game and draw me cards. That is really what we're just doing right now. So at this point, you gotta hope for a thing that you top deck that Burning Force. You gotta hope for it. See if it happens. No, but Hippocampo's there. So hopefully, if we're able to get out terrible duo like that, that is a board. That is a board. At this point, you can't hope for anything better for Anthony.
Yeah.
Oh, Hippocampo coming out there.
She kind of just has to. She has to out the Elk pretty much now, which, I mean, with the Hippocampo and 2 Pentons isn't going to do it, unfortunately, but oh, man.
Yeah, even for me, I'm like, I feel bad. I feel really upset about this just because of the fact that it's just looking at everything that's going on right now. Elk is sitting at that 1. I think he's trying to plan. Maybe he was trying to plan for that somersault play. Maybe he was trying to be like, oh, somersault coming out.
Oh, there we go.
We're ready for it. But yeah, I think Elk is at level 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So block.
Yeah, he probably did that just because of that. I mean, of course, getting Netherworld out in a safe position is always great. But maybe it's just like a happy coincidence. Like, oh yeah, Elk is still at 1, so I'm pretty okay. I am pretty okay.
Yep. And it's at 4,000.
Yeah.
So
swinging with that Penton out first. Because Somersault is just saying, hey,
double exhaust Nexus in hand.
Yep, can't block me. Now look at that hand though.
He has his own exhaust Nexus.
The double ice shield with the core theft. Like, oh god, this hand. Woo! Yeah, this scares me.
So good. Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, like the white aggro player in me is just I am shivering a little bit. This is not what I would want to see. But
And
Anthony
is that
going,
why people want this combo just banned or limited?
hey, listen,
Like the Netherworld Depths and Axe Spider? Is
you,
that why people want to see both of them go?
listen, I'm gonna tell you this now. Netherworld and Axe Spider are a threat for sure. Netherworld being the bane, other than Burning Force, the bane of my existence as a white aggro player. Why are you drawing? Because I want to attack. Like, I want to attack you. Let me hug you. That's it. That's all I
I
want to do.
play the game. I want to play
Right.
the game. So let me do so freely without being severely punished by you drawing more cards.
Woo! Like, it just hurts. It hurts to see, especially, you know, the only thing I gotta give them props for X Spiders, they didn't say it could give protection to anything.
Oh
Ooh.
no!
Yeah, core theft. And we could ditch a card. We have so many. Gingerbread just going bye-bye. Getting that Pen-10 off the board, so we don't really want to deal with any reduction for Exhaust Nexus. If you're playing Exhaust Nexus on me, you're gonna have to pay that full cost.
So I guess let's see what she replies with. Yeah, there you go. I mean, hey, Axe Spider's gone.
Yeah, we're getting one out now. Elk is still there. Elk is still the threat too. Like, you know, even though we got rid of one of the terrible duo, you know, you got rid of Vegeta, gotta get rid of Goku.
Does she have an angelic pressure?
I don't believe so. Not in hand.
I don't believe so. If she had angelic pressure, that'd be so good. Because then it would get rid of the elk also.
Yes,
no, she doesn't. Nope. Oh, that feels bad.
I know. Like, sometimes you just wish you had that lower cost BP reduction. Oh god. Now the draw.
She would have been able to play it for one. Oh my god.
Is that a dream bomb? Oh yeah, that hand. Jeez.
What? Dream bomb to Ice Shield Namangard.
Take it easy, Anthony. Jeez, the draw. I'm loving it. Oh my gosh. And you know what? Just looking at this, it's going to be something that Anthony just has an overwhelmingly advantage with. Since Thing is not going to be able to draw a lot, and it really does feel bad. But Anthony, this is what you want with Axe. This is what you want for the deck. This is what you hope for. You want these draws. You want these perfect hands where you have defense for X amount of turns. You make the right plays, but basically almost no matter what you do, you are protected.
Right. And let's see. Let's see what she can do.
What does she draw off of this is the question. I see something. Oh no. We know the two cards, but yeah, we're playing. Oh, Lumiere. Okay. Lumiere being one of the new cards as well from this set. Lumiere being a really crazy good. It is the 6/3. When summons one of your spirits, it gains blessed. And if she does have another core to put it to level 4, it also has blessed as well. But having this is going to be crazy. I think we're just going to be giving the bless to Pen-10, unless something else goes crazily happens. But yeah, Pen-10 just being there is great, especially having 3 bless units out on the field. We're setting up for a lot. But that Exhaust Nexus, jeez, okay.
Oh man,
yeah, that Exhaust Nexus just popping up. We're gonna make sure that we get some of the stuff off of the board immediately. Now, granted, Hippo and Pen-10 are gone, just done. Get them off the field. But Lumiere being at that 3 right now, you could bump it up. Unless you do want to bump it up to level 4, just putting one more core. I don't know if you should attack right now, just because honestly, Elk.
Elk you just lose your Lumiere for free. So definitely should pass back and just take the damage.
Woo! It's getting crazy. And you know what? I'm very, very, very excited to see, if Anthony has anything else up his sleeve. Honestly, for Anthony or for Athena, you really got to hope for the top deck. You really got to hope for the top deck, because Anthony is, all the cards he's drawing, he's making a cookbook at this point.
Yeah.
Just different recipes ready to kill you off. Oof. getting that out there right now. And you know, you're protected because the moment next turn happens and it doesn't look like she can end game next turn. Yeah, Namengard is just gonna go up to the level 4, and then that refresh step will happen, and that is so dangerous because no matter what happens, unless you bounce back that Namengard, you're just getting all those cores back and restanding everything.
Thankfully, he didn't have enough cores to put it at level 2.
Oh yeah, this next turn, and you know, unless she could end it this turn,
definitely.
Unless she could end it this turn, which I don't think could happen with all those ice shields that we saw in Anthony's hand.
Yeah,
you know, we're just gonna have to deal with it. Now, as the resident control player here, Corefish, what are you thinking for Anthony?
Oh, for Anthony, it's just playing Protect the Elk at the moment. Take it slow. 1 game won already. No reason to rush through it. You could be a little bit more aggro because you have the Namengard on the board anyways, plus the Netherworld Depths to be able to draw into basically everything that you need. So yeah, it's just playing protect the Elk and protect your life because you don't want to trigger that ice shield. But as we just saw with the Dream Bomb, I mean that's the game plan that I would take anyways, is taking it slow, going to the next turn, getting the cores to be able to put back on my Namengard and ramp everything back up to the full, and then just playing it from there, trying to put put her down to 2. That way I could just block
and it looks like we're wrapping this game up right now with the two Netherworlds going down at this point. No matter what happens, it is just going to be an outright draw 2 cards off of that. And unless you see Burning Force, even if you see one, you got to deal with the other one. Yeah,
and the other thing too about that is that you're playing it for 5, but you're getting those 5 cores back at the end of your turn because of the Namengard. So it's essentially for free.
Yes, no cost. you basically didn't have, like, all that moving cores never happened. And you know, we're seeing there, we see the hand. There is an ice shield. There is an exhaust nexus. There is Joker. And we have, I forget the name of it. Yeah, Flavum's there. Yeah. But you know, it's still not enough to be able to get past this wall. Like Namengard here, we have Joker being played. That's still good, so we could still be able to pop, something off. Just be able to get that,
another exhaust nexus.
Oh baby!
Oh man!
It's just not looking good. It's like every answer possible. As the control player, you live for these moments. You have every single answer to everything your opponent wants to do, and just back them into a corner. It is never fun. It is never fun. Just your opponent always telling you no, even though Corefish, I know you love doing that.
So back to just having the Lumiere on the board, and she just is back to square 1 basically. So it's very, very unfortunate, especially because you don't get to trigger that Blessed Cathedral either, since it's not in the attack step. So
never mind. Yeah, that's a closed casket for sure. Yeah, you just can't get past it. Like, I even with killing one of them, that is, no matter what you do, I am drawing 3.
That is that is definitely not what you want to see. Oh my gosh.
And you know what? As the control player, you want that. You want, like,
100%.
You put your opponent in a sense of despair that they can't get out of, and it feels very terrible. But looking at his hand, 2 ice shields, right? Like, he doesn't need to use them. Like, there's no reason to. I have it all set in stone.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 really, really big spirits anyways because they're at full. So, yeah, you're just sitting pretty basically. Like, there's no reason to set the ice shield in the situation for Anthony. Even with the fact that she plays Joker, I mean, you're drawing 3 cards. You're going to draw into something like the Core Theft, for example, right there, or just blocking with the Namengard or blocking with the Elk. So yeah, you're just playing Protect the Elk. That's basically what you're doing.
And you know what is the best thing about it is the fact that, as Anthony, putting that Elk there in the deck is a very great thing because, you have 3 Netherworlds down. They have to deal damage to you or you take life. And if they do even swing at all, even try to deal damage to you, you're drawing 3 at this point. you're set. You're not moving an inch right now because not moving an inch. You're attacking, but you're not having to do any risky plays because nothing you make is risky right now. Your entire hand is great. Your field presence is great. I'm getting every core right back, and it makes it so much better.
Exactly.
Now I am hoping the suppression coming down. Yeah, this is just it's just looking like a very bleak moment right now. I would say for the just because of the fact that there's a wall built that you can't pass with normal means. If you have a hand, that would be great, but there's nothing really in the hand to deal with most of these things. Like, you have to see too many cards to be able to hope for a win. And even with that, it just doesn't work out. And like we said, he has 2 ice shields in hand. No matter what happens, he's good.
Yeah. With no way to get rid of the elk, like, it's just a very bad situation. She has no cards in hand either. So yeah, that's gonna be the game. Yes. So yellow white axe spider Anthony Alvarez taking it with a 2-0 victory over Yellow Luster. Really great showing from Yellow Luster, to be honest. Like, even though it felt like an uphill battle for game 2, game 1 flooded the field because of King Charles. Getting a Joker off of the Charles was so fun to see. It was such a great feeling right there.
And it felt bad that it had to be Birdie that was used, like, because you really hope for those turns, and those are the most hopeful turns you can ever get, is to be able to hit those triggers that many times. Like, to be able to plus off of King Charles twice is honestly insane. But Anthony was just able to stabilize game 1 and also just have an amazing hand in game 2. Game 2, he was just sitting pretty, just waiting and just biding his time, making sure that he didn't do any risky plays in the early game. Just making sure that everything he did was calculated and considered, because at a certain point you have Elk. Elk's not going anywhere, with that exhaust nexus. You need too many to take it out. Namengard was just that safe haven to just draw. So he's like, okay, I can attack for free now. I don't have to sit back anymore. I can be aggressive and not have to worry about anything with that, especially seeing all those netherworlds. Like, whoo, oh my gosh, the 3, I would have burned those cards after the game. I would have wanted to just throw them in the trash. We don't need them anymore. That is terrible.
You are echoing the sentiment of a lot of players right now with Netherworld Depths and Axe Spiders. So I definitely think that's how the team is feeling. I mean, it was great showing, though, to be honest. Yes. It's just the fact that game 1, Anthony had double Burning Force. He was able to get rid of the Netherworld Depths on her side very, very early on, the turn after she played it. So that was very unfortunate, but also the fact that he had another one on the following turn to get rid of the King Charles and the free Arcana Joker that came out off of the King Charles effect, was just kind of what sealed the deal there. I mean, both players played very, very well. The fact that he drew 3 Netherworld Depths and was able to play them turn after turn after turn was just kind of exactly what he wanted to see as a control player. Like, I love to see it deep down, but at the same time, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so dirty.
I need you guys to know that Corefish was over there smiling, seeing those Netherworlds go down, while I'm just like PTSD. I'm cringing. I'm just like, there's no way. Oh, there's no way. Like that just hurts my soul to see.
Yeah.
You run into Netherworld, once you're like, all right, 1 Netherworld's expected. The 2 is like, all right, we're in a weird position. We got to really think about what we can do. That 3rd one was, you're putting me in the dirt. It makes me very, just looking, if you're sitting across from it, you got to really think like, that is such a crazy thing to see. Yeah, like, you're drawing 3 cards. Namengard's whole Wind Destroyed effect is it draws 3 cards and gets 3 cores. However, you don't really need it to die. What happens if it did die? You're getting 6. Like,
and it goes back to the fact of like what I was saying about Namengard being my favorite card, and that was kind of one of the situations that kind of shows why like the just shows the power of Namagard because of the fact that you get to refresh all your cores. You're playing your Nexus for essentially free because you're getting those cores back at the end of your turn. But Anthony played it very well because normally as a control player, like even though you want to draw cards, you don't want to play 3 depths out with a Namagard on board a lot of the time, because if your opponent can get rid of that Namagard and then make you draw 3 cards, ramp 3 cores, the fact that you're drawing 3 cards per attack or per block, you can deck out sometimes. And that's what a lot of control players get into bad situations with playing Netherworld Depths. So the fact that he played it very well, while Athena was on the back foot, that was proper. That was exactly how you want to play Depths when you have multiples, because you don't want your opponent to be able to flood the board with low-cost spirits and then be able to deck you out because you have a Namagard on board along with 3 depths. Like, you don't want that to happen. So he played it very, very well. It was not a sight that normal players are used to seeing and not being able to, like, play around. But in that situation, there was no playing around that. Like, you just could not get past it.
And you have Elk. You know, Elk being that protection was so great.
Yes.
You know, Elk just being like, hey, listen, if you don't hit me, you're going to take damage. But if you do even try, I'm drawing.
So the fact that he played the Namagard with the Elk, oh man, that's just a sight that no one wants to see. Because even if you Dream Bomb, like, you're still going to see either one or both the next turn. So it just kind of feels bad. But great showing from both players. We are going to be taking a lunch break after this round. So it is a 30-minute lunch break, not a full hour or anything like that. So we'll be back relatively soon. But any final word on the matchups that we just saw, or, you know, anything like that before we go to this break?
Yes, I'm really just going to say to all, you know, both of the players that played in this one, it was so great, honestly. And seeing how Yellow has overcome a lot of things, and you can see how dangerous Yellow can be. Now, you know, Anthony just saw the right cards at the right time, but in situations where, you know, sometimes you won't always see the right cards at the right time, we can see how Yellow is starting to pick up. Yellow's starting to become a deck that we really have to look out for, and you have to keep Yellow on watch, because at any given moment, a card could come out and it could just make Yellow's whole deck just 10 times better, to the point where no one can stop. So I'm very happy. Very happy.
Yeah. Exhaust Nexus is good. It's a great card. But we are going to be taking a lunch break, so we will see you after that. So stick around. We're going to be coming back shortly before the lunch break ends. That way we can talk to you a little bit and go over what to expect next. Make sure to put the decks that you want to see in the chat below, please. We love to bring you the content that you want to see and keep you all entertained. So we will see you after this lunch break. So see you soon, everyone.
See ya.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to our round 3 feature match. My name is Corefish. My co-host is Jex, as you can see by his glasses. We have a super exciting feature match for you. We have Ryan Miles on a purple-green aggro deck. And then we have, on the other side of him, Colin Kaiser playing Spider Control. So should be a very interesting match. We have some really great players for you. So any thoughts before we jump right into this, Jex?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a lot we're going to see from these 2 great players. These are players that have always proven their worth in the Pro Tour, even in other tournaments in their locals. So we are going to see a lot coming out from them, especially, you know, seeing how much they have improved their decks. Now, we know historically Ryan always is the one to go with purple. Purple is a real heartfelt, you know, deck for Ryan himself. Now, Colin, it'll be interesting to see what Colin picks, at least for this tour. So we never know. But I am very hyped to see these 2 great players go off against each other, because we know it's just going to be one for the ages. Yeah,
definitely. And we see Ryan starting out with Dragonaga Assassin. Not the ideal start for turn 1, not being able to attack without the, you know, with going first. But it does live, so he will get to attack and draw a card, since Colin just played a Snowbit and put all of his cores on it and passed. And he's just going to block for that free draw. So both players getting to draw a card here.
Yeah, we're starting off, white control the way you want to get. Just draw your cards out. You got the little promo cards just dying for the sake of cards, and it's sad to say they serve a purpose. They serve a good one.
It's either for a reduction or to draw a card. So either way, but we do see a turn 2 depth.
Yes.
So this is the ideal start for any control deck and any deck this format, to be honest. So we have the ideal start for both players actually, because Miles fires back with a Rotting Swamp, and that's exactly what he wants to see as well.
Yeah, guys, Colin is just saying, hey, you know what? I'm just going to put it down right now. If you have an answer for it, you have an answer for it. But it doesn't look like Ryan has an answer for it right now. There is no Burning Force coming down to kill it. So at this point, Netherworld, this is where it becomes a really big threat. Because if you don't deal with it turn 1, every turn afterwards, it becomes a really, really scary battle. Because if they put out more, you have to deal with a lot of things. Now, I would be very interested to see, what Colin has, because, he's drawn 2 cards. He's gotten a lot out of, those 2 cards that he's already played. So we should really see like what would be in his hand for him to really just say, okay, I'm going to start cementing my place in this match right now.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like the players are thinking a bit before proceeding. But yeah, I think going into this matchup, you had to guess, if you were Ryan anyways, that you were going to be playing against Axe Spider. We are in round 3, so there's definitely going to be plenty of these decks to play against. Being on aggro, what would be your game plan going into this?
Aggro is a really weird thing, because since this isn't even white aggro, but because this will be the purple aggro matchup, it is a very situational type of game, because you see that you have Netherworld down, and since it's out so early, it really does make you have pause about what you really want to do, because you really want to be able to stop your opponent from doing much. Now, you have to already automatically assume, because Colin is playing Axe Spider, that there is Burning Force in the deck, so you can't build as wide. You can't go wide. You have to build tall. But with purple, you can't really build that tall. Now, granted, you can pop, you could build wide and then get those Burning Forces out. But sometimes if you don't have a good amount of draw, it does suck. Now, we do have Rotting Swamp down to be able to hold, to get those card draws off of your units dying on your attack step. But it is still a detrimental thing with aggro, because you got to be very careful about how you spread out your units. Like I said, Colin's just going to draw as much as possible. And sometimes with, playing against control, it becomes just a really bad, not stalemate, but it becomes a really bad situation where you can't do anything. But we see like Dream Bomb just making sure that goes right back to hand, making sure that board is completely tapped. Now, granted, Colin's playing control. He's not going to go swing in all the time. He's just going to be sitting there and be like, okay, cool. I'll be all right. I'll be fine.
Yeah, as a control player, I mean, that's really what your early game plan is just build up cores, build up cards, build the slight advantages, take those positive trades that you can, like he just did right now, with that Dream Bomb play, and then firing back with a Snowbit and a Namengard. This is super ideal for Colin in this situation, especially coming into an aggro matchup like this. So the thing about Ryan's situation right now is that the Dragonaga Assassin wants to keep drawing cards, but it does have Curse at the same time that it draws. So he's kind of in a delicate situation, because he doesn't want, at least I wouldn't anyways if I was the aggro player, I would not want to trigger that Namengard for free. Even if it's for 1 card for me to draw, like it just doesn't seem worth it in that situation, at least in my opinion. So he's in a very weird situation, because he could let Colin draw 3 cards or 4 cards actually, because of depths on the field, and then also ramp 3 cores. So it's kind of a delicate situation. So being that you're, the aggro player out of us two, what would you do in this situation? Would you swing? Would you just build up your board? What's the game plan here?
The thing is about, swinging is the fact that you're going to plus your opponent so much that it hurts.
Yes.
And it's never going to be good for you, especially with, not aggro. Control having so many answers to aggro, and just being able to wall you off easily. Now, you could, build up, but, you're playing in the control. Control is going to outlast you 100% of the time. So it's a very sticky situation because although you do have curse, you're able to get some units off if they try to block or anything like that. It does make it a little weird because, you know, unless he's going to have to either have a way to draw consistently so he's not losing that many units and then having no hand after. Now, maybe he might play Rotting Swamp again to be able to say, you know what, even if I do attack, you're not going to do anything to me. You know, because I'll still have enough hand to really swing out at you again. If you don't have any answers towards that now, you're screwed. So I would really just hope to be able to draw a lot, you know, honestly, because the more hand you have as the purple aggro player, you'll just be able to kill off really easily.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. And so it does look like he's going a bit wide. So he plays Demo Bones, another Dragonaga Assassin that got bounced with Dream Bomb, and then an Aglavale with level 2. That way he can draw a card when it's destroyed. But it does have curse, so it will trade with the Namagard here. So exactly what we were saying, you know, he's gonna plus Colin 4 cards in his hand. Oh,
yeah,
there's the core theft. There's the core theft for the Snowbit at least, which is great. But he's still gonna let Colin draw 4 cards and ram 3 cores off of that one card that he's gonna draw from the Aglavale being destroyed. So was it worth it? I guess we'll find out.
And you know, sometimes you have no choice. Sad to say, as an aggro player, sometimes there's situations where other people will look at you and be like, "Why did you run into that?" But I have no choice. It's either I kill it or I have to deal with it. You know, ramping me stuff, like just different things that will ramping you things. So it just depends. Like, you know, swing under is the best bet, you know, that you can have because you swing under that right automatically. It's tap, can't really do much. You know,
so we should have seen the Namagard be destroyed though, right?
Right, because it was cursed, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So why is Namagard still on? And then maybe does the judge not see it?
Because I thought Aglavale had 2 cores under it.
No, I'm pretty.
Unless it just had 1. And I was mistaken. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like, actually. So, okay, so it didn't have curse. Okay,
yeah, he took the core off of it.
For the core theft. Yeah, smart play by Ryan. So he doesn't plus his opponent. I just barely caught up with that line of thinking. So yeah.
Now, like I said, you're drawing. You know, your opponent's drawing, of course, but like you know, with aggro, you have with control, you have to bet, like really bet that all they have is either monsters, like high cost monsters. Or, you know, not a lot of spells, like mostly just not a lot of spells, because honestly, look at that. Just looking at that board. Oh, an Infinity Shield coming out, a card we haven't seen yet pop out, but it is from this new set. Loving it. But it is something that, you know, like you said, for the control player, you know, sometimes it does seem like an uphill battle. But because that early Netherworld, it becomes very scary. Because sometimes there's not a lot you could do after that hits the board early.
That is very, very true. I mean, Ryan is doing a great job with staying in the game by using the draw effects effectively. So that's great on his side. It's just really interesting to see how aggro plays around this, especially with that one card being, and then there's the burning force.
Yep. You always know, like, and you know what? I gotta give it to Ryan. Like, I know how great of a player Ryan is, and I know he's been in these situations. He's probably tested for these situations. He knows, like, this is what that player wants to do. This is what Colin wants to be able to do with these cards. And you know, it's a lot. Sometimes you can't protect against it, but he is trying his hardest. And the good part is the hand that he has after just getting Burning Force doesn't seem like it's a thin hand. It still is, you know, meaty. Like, you still have cards.
There's the Axe Spider in hand also.
Yeah. Oh, you see, now that is the weird part, because at this point in time, with Axe Spider being there, you know, you have Namagard at level 4. You're able to, if you want to, swing in and not care. And you gotta hope that he doesn't have Dream Bomb. But if you're seeing a purple deck, you know, you can't count it out. But sometimes you could, you know, be like, all right, yeah, you probably.
Yeah. So Colin just swinging in level 1. Oh, and then there is the Swift for the Leaf Wolf coming in.
Did not expect Leaf Wolf to come down. Now at this point, we're okay. This is the green card coming in. You know, we might have to just be seeing a green purple aggro deck coming. And I like it. You know, honestly, Leaf Wolf is a really cool card.
It
And
is.
even though, you know, it came from the starter deck, usually people be counting out starter deck cards. You would be surprised. Green starter deck is still great with cards, especially white starter deck, where you know how crazy the white starter deck, how much like Dream Bomb, Grey Garner. Oh my gosh. Like it's just insane.
Another Leaf Wolf.
Woo! We building
All
up.
right.
That's good.
Well, yeah. And then we do see the refresh. So I believe Colin is at 1 life, by the way. So Colin is on a very
Tight.
He's on the clock, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because aggro could end up going wide. I mean, even if he has another burning force, if Ryan can go wide enough with his, you know, free cost and low cost spirits, then this game, you know, he could be in trouble. I mean, Colin does have a Dream Bomb in hand. I did see that. So there's that at least. But he could end up drawing into another Infinity Shield. So.
And this is going to be crazy. And, like, you know, honestly, just seeing how everything's going out, what would you say as a control player? You're looking at this and you know, I know your game plan, you're sitting pretty right now. How passive do you sit, or do you just go in?
No, with the full Namengard, you definitely just want to kind of just out aggro the aggro deck, because you're going to refresh unless they have a Dream Bomb, which, I mean, it's one of those situations, like you said, if they have it, they have it. But if they don't, then I'm just in a great position. And we do see an Ice Shield in Colin's hand regardless. So it's not going anywhere. Like, this game is far from over for the control player. But yeah, in this situation, I'm sitting pretty. You know, even if there's a Thorn Prison, I'm just going to Ice Shield, or I'm going to draw into an Infinity Shield from my Netherworld Depths.
Yeah, and look at the hand. Like, that's what you want. Like, you have choices. You have options.
He has an Aegis too.
Yeah, like, you're able to just say, you know what, you might not get that draw, depending on how many cards Ryan has in hand, but you'll get that life back.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, he could go back to 2. He has an Ice Shield already. So, I mean, if he really wanted to, he could set it. But most likely, he's just going to keep it in hand regardless. So, he could go back to 2, play an Aegis, make sure to bounce something on Ryan's turn. Oh, and Ryan did play a Depths as well. So, both of these players are going to be drawing cards. So, unfortunately, he doesn't have another Burning Force in hand to be able to get rid of it. But at this point in the game, I don't know if you really care all that much about it. Like, yes, of course, drawing cards for your opponent, drawing cards against control is like, they're keeping up with you at that point. Like, you're not going to be able to outlast them because you're about even in that situation. But I mean, look at this. He has a Derm Dyna in hand.
Yeah, I know.
So that's two unblockable attacks right there. So yeah. Right. Colin is just in a great position right now.
Yeah, and you know what? Like you said, like, you know, sometimes you got to make that choice. Like, okay, if I know I have Dyna, do I really care about killing off the Nexus right now? But I mean, granted, sometimes you do. There are times where you really just, you know, with Dyna, with Depths, you really want to kill it. You want to get it off board as fast as possible because you don't want to deal with it. You don't want to keep having to deal with it. So as early as you can get it out, the better. But in situations like this where you can make 2 unblockables, you know, it may just be better for you not to. Like, even if you did have it.
Yeah. And if Ryan takes this to go to 1, that's So I mean, they're both in the same situation. They're both at 1 life. But Colin's board is just that much more impressive, in my opinion. Especially with the fact that he has an Ice Shield in hand. He has a reduction, so he pays less for the Ice Shield. Like, he's just in a really, really good situation. Ryan is fighting that uphill battle right now that you don't want to see as an aggro player, in my opinion. I mean, I don't play a lot of aggro because it's just not my play style, but just coming from the side of the control player, like, this is exactly where you want your aggro matchup to be, is for them to be on the back foot.
Yeah, and you know what? I will say, look, Dyna is my favorite card. As much as, you know, some people that know me know, it is my favorite card in the game. Okay, I gotta say, seeing it down is amazing, especially with the duo with just having, you know, Dyna and you having, you know, Enterprise. Now, granted, it was a very scary thing for me to have, you know, when I had to take away the Soul Core, because it felt like I was taking away my only option with a suppression, so I had to rely on, Ice Shield. I had to rely on other things like Dream Bomb. But, now we have Infinity Shield, other things like that. And since, you have Elephant on board, you can just stay in your units up, just have fun with it,
And there was a Thorn Prison that came out from Ryan's side. So Ryan, Thorn Prison, Dinah, and Axe Spider are going to be exhausted. And Ryan's going to continue playing another depth.
Ooh, okay, we're coming out.
Well, this is where aggro can possibly catch up, at least a little bit anyways. So we'll see what Ryan can do with those extra cards.
We're at a point where, we have so many cards and, I don't think he's going to do anything but put units on board and just say pass, because at that point, you try to attack me, I'll draw. And hopefully, he has things to get rid of that Dinah, because Dinah will still always be in play. But he's swinging in with Akavil now.
The good thing, though, here is that Colin's only at 1 life. Ryan is kind of forcing the Ice Shield play right here, also to draw 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's a good situation for Ryan now because of those 2 depths and because he's attacking with such a wide board. Because he's going to draw 3 cards, actually, if the Aglavale... Or no, he'll draw 4 cards total if Aglavale is destroyed by VP comparison. So,
hey, look. At this point, we're trying to see who builds the biggest cookbook.
Yep.
And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Everything happening right now for Ryan is, strictly what I'm talking about his skill level. He's a very methodical player. He'll sit there and look at what you have and be like, you know what? This is what I want to do to be able to beat it. And he was able to execute it perfectly. He has a great board, especially when you're playing with aggro matchup. He is trying to get these spells out of, Colin's hand, say, okay, I'm gonna make sure you only have monsters. So at this point, you're gonna have to rely on whatever you draw from turn or Netherworld to be able to do anything against me. And you got to take that bet with the aggro. If you're an aggro player, you have to. There's no other.
And Ryan just scoops it up, knowing that next turn the unblockable is just gonna get in there. So
he had nothing else. That's the sad part, because you kind of want to, go off of and say, oh, wait, what am I going to draw?
Yeah, especially with the fact that that Colin's full board was going to be unblockable because of Derm Dinah, because there were 4 Nexus on the board. You just can't do anything in that situation. So, yeah, good call to go to next game. There was only about, 20 minutes off the round right there, so not too long in this control matchup for the aggro player and Ryan. But yeah, taking a look at his side, at Colin's side, we do see Burning Force, Elk, and another Infinity Shield coming in. So that's going to be very tough for the aggro player to kind of get around.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, at the end of the day, with your sideboard, you know what you want to do once you see his aggro. You know exactly what you want to put in. And that's the hard part. For Ryan, because usually what you want with an aggro matchup, well, if you're playing aggro, you want that first game win. You want to be able to get that first game out, because sometimes you could put in things from the sideboard that can, really shake up that second game and be able to get that second game win. So when you're on the losing side of the aggro player matchup, it feels bad. It does feel really bad, because then even if you have a surprise, you still have a third game. Exactly. They know your surprises.
Yeah. And it doesn't look like Ryan brought in the Ice Shields. Not really needed in this matchup because it's a control matchup. I mean, bringing them in for the Dinah play is nice, but at the same time, there's other things that are more crucial to your strategy that you're going to want in going into game 2, especially being behind a game already. So we're not seeing the counter sword go in, so we didn't see that from either player. And yeah, being the aggro player, what cards would you want to bring in this matchup?
Oh, that's tricky. Look, we've seen green pop in. We've seen, it's a purple green deck. Could have Joker. You could have that just to make sure that you're able to get to your opponent's last life after having such a really strong, swing in the early match. Sometimes with the aggro matchup, especially with having Joker and Dinah, availability, even though with, purple green, you pretty much want to use Joker. That when you get them low, sometimes with a control matchup, they can just build that wall. You can get past that wall quick enough, you're fine. If you know that you're just having to deal with, you've just swung out at them early, they couldn't do much. They're at 2 or 1 life. You see Joker, you're fine. So honestly, I feel like Joker will be the key for this. I mean, but you also know, since you're playing against the elementals, the purple and the white elementals, it depends. You could add ice shields, and if depending on if you don't have enough, because I'm pretty sure usually with aggro you don't really run the ice shields. You could add ice shield. It depends. It totally depends on like how your mindset will be for what you know. And I think Ryan does know what usually, Khaled will side in against them.
Man,
that hand
against aggro, man.
Now,
but so we do see the Joker. There you go. Yeah.
Like, you want to save it. I mean, to be honest, you get it. If you have 2 in hand, then that's perfect. But you being able to get that Joker is very detrimental if you can swing out. Now, Pegasion coming down, you already know. Like, we already know how this goes. Rotting Swamp is here.
I mean, so the good thing for Ryan is that for a lot of his spirits, Pegasion's not that big of a wall because they have Curse. So Camelot has Curse, Aglavale has Curse, Dragonaga Assassin has Curse. Yes. So Pegasion's only going to get it Colin so far in this situation, to be honest. It's not like a typical matchup with aggro. So like white aggro, for example, seeing a Pegasion on the other side of the board is kind of scary. I mean, I from my testing with white aggro anyways, like I never wanted to see Pegasion against me because that card is just so good. I can't go wide.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is like once you decide like, okay, I want to go wide, and you see Pegasion, it ruins your game plan. So you got to think longer. You got to think about it for a little bit. But having Dragonaga is fine, because look at that. You're swinging in with Curse. Yeah. You get the draw. You're fine. You don't care. I'm like, all right, cool. You want to kill the Pegasion, which I already know is going to be terrible for me to deal with later. Fine.
100% and I draw another card because I have Rotting Swamp on my board. So it's such a good situation for Ryan right now.
Like, Ryan knows what he wants to do. And I'm hoping, that we see some more tricks up Ryan's sleeve for this, because, once you know what deck you're playing against, it becomes very easy to be like, all right, these are the plays I need to make. These are the plays I can't make, like for the first early turns that I did last time, because you know what you're looking out for.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I definitely agree. And on the control player side of things, like, it's not that bad that Ryan had drawn 2 cards in that situation. Like, you didn't take a life. You're not forced to accelerate your game plan any sooner than you want to. It's kind of like, I just passed, basically. But we do send Emerant Man. I believe that's what the card is named. The one that that draws a card, right? Or is that Worker Ant Man?
That's Worker Ant.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the one that was when it was destroyed. But yeah, it is Worker Ant Man. So Ryan just saying, I'm going to ramp a little bit more. I'm going to accelerate my game plan because I have such a good card. Like, that card is just so good, to be honest.
I love it, and then I hate it at the exact same time. I mean, I play Nemesis sometimes, so like, I love this card. I love it. This is just like what that card being born was such a treat. I always praise green for ramping, and I'm looking at some of the green cards. I'm like, I haven't seen too much of like consistent. I'm like, oh, Worker Ant came out. I'm like, yes, this is it. This alone is what I mean.
Here we go. Oh man.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Ryan is just going wide and just saying, if you have the ice shield, you have the ice shield. I'm gonna build a huge board and just swing as much as I can.
This is the police open up.
Okay.
Hey, look, bounce something. That's fine. This is the police open up. Like, there's so many units coming in. It's rushing.
Yeah.
You can't.
I mean, at least he doesn't lose this turn, which is great for Colin. Do you swing out right here, Jex? If this was you.
I'm swinging. Oh, yeah, I'm swinging.
Okay, yeah.
Like, at this point, like, I'm at 5 life. I'm playing against a control player. What are you putting out to do me much, really? You can't hurt me as much as I'm going to hurt you this turn.
Imagine Leon right here, or Leon.
Okay. Listen to me. Listen to me. Don't listen to Corpus. All right. Don't listen to whatever he said. Don't even run it in the deck. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to see y'all. I know what y'all gonna do. But this is the best thing. No, that's toxic mentality. We do not condone that here. We will see Aegis, which honestly,
he gains a core. I believe he's gonna be able to draw a card, but I don't know how many cards each player has in hand. So
look,
either way, he's going back to 2 life. So
it is the new Machine Beast 4 white. Namengard had his time. Now we got a new boy on the block. I still love Namengard though. But Aegis coming in and saying, hey, look, we're just, I heard y'all were complaining that yellow was getting life back. Let's do something about it.
Right. And you said that white doesn't have draw power. Let's balance that a little bit.
Yeah. You know what? We won't give you too much because then we'll make you too broken. But we will give you a little crumb. And that's a big crumb.
That's a huge rotting swamp.
Lord have mercy. Jeez. Okay. And now, are you going to get that worker ant out of here?
I mean, he kind of has to.
Yeah, because he's at
2 life, and I mean, he does have a suppression and an infinity shield in hand, so he can bounce the worker ant-man if he wants to. But it's already done its job. It already accelerated a core.
Look at that hand.
3 suppression.
Basically 4.
4 suppression, basically, with the infinity shield. Oh,
we have Joker. Look at that. Oh yeah, Ryan, you are sitting pretty too. Like that's the crazy part.
Yeah.
Now you gotta pop it. You gotta. Oh my
Ryan's
God.
drawing 2 cards from the 2 rotting swamps.
And that's just such a crazy card because he's just showing you right here, people. You don't need Netherworld to draw sometimes. But we are seeing that suppression. Skullfly going bye-bye. We're going to make Camelot Knight sit there for a little bit.
Yeah, because Camelot Knight doesn't have Curse right now since there's no Soul Core on it. So
nope. We do draw 2 more cards, though. Look at this. It's just, oh my gosh. Okay, Pot of Greed coming out for everybody.
Exactly.
I'm loving it. This is what you want, especially for when you're playing aggro. You want these kind of turns where it just seems like your opponent maybe doesn't have a lot to do. They're just sitting there
just
thinking.
On the back foot right there. So,
right.
Especially with the Leaf Wolf in hand like that.
Oh, look at that. Just beautiful. I'm loving it. Now, I may seem a little bit hyped, but you got to understand. As the resident aggro player, these are just the turns that I wish for. These are just beauty.
I mean, trading a spirit for 2 cards is great.
Yes. He's just showing like why this deck, he has cultivated this deck. He has thought about it. He has spent the time on it. And I love, looking at Ag Spider. I love it. But sometimes I just want it to go away. I love the card, but God, it hurts.
Especially when you're the aggro player and your opponent's at 2 life and you're at a full 5 and you're drawing 2 cards per the exchange of a spirit being blocked.
Listen, if there's nothing else I hate, and I will say the word hate, I like Ag Spider. I'm all right with. You put Greynar on board in Enterprise, I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I got hot pot in the oven, like I'm ready to eat. Like just let me go. If I have to see that card, we don't need to play this out. We know how this is gonna go. But this is great. And you know what? As the control player, what are you looking to do? You see the hand. What is your mindset if you were?
I mean, you kind of just have to push forward in this situation because you have the Infinity Shield. So playing the Dyna here is definitely the right call. Trying to push in some 2 free damage, basically. Or at least 1 if they have a Thorn Prison. So, yeah, it's definitely the right call because, 2 suppression and an Infinity Shield in hand and a Birding Force, you have to just push it forward. You can't really just sit back in this situation being at 2 life.
And, with Colin not knowing if at all, if he has Joker in his deck at all. I mean, he probably is predicting it, but he doesn't know about Joker. So he has to deal with the fact of like being don't know about yet. If he doesn't predict it, it could be the downfall.
Yeah, especially with giving him 2 life right there, or 2 cores to be able to work with and further his game plan of just aggroing and just getting out. I mean, in this situation, if you're Ryan, you know that your opponent has an Infinity Shield, or not a suppression, because the Soul Core is gone because the Derm Dyna. So you know that he has an Infinity Shield, or an Ice Shield in the burst. So
and Ryan knows it awful. Like, for some players that might not know, Ryan knows it because he played Dyna, had to remove that Soul Core for Dyna's effect. He knows that if he didn't have something else to protect himself, he would have never gotten that Soul Core.
Exactly. Yes.
He knows for a fact that he would have never taken that Soul Core. Now, we will see Netherworld coming down. But listen, everyone's hated or favorite card. You got to choose. But we are putting it up to level 3. Ooh. So if he does Infinity Shield, that card is still dead. Ooh, oh, look, listen, at this point, we're getting saucy.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm hyped.
Colin just loses right here. We are going to a game 3. Like, there's no way. I mean, he does have the Burning Force, but even still, there's 5. Yeah, there's 5 spirits on the board. So there's no way that he saves himself from
how many other units does he have? Yeah, I mean, he could fill board.
He has 5. So, okay. I mean, there's the Ice Shield. There you go. Yeah. Okay. So Colin has to hope to draw like another Aegis, or
Aegis has been the saving grace for most. It was like
Aegis is like the only thing that he could draw in that situation. I mean, so he can Infinity Shield with the Dyna because Dyna can keep on saving itself.
Yeah.
So
he has Dream Bomb as well.
Oh, he drew the Dream Bomb for turn. Yep. Okay. So he's going to live a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. But Ryan's just looking in a really great position. I mean, his hand is full. Like, let's not even forget that. His hand is full. Granted, he could use Storm Prison right now. I know Ryan has it in his hand. He could use Storm Prison to get... Well, no, he's not going to. Yep, not going to. Just going to let Aegis get it. Now, granted, he's at 2 life right now. Gotta be very careful with that. Very careful being at 2 life, especially with Dyna being on board. You never know what could happen to be able to protect against it. But all in all, if you're Ryan right now, you're looking at your hand and you're saying, yeah, I'll be all right. Like, I haven't, of course. Do I have to worry about anything? Not really. He's counting his cores up too. Ooh, this is looking good.
Yeah,
I am 100% thinking about everything that's going on right now, because at this point, if I'm Ryan, and Joker coming out.
He's probably going to play both Joker right now, right?
Yep. I think he has both. I mean, there is a Burning Force in hand, so that's the thing that we always talk about. Joker isn't just I get a free swing. If they have Burning Force, which this meta is huge for that, and he does. Go. And I'm guessing Ryan is just going to kill both off. With the Burning Force. And that is the sad part about Joker, is the fact that, as great of a card as it is low BP. So it falls under that Burning Force range. So it is really, really easy to kill off. Oh, wait a minute. He may be choosing to see if he's going to give these cores to the others. So he can sit there and be like, you know what? Nope, I'm going to put him on Joker so I'll get out of that Burning Force range. Oh,
another Joker.
God. I think that's a weird. I don't know if that's good.
Oh yeah.
I mean, granted, you have 2 Burning Forces. Oh, a Burning Force is going to come down, kill 2 off. You do draw 2, but
oh man,
I don't know if that was a great play. But granted, he has to take the chance. If you have Burning Force, you have it. But it's still a very, very cautious situation right now.
Dang, I don't know if I would have played it that way.
No, yeah. Yeah, see, they just die because it's just so low, and you could, and I understand like people's mindset with Joker is free swings, but
I think keeping the full board and just swinging out was the correct play.
Yeah,
even with Infinity Shield, like you force the Dyna to be able to save itself,
Right. And you know, if he
So
uses Burning Force on that, he uses Burning Force on that.
yeah,
Oh man, and we're putting ourselves back at square one. Now, granted, Ryan does have a lot of cards in hand, so he can be
he
able to
does.
recover.
Yeah.
But it is I don't think that was the best play that could have been made right there. Now, granted, like I said, we're watching as commentators to see we see both hands.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
sometimes you gotta
Exactly.
take that risk as a player. You gotta take
Yeah.
that chance.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that was
What do you
a
now? Are
that was
you
a tough
looking
one.
up as the control player?
Yeah, I mean, I'm swinging out here 100%. I have an Infinity Shield still, so yeah, there's no reason I'm not swinging right here.
Like you're just looking at your as a control player, you're just looking out and saying, you know what, I'll be all right. I'll be fine.
Yeah,
Like nothing.
yeah,
I don't
definitely.
have to worry.
I'm comfortable at 2 life with Infinity Shield and suppressions in hand, so
Mm,
I'm 100% swinging out right here. Even with depths being a thing next turn, I'm still pushing for damage. Like if he has the ice shield, he has the ice shield or dream bomb, whatever, either one.
and you know what? I am very, very excited doing so well, but I know that one sometimes like with aggro, you gotta be very careful. One turn can be your downfall.
He's at 1 life.
100%.
Here
Yeah.
we go. Let's see if Colin swings, and he's most likely going to because that Infinity Shield. So
That doesn't
he has to draw Dream Bomb right here. Yeah, there
oh
you
yeah,
go.
it's game.
All
And
right,
that's such a sad thing to see.
and Colin does take it with
Yep.
white purple axe spiders. So we just see the strength of the deck, like even against aggro, sticking that early depths, game one, and then coming into game two, just being able to out advantage the aggro deck, even though there was 2 rotting swamp on the side of the Ryan, and then also getting into depths, like there was just too
Yeah.
much going on, too strong, too strong.
And you know what? I will say, you know, looking at this as well is just crazy because, you know,
Yeah,
I feel bad for Ryan because, you know, that turn, he did go a little too hard with
yeah,
the Jokers. Now, he could have, you know, played them one by one a little bit to be able to test the waters. Like he could have, it would have been fun to
yeah,
build up the Joker. Like I feel like if I am playing Joker, right, when I did put it in like white aggro for a little bit, I had to really think, which is why I took it out the deck, was okay, if I play it, I'm playing it for 5. I need to put 1 core on to keep it alive. Sure. So that's 6 cores I'm putting towards it. But I need to put 2 more. That makes me have 8 cores for that. And sometimes you just don't have that.
true.
You know, you can get Dream Bomb, something can happen. Like you could have to sacrifice multiple cards to be able to play Joker, and then they'll Dream Bomb you, and then your board is open. And
Yeah,
things like that, where you know you have to spread out those Jokers to be able to do anything with it, becomes detrimental because you need to be able to put Joker at that. Because like we saw, Burning Force was just able to kill it off so quickly.
such a large investment to lose it to a single burning force. That was the unfortunate part. I mean, you know, we had all the information because we could see both players' hands.
Yep.
But even still, like in that situation, I would have just kept my wide board. Like it
Yep.
gives you blockers, you know, even though you can't block with Dinah on the field, like it gives you more options than investing everything into only 3 spirits on the board. Given that Burning Force is a card and your opponent playing white purple control plays Burning Forces in multiples, you know, 3 to 4 at the very least, like 3 at the least, up to 4, up to the maximum. So, I mean, it was very interesting to see Ryan go that route that early. Well, not even that early, but just he was trying to progress the game state really quickly for some reason when I don't think it was necessary at that point.
No,
Dinah
and
does
you know,
put you on a clock. Dinah
yeah,
does put you on a clock. Like it's unblockable. I understand that 100%, but I don't know. I don't think I would have just pushed with my white board. Maybe played one
now,
Joker and then just swung out that way.
but now Ryan knows. I mean, Ryan knows. Ryan's, like I said, Ryan's a great player anyway, so he knows.
Yeah, of course.
At that point in that moment,
Yeah,
what I had to take the chance. And sometimes you have,
yeah,
especially with aggro,
exactly.
sometimes
Yeah,
all your turns can look like, and those chances can really win you game.
yeah.
And you know, some
True.
people don't know about the aggro side because some people don't know how aggro is. And just for me, I will tell you that a lot of times when I'm playing, especially local, because it's not like a big event, I'm testing the wall. I'm trying to see what happens if I swing out in against this deck. early? What happens if I don't swing out? What happens if I stay passive? I have to see that, because sometimes in different matchups, and you have to be very careful, because when you're in a big event like this, little situations like that can be the detriment to you dying, and you can't recover from.
Yeah, I think so. The other thing that I was gonna say is is the fact that Ryan had depths with a whole bunch of cores on it. Like, he could have just played one Joker or just held off on the Joker, and because he had 6 spirits on board. So he could have just put a whole bunch of cores on the depths, cored up a couple of his spirits, and then swung with it that way. That way, a few spirits would be at a depth range. That way, even if the control player had Infinity Shield, which he did, he would have been forced to use it on the Aegis, because Dinah is a mecha. So, right? Yeah, well, actually, no. He could have used it on Dinah, but so Dinah's a mecha, and Infinity Shield would have caused him to block with it. Depths would have taken more cores off of it, and he could have played it around that way. I think that would have been a little bit better. I believe he had an Aglavale in hand too, so he could have played that for one. He could have just played a little bit more wide and cored up depths. Anyways, at least that's my line of play that I would have saw. Ryan is a great player, so he probably saw something completely different. And he has been playing purple and just an aggro deck type for, definitely longer than me. Because like I said, I'm a control player, but just in my thinking, that's kind of the line of play that I saw anyways. But yeah, great showing on both players' side. They both showed masterful play of their decks. And I'm excited to see what they do with the rest of the tournament. So
yeah, I'm hyped. This is going to be fun. And, we've seen Axe Spider a lot. I know some people, don't really like seeing Axe Spider, but it's a testament to how strong the card is, the deck is in general. We're going to see a lot from it. We're going to see a lot from Control. Control is still going to be something that is heavily going to show results time after time. And aggro is something that people have been trying to put out. We've been trying to tweak with, because aggro is still great. Aggro can catch you off guard at any given point. But like I said, if you don't take that first game, sometimes it really does hinder you for the rest of the match, because sometimes your opponent already knows what they're coming out for. Sometimes you can get your opponent off with a surprise on that first game. So it really depends on what happens game sometimes.
No, very, very, very true. So we're very excited to see what happens in round 4. So we have at least 4 more rounds today, so at least 7 is what we were told. So lots of exciting content to come. Let us know in the comments in the chat down below which color deck you want to see next, and we will take a break. We will be right back, and we will see you soon. Stay tuned.
All right, guys, welcome to the 4th round of the Battle Spirit Saga Grand Open here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We are going to have a treat today. Our next round will be Jesse Smith against Zachary Bell. This is going to be one for the ages. These two players are heavy hitters in the Battle Spirits community and just card community in general. I am very, very excited to see what they bring forth. As of right now, we do not know what they're playing, but we will see. Or at least I know, but I ain't going to tell y'all until the screen pops up. But we are excited to see these two titans clash against each other. They are extremely powerful people. And, Jesse got the smug look right now, but don't worry about it. He's a humble dude as ever. So, honestly, what are you looking forward to from these players? Because we know Zach historically has gone to purple.
I'm definitely looking forward to the text in Zach's deck. As we were looking at the deck list, there's some interesting choices in there, to say the least. So hopefully he draws the cards and is able to play them, or at least show them on stream anyways, because I'm very interested to see if they're just in there for kind of like the meme, like your glasses have going on, or if they're for actual utility and to do well in the deck build. So it's going to be very, very interesting, and I'm super excited to see this matchup.
Oh yeah, we're going to see some crazy things popping off. Now, if you remember from some people, looking into the scene for last season, or at least last set, Jesse Smith did run white purple for a while. So it would be really great to see if he sticks with the white side or the purple side. You never know what might happen. But Zach, historically has been a purple player as well. So we may see a purple matchup. We may see a purple clash matchup going on there. And it would be very great to see because we have players who have always shown that they've been great. I mean, Zach right now, I believe, is undefeated. I don't think Zach has dropped a game at all. I haven't checked Jesse Smith's record yet, but I am pretty sure he's doing the same amount, just getting out everyone they need to that are in their way so they can make it to the top. And you know what? I will say I'm excited also just to see what they may do because, a lot, like we talked about before, green is a color that some people have started to mix in with purple a lot. So do you really expect green to be mixing? If you do, what cards do you think would be put in?
Oh, 100% Thorn Prison. That card is just instant Netherworld Depths food right there for you. Probably some of the ramp cards. So like maybe the Butterfly or Worker Ant-Man. Although Ant-Man not as prevalent in the purple deck because of the need for the Soul Core. And purple cards do need the Soul Core a lot, so they'd be fighting over it. So maybe the Butterfly. Yeah,
the Butterfly would be cool. And Ant, like you said, like the ramp one, just letting it die, your opponent, having to kill it off, and you getting that core is detrimental. It could be such a great partner with Worker Ant. And, it becomes very crazy. It becomes very crazy with everything. You start to sit there and think to yourself about all the green options that you have. You have the one that exhausts the card, when on play. That's something that could be detrimental because it's not like it's bouncing like Valkyrie Mist and taking it off the field completely, but it is dealing with a threat on board immediately, making your opponent have only a few cards that they could use to be able to defend like suppression.
Yeah, exactly. And it does look like Zach is starting us off. It looks like Jesse just
look, we're dealing with pro players. They're fast. They go real quick. They know what they want to do.
Exactly.
He put down that deadly balance right when he saw the Worker Ant just to get it out the game immediately. We don't want to deal with it. Longer it stays, the longer it sticks to the field, the harder it will be for you later on.
Exactly. That was a perfect time to play it too. I'm a little bit surprised. Are you surprised on the Deadly Balance choice still to play that card? I know it's kind of fallen out of favor lately.
I'm not surprised. Deadly Balance, even though it isn't something that you really need, let's say 4 copies of most of the time, it is something that still can do a lot for you in the early game. Because you taking out your opponent's card, if we just saw, is really detrimental. Now, if you see in the later game, it can be very, very bad. You might not want to see it later on in the game, but it is still something that, right now is still good. Now, as we can see right here, Jesse is just clearing out those Worker Ants. Of course, Zach was able to get that core off, but that Beldegor coming down and just saying, hey, we're not dealing with this right now. I don't want to see this ever again. You play another one, I might have to shoot that down too. Like, I just can't deal with it.
Does Zach have the third Worker Ant-Man? Are we going to see a third one?
I'm not going to lie to you. I've seen some insane top decks today. I would not put it past them. Okay, and we got Dragon Naga, so we're ruining the streak, but we're putting down a great card to be able to draw with. Now, granted, like you said, with Jesse seeing that we playing purple, at this point, you got to be very careful about what you play because another Beldegor could come down at any given time. Exactly. Now, we are trading right away, too. With that going away so fast, it's literally like we've seen boards, like we've seen clear boards for at least 2 games.
3 or 4 turns. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
And there is the first steps of the game.
Oh my gosh! Now, if you're sitting there and I know you're watching this, and yes, this is what we're talking about. We are playing. This is Goku versus Vegeta in the 7. I can't. This is just crazy. It's the back and forth because both players know exactly what they want to do. They know what they have out. They don't even really need to think right now. It's not that late in the game for them to think about each process. They're just playing cards and they say, all right, good. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. They probably play this matchup 8 times a day. Definitely. No sleep.
And there's the Black Lance, so that he still draws some cards at least. So he's gonna draw 2 cards and just pass his turn. So Zach, let's see what he can fire back with. Is it gonna be more purple? Yes. There's a Lamorak.
Thank God, I love Lamorak. Seeing that is fine. It makes me so happy.
A new card from set 2. You know, we're gonna see. Oh, and he has the depth.
Yes.
Depth Lamorak. Add back Aglaville.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is just straight up high gameplay right now. Man.
And then he just plays it back.
Right, like it was seamlessly. I mean, look at this. Aglaville just coming right back down and saying, yeah, we're just gonna clear your board out and just be able to just go and swing in. Now, if you kill, like I killed it and drew a card off of it, and now I'm playing it back again, it's like nothing ever left. It's like, good Lord, this is hype. I can't even believe it.
That was such a simple yet effective yet great play on Zach's side, because being able to deadly balance, get rid of the Black Lance to trigger the Aglaville to draw a card, and then trigger Lamorak to add it back, and then playing it again to get some chip damage in there was just such a good play.
Ice Shield coming out. Okay, I mean, look, we're just gonna say that we're done here, because you know at this point you've taken a lot of hits. I mean, if you're looking on Jesse's side, you're thinking like, well, wow, you know, Zach has just done an onslaught, and you got to understand, like, Jesse has killed off the field numerous amount of times.
Yeah, so
it's like he's still dealing with that complete onslaught from Zach. So if you're Jesse, what are you thinking right now?
I'm just trying to think, like, how do I sustain a board? Like, I have a whole bunch of cores, but how do I get a field back, basically? Black Lance is a great way to start off. I mean, his last one got deadly balanced, so we'll see if it happens again. He also does have a Dragonaga Assassin in hand as well, but it doesn't look like he has enough cores unless he takes off the Black Lance to be able to trigger the draw effect. So we'll see if he plays that or if he goes another route. It does look like he has... Let me see. Is that an Ice Shield in hand? Another Ice Shield, I believe. So he's drawn 3 Ice Shields so far.
Yes, I believe so. Now, granted, I want people to know with Zach, like, you know, you see his hand, like he's shuffling through his hand, but you may think it's a little nervous. No, the man is cool. Like, I mean, honestly, he's a very fast player, but he is a very calm player as well. Like, he knows what to do in different matchups because he's played multiple times. These 2 players are players that have played numerous amount of hours against different matchups. So they know what's going on. They know exactly what's happening in certain things and you know, the telltale signs. But right now, you know, with Jesse having the hand advantage, he's probably just thinking like, okay, what can I do to really take back this momentum that Zach has taken from me multiple times? You know, it is, you know, he's drawing cards. He's having a good hand, and it's making it very much great. Now, Burning Force, Thorn Prison, you have Core Theft and the Worker Ant in hand. Like, at this point, honestly, what would you think for yourself for this hand?
I mean, I would be thinking I'm in a really great position because I have an Aglaville on the board already and a Lamorak on the field, so I'm good. Like, I don't need to play the Worker Ant-Man because I have the Aglaville to trigger and then add back off of Lamorak. I mean, personally, I'd probably just take the damage because, well, hold on, let me see. Dragonaga Assassin, I believe, is still within Burning Force range, so maybe getting rid of it. That way he doesn't draw any more cards, because I do have the cores available right now. And I, you know, but then again, I just go down to 4 and just take it, basically. Dragonaga Assassin is out of Burning Force range, so it will just be the Black Lance that goes down here.
He just used Core Theft to take it out.
Yeah, he's fine. He's great in this situation. Like you said, he has Core Theft, so
he's loving it. And you know what? Right now, I feel like he knows. He's like, I'm in a good position right now. Lamorak being there on the board just makes things so much smoother for you. If you have anything that, like with Lamorak's skill, Agraville dying, I'll just bring it back. I'll be fine.
Exactly.
Like, it doesn't matter. It helps so much, and I'm loving it. I'm loving this because you're seeing certain like aspects of purple that we haven't seen on stream yet, where it's just like, yeah, you could be very fast, but you could control the board very quickly just looking at everything. And I think he has how many cards in hand right now? 2 cards left in hand for Zach. So, we are in a range where it is a little bit scary. You're looking at Jesse's hand and it is full. Granted, Zach doesn't see anything, but it is full. So you have to already assume he has things like Ice Shield. He just using that. Oh my gosh, yes, that deadly balance coming down. I'm looking at the beauty of those alt arts. Deadly balance is coming down. And, you got to really think about what you want to kill off. Now, granted, I think Zach will be fine. I think Zach understands what he wants to do.
I mean, Worker Ant-Man is a great choice in this situation because it's already attacked, it's already ramped. He only has 1 core left open. So, I mean, that Ice Shield isn't really a thing, but
yeah,
he does opt to destroy the Aglavale and
he's fine.
Add it back off of Lamorak. So,
yeah, he's fine.
He just puts it back.
Yep. He knows what he wants to do. He knows how calm how this game is going right now. He knows that he has the advantage wholeheartedly. Now, granted, he's looking at, Jesse's hand and he knows there's a lot that happened. You have to really bet that it is just nothing but spells. You have to bet on that alone. You have to think that like, oh crap, you're playing against purple. He's putting all the cores on Lamorak. So unless they do like the what's it called? I am forgetting the card's name. The Curse Dragon and Belt.
Baculus?
Yes, there we go. Thank you. Baculus combo. He doesn't want to have to run into it. Now we will be playing a card that I have forgotten what it does.
So there's an all deed. So it is. Let me see.
Yeah, that is a. I think that's a starter deck card.
So that is Emerald Great Bird all deed. So when summoned, you select one of your opponent's spirits and exhaust it. Level 2 is when it attacks, place a core from the void into your reserve.
Yeah, okay. I'm putting this out there right now. Now, granted, that's like I said, we're looking at different green cards being splashed in the purple, just, getting purple up there that it needs to be. You need a lot of cores to, make purple work sometimes. And green just supplies exactly what purple needed. Granted, you already have draw with purple. Now we are seeing another bird.
Another.
Oh yeah, this is the jungle for sure. We're seeing all these exotic birds popping out of nowhere right now. All right, this is gonna be fun. Now, for Zach's hand, we do see the Burning Force still. Thorn Prison. He will put out Agravale again. Agravale just won't die.
Nope.
Lamorak is just saying, "Come back, buddy."
Staying alive. Is just. I'm back.
Yeah. We're here.
Yeah.
Now
I am back like that 90s movie with the dinosaur. I'm back. All right.
We're making sure like we don't even have to worry about it too much. Now,
and then
granted,
Thorn Prison.
Yeah. Yep. We're going for it. Now, listen, I mean, if you're Jesse, what do you do right now? You
scoop and go to game 2 because I'm at 1 life and both of my spirits are exhausted.
Yeah.
Deadly balance is nothing here, so
Zach's thinking, but I mean, Jesse does have core theft, but I mean,
that only
you're dead
from 1. Yeah, only saving from 1 attack. Same thing with the Burning Force as well.
Yeah, that's a game 2. So, pack up and let's go to the next one. Unless it's Thorn Prison. Well, you still don't have enough cores.
Prison, but
doesn't have enough cores.
Thorn Prison.
For Thorn Prison, yes, but like in terms of just doing multiple other things.
But the Worker Ant-Man already attacked. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. He can't do anything else if he does Thorn Prison at that point. Yeah, and he just game 2. Like, you know what?
Yep.
That shows what happens at high level plays. And I'm glad we could showcase that. Like sometimes you play against players that just know the matchup. And once they just know what the matchup is, they're like, okay, they can just go off of that one card alone sometimes and just say, all right, we're good. We're fine.
Yeah.
Now, Jesse played that very well, though. He was able to then clear board twice early game. But Zach was able to stabilize and just say, you know what? I'm still in the game. I'm not leaving. I'm not stopping. I don't want you to think that you have me right now. And he was able to come out with the win. Now, going into game 2, What is the consensus?
He took out the Tokiwa, so we're not going to see that, unfortunately. It looks like he's bringing in 2 King Vulture and a Burning Force, though, possibly.
Now, honestly, that is a good play. King Vulture being able to take out those Netherworld depths, and Burning Force being able to take out Netherworld depths as well. You want to give all that Nexus hate in the deck. And, King Vulture is a great card to be able to do so. And I feel like, with what Ryan could do, I mean, Ryan had such a great game. Probably thinking like, you know what, maybe if they have Core Drain in the side, maybe if you want to do like a whole reanimate thing, maybe, it really depends.
Yeah.
I've seen Joker in almost everything. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Joker in either one of their sideboards, but I have seen Joker in so much. It's honestly insane. I'm waiting for the bat signal.
Joker is just everywhere this weekend.
Everywhere.
So I would not be surprised, like you said. But I think what Zach would bring in for the mirror, let's take a look. Let's see. So let's see. Probably the King Vulture. Core Drain really isn't, at least from what he's seen, isn't really too beneficial yet. Reanimate's kind of cute in this matchup. But maybe the Jokers, like you said. So some free damage. It does let him get in there. With it, little does he know that Jesse is bringing in the extra Burning Force. So it's like you keep on mentioning, Joker is just super susceptible to Burning Force. Like, it's really hard to get it out of the range without the reduction. So maybe not the Jokers. I'd probably say just the King Vulture and maybe Reanimate. I don't know about the actually, you know what, he might want to bring in the Nexus, the castle, because then it turns off the when destroyed effects.
Destroyed. Yeah. That's a really great card, and it's a card that I honestly is scary. I saw it one time when I played with Nemesis, and I was like, yeah, please just leave me alone. Like I had, it's either I kill that or I kill another world sometimes, and there's only one right answer.
Exactly.
There's only one right answer.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my gosh.
That card is very good. I like Castlewood Keep.
And this game has just been such a great show of force by both players. It is just something that you are not sometimes accustomed to. Some people, they're just seeing these players, and some people have always known about these players. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Zach is shuffling fast. Okay.
Yeah. And so on Jesse's side, we did see him bring in the Star Blast draws, Burning Force, and King Vulture. So those are definitely the side cards that should go in this matchup. Star Blast draw, drawing extra cards for free, and then also possibly drawing 2 more depending on how many cores he has open, especially because he's playing the green cards to be able to ramp. So it's a little bit easier in his version of the deck to be able to trigger that extra draw from the Star Blast draw. So we will see how those side cards come into play.
Ooh, that hand is Aggravel, Burning Force. Oh, wow. Okay, so I didn't get to look at it fully, but I know I saw Aggravel and Burning Force. Ice Shield and Netherworld.
Yep.
Ooh, okay. And looking at Zach's hand, we have oh wow, yeah. So Deadly Balance, Camelot Knight, Ice Shield, Thorn Prison, Dream Bomb. Yeah. Did I miss something?
Nope.
Oh yeah, we got Camelot Knight coming out. We just got to put the boy out. Best card, best purple card in the game. No one at me. I don't care about Demo Bones.
They both open pretty ideal, to be honest. So it'll be really, really interesting to see what both players can do with these optimal openings, both opening an Ice Shield, Thorn Prison, everything like that, basically. So.
And you know what? We have Aggravel going on board right now with it staring at Camelot Knight down in the face. At this point, for Zach, depending on what he draw off of this top deck, actually, no, we're just going to swing in. We're just going to say, screw it. If you have to kill your card off to block with it and you get a card, sure, we'll let you do that. That'd be fine. At this point in time, it doesn't matter too much. At least for Zach right now, or probably he's thinking he has to do it, get it off the board early. He's fighting against another purple deck. The threat of Lamorak could still be there.
Exactly. Yeah, we saw how beneficial that Lamorak Deadly Balance play was with Aglavale. He was able to play Aglavale 3 or 4 times. So, yeah, you definitely don't want it to reoccur.
And you know what? I'm loving it. I'm loving it because, like I'm telling you, every single time you look up, you see literally a clear board. And it's just showing how both players are really actively thinking about that. Like, how well can I control the board and get you this, have to really whittle that hand down to be able to put more units out. And we do see Dragonaga, so he is able to draw another card. Jesse Smith has just been so efficient at drawing cards. And we haven't seen him miss at any time. Usually when he's, a unit's dead, he's drawing a card off Agravale. He's either drawing a card efficiently with Dragonaga. He was able to use Black Lance very well last game as well. Yes. Zach was struggling for a little bit, but he was still able to pull out. So I hope, let's see how Jesse does, with him just being the handmaster for this game.
Right. And then we see a Deadly Balance coming down from Zach's side to get rid of the Dragonaga Assassin. And then Zach just passes back.
Yeah, you know what? At this point, his hand was looking like a little weird. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a lot in your hand that you could be like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna Deadly Balance you. We have a clear board. Cool. Well, actually, Deadly Balance was used.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're good. Never mind.
So he doesn't have any offensive cards at the moment in the form of spirits anyways. At least spirits that he can or want to play right now, I believe. I believe he just has magic cards. So we are just seeing the aggressive side of play from Jesse, but Zach's defense is the best offense at the moment. So
this is going to be great. I mean, honestly, for a purple matchup, when you're playing against that purple mirror, it is a huge thought process that goes into it. I've watched, some really great players play, just purple and just going and watching them. I mean, shout out to Amani and shout out to B. They are really great players as well that I've watched. And just their mindset behind purple is the same that we're just seeing here. Sometimes we're seeing these players really think about what they want to do in certain situations. But because each player usually knows what their deck does, it becomes a very hard thing because you know what it wants to do. You know how to prevent it because of the fact that you know what your deck wants to do. So, I mean, honestly, sometimes the easiest thing to do is just throw down that Burning Force and say, yeah, screw Netherworld. We're done.
Yep, exactly. And there's the Burning Force on the depths like we've seen the last couple feature matches, which has to feel great from Jesse's side because he doesn't want Zach to get ahead again like he did last game. So they are just both kind of taking it slow at the moment. Nothing too aggro. Zach is going to draw some cards here from the Black Lance and finally get a Spirit on board. So that has to feel great from Zach's point of view.
Getting that hand presence, getting everything that you need to see for this matchup. You really want to have all the answers to whatever happens. And, you will always have answers, especially, with purple having just so many cards that you usually run in the deck. I mean, both players are sitting there, both with books in their hand, and they try and build it up, but they're also really cautious about what they play because, even if you have a big hand, you still can play the wrong card. And that can be very detrimental. So it does come down to game knowledge, deck knowledge, opponent knowledge as well, because, Jesse has been someone that's been in the top player base as well. So, he probably has played against Jesse multiple times and has seen how he wants to play, or have probably just watched matches of his or gotten advice. You never know. So we're getting all of these like situations where, oh, why would you do that? And it's like, oh, well, because I know what the player I'm playing against. I know what type of person I'm playing against. I know what he wants to do.
Exactly. And we're just going to see Jesse play a couple spirits. So, all right, that's great. He's going to be able to trigger the Purple Smoke Valley off of the Mordred now. So that is, again, Jesse controlling the board, getting rid of Zach's spirits, and then also drawing more cards like he has been in both of these games so far.
And, Rotting Swamp being down already, that Mordred coming out is really crazy. I did not think about Mordred after a while. I haven't seen.
And there's the Reanimate that we talked about from the side deck.
Yeah, we here. We're really going strong. We have, purple really did get some cool cards, some cool things to go along with it this set. Green being a good addition to the purple deck has just been great because it's not like, oh, you need high costing cards. I mean, Worker Ants 3 cost, like it's not that much that you really got to go off of. So it does become really great. And like you said, he did take out that Tokiwa because he probably saw there was no reason to have Tokiwa in this deck. It was probably in there for the call of maybe a Void Lord coming in. But as we've seen, like a lot of people have not been trying to mess with the Void Lords.
Haven't.
And you know what? This is crazy.
Yeah. We're just going to see a couple curse units being played, a couple of curse spirits being played in Blacklands and Aglavale. Zach trying to match Jesse's drawing ability right here. So let's see, what can happen, especially with that Rotting Swamp on Zach's side of things. And Jesse does play a Depths. And I don't think Zach has anything to answer it right now. He might have a Dream Bomb. I can't not recall what he said, to be honest.
In all honesty, I feel like at that point, let's see, doesn't look like
does have a Dream Bomb in there.
Hand, oh, yeah, it does. There it is.
But
Thorn Prison coming down.
I think what was set was was Ice Shield though.
Yeah, that Thorn Prison coming down is going to be really great. Just to make sure that I don't, take too much damage, and I don't want him to pop my Ice Shield first. Because if he pops my Ice Shield first, it kind of becomes a really, really, really crazy battle off of that alone. But looking at this, Zach has Agravale, Zach has Deadly Balance up. It does become very, very very good for him at least. But Agravale's dying, so he is going to be able to draw off of that alone. And Beldegorge is, being tapped as well. If he does end up taking out Mordred, taking out that, Beldegor and the Mordred, it does become a little weird because, you could really play that Beldegor, but I don't think Zach's going to play any low cost right now. I don't remember if we saw any in his hand earlier.
No, not that I've seen. It's mostly magic cards, it looks like. So that's why he's taking it kind of slow. He doesn't really have the spirits to be able to whittle down Jesse, and Jesse is drawing more spirits and is able to be the aggressor in this game so far. But we do see another Blacklands, so the third Blacklands for Zach. So we'll see if he's able to draw some spirits finally. Some spirits other than Blacklands anyways.
Yeah, with what we saw last game, Zach was the one that put Jesse low, and now, Zach is stabilizing at that 3, but Jesse's at full 5. So Jesse has a ton of space to be able to give up. He has Netherworld, so even if he does take damage, he's drawing a card. He's gaining a core and drawing a card at the exact same time, which makes it so detrimental for Zach as well. Just because even though Zach does have more cores than him, doesn't make any difference sometimes. Jesse has more cards. It's over. Yeah, this is going to be thinking time, I guess. So we're both just sitting there looking at each other like, okay, what should we do? I mean, both players, like you said, first game was a fast one. Like, I mean, everybody was just going at the speed of light. It wasn't any pauses. Like I said, it was literally Goku versus Vegeta over and over again.
So Zach really taking his time to think about if he wants to play the Depths or play another Spirits, and he does opt to play the Depths, which is great. That's exactly what you want to see and what you want on your side of the field if you were Zach, to be honest, just to kind of match the draw. But something to keep in mind though is decking out. So he has drawn. Okay, yeah. So Jesse isn't going to play that game. He's just getting rid of the Depths. But what I was going to say is you definitely want to think about the deck out potential, especially with the fact that you've used 3 Blacklands already. You've used Aglavale. He has 2 Rotting Swamps on his side of the field. So if he loses a Spirit and it's destroyed, then he draws 2 more cards per destruction. So you definitely want to be conscious of that. So but it's a non-issue now because Jesse just said, I'm not playing that. I'm getting rid of your Depths. We're not going to play the Depths Wars. I'm winning that right off the bat.
Yeah, sometimes it just comes down to whose depths can stick the longest. If Jesse's can stick the longest, sometimes he just wins. You just see too many answers, and like I said, with most of these decks, most people have a lot of answers in their deck, and purple is one of those decks that has a ton. I mean, more than what usually decks will have. So Jesse just seeing a bunch and being able to pop that ice shield early, it's just going to be great for him. It's just gonna make sure that, okay, now you have to put another one down, but I have one as well. So it becomes a back and forth situation, and most of the time, whoever cracks that one first sometimes can take the win just off that alone. But what do you think in terms of Zach? What will you do to stabilize?
Oh, there we go. That's a good way to start. Burning force the depths, like we just saw from Jesse. So Zach just comes back and plays his own Burning Force, plays the Dragonaga Assassin. This is a great card to get back into the game. Draw some cards, maybe get rid of the Aglavale or the Mordred on Jesse's side of things, so that way the cores stop getting stripped from his spirits, and Purple Smoke Valley is not a threat with that card alone anyways. And yeah, I would just say Jesse just takes the damage here. But to restabilize, I think Zach's in a really good situation. I don't think he's very far behind, especially with resolving 3 black lands and Jesse not having any type of response. So he didn't see those Star Plus draws, the Star Plus draw from the sideboard that he sided in. So that's a little bit unfortunate on Jesse's side, because those were 3 really big chances for him to draw extra cards.
And I think him drawing these cards are going to be something that is going to be, detrimental, like you said. Him getting those black lances off was really great. And Dragonaga Assassin just being great in terms of him being able to draw another one. Like, it's just seeing like purple versus purple. It really does become a situation where it really, you have to think about each person that you're playing against and think about the different things that they've done overall with purple. And, from me seeing purple players play against each other, it does become a situation where sometimes they could be on the same level, but one of the players just sees the better hand from just all their draws. And Beldegor coming down to take out that Dragonaga Assassin, getting it out all the way early. We don't want to get you to get so many cards off. We already know you have 2 Rotting Swamps, but you don't really have a lot of units to capitalize with it. But we will get Netherworld depths back on the floor, so you got to have another answer for it. At this point, Jesse has been doing really great being able to get those Netherworlds out, and he has plus from his other ones. So let's see if he could, do the same with this one. Oh,
and Zach popping another Ice Shield. So staying alive a little bit longer and drawing into a Worker Ant-Man, I believe.
Yep. And that is
another depth.
Yeah. This is just going like a back and forth situation. We're not trying to give anybody an inch. But, at this point, we're looking at Jesse and Zach's life nearing that point. They're nearing both of them are nearing that point, and Reanimate coming out. Oh my gosh. I didn't think I would see Reanimate this entire tournament.
He just plays it from hand with the main effect to be able to bring back Dragonaga Assassin. Yeah. He wants to draw some more cards. He wants to say, all right, I'll let you draw 1 card, but I will draw 2 if you decide to block me.
Yeah, I was like, are you going to kill it? Oh, and Agravale coming out too with so he can have curse on him. But, Dragonaga's drawing and already has curse. So if you do block me, we're taking out something. We're taking out something for sure.
I mean, you just easily trade a Beldegor here, but your opponent's going to draw 2 cards or another card anyways. So...
Ooh, this is becoming very, very, very crazy. I mean, at this point, I'm loving it because it's like I can't even predict who could win this one. Ooh. But that Thorn Prison coming down may actually make my choices a lot easier.
Right?
Oh God. Thorn Prison coming right out to just be able to say, nope, you're gonna have to pop that other Ice Shield maybe next turn, buddy.
Yeah. And then Jesse drawing another card, Zach drawing 3 cards right here.
Now, hopefully those were answers to
more
anything.
Cards. More cards.
Dream Bomb. Was it Dream Bomb? Oh God.
Camelot Knight, Beldegor, Dream Bomb, another
Yeah,
Rotting
Zach.
Swamp, Worker Ant-Man, Baculus.
Yeah, my eyes aren't they fast, Zach. Sorry, brother. Dang, Jesse,
Two
you
Ice
just
Shields
ruined
on
it too.
Jesse's side.
Yeah.
A Core Drain, a Cursed Dragon, and another Aglavale. Oh, and a Thorn Prison and
Hey,
Albeed.
got the
There you
bird.
go.
Got the
Yes.
bird. Look, the battle, like this battle is just going to be crazy. I mean, at this point, both players are staring down Netherworlds to see what happens. He could have, if he has an answer, he has it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. It doesn't really matter for Jesse right now because he's just gonna play the tropical bird. We're bringing it out. We're bringing
Owl
it out.
coming in, Giant Bird Owl coming in to exhaust the Blacklands so that he draws another card off of the depths. I mean, look at that combo. Aldeed, exhaust your Blacklands, no blockers up, and I draw a card. And then I'm gonna ramp a core too if I attack with Big Bird Owl.
Oh, core drain. I haven't seen. Oh, that's good actually. That is really good. Be able to take out one of those units.
Valley draws a card, draws another card. Jesse's been just so efficient at drawing cards.
Yes, and I feel like he's amazing. He is amazing when it comes to that.
Drawing another card.
Mordred. Yep. He's making that cookbook. I'm telling you guys. He's about to finish. He's trying to finish that last chapter. But if he finishes it too early, it's over for him. There's too many cards drawn. But this is great. I mean, it's just showcasing the might of what can happen with purple and green being in the same deck. Purple and green is just such like a match made in heaven at this point. You just can't ask for anything better. And you have that Curse Dragon. So if he tries to go wide at any given point, boom, we're getting more cores.
I mean, and Jesse drew another Mordred as well. So if Zach tries to draw, and then there's the Dream Bomb.
This is becoming a very, very crazy match. I mean, I know I keep saying it, but it's just going back and forth. It is. Okay. We're still like this is so crazy. At this point, it's like both players always will have an answer to each other. But Jesse, if you're looking at the board right now, Jesse kind of is a little bit in a favorite spot. Of course, just looking at everything. And Zach has really been playing defense.
And Zach hits Jesse with the Dream Bomb to put the depths back. So right now, Zach is ahead in the war of the Netherworld depths because Jesse doesn't have one on field anymore. So we'll see how much advantage Zach can generate from that Dream Bomb play, even though Jesse's spirits are all exhausted. So Jesse does have Jesse does have plenty of cores to be able to play through, whatever Zach comes at him with. So Beldegorge comes down, destroys the Aglavale because it's exhausted, and then a Worker Ant-Man comes down as well.
And you know what? I'm loving it because, what we're seeing right now is Zach really trying to take back that tempo again. He's trying to make sure that he has that board state since he did just take out that whole Netherworld depths. And that matters a lot because at this point in time, he's not going to be able to draw from these cards. He could remove the cores and draw from, I don't know. Could you do it for Purple Smoke Valley? Or is that both turns?
Purple Smoke Valley? I believe so, yeah.
And Thorn Prison coming down, so we already know we're resting 2 of these units. But we're swinging out. We're definitely going to try to swing out at him again. Ice Shield coming back down. We're popping that. At this point, I think how many has Zach seen? Zach has used 2, I believe, and Jesse has used 2. Yeah, so we're in a race to see how many. Jesse put down another one. So, if you could pop this, there's one more in the deck. If he has it in his hand, he has it.
And Purple Smoke Valley does trigger on both.
Oh, yeah.
Turns. Yeah.
At this point, Mordred coming down.
There's a Mordred. Yep, triggering the Purple Smoke Valley from destroying the Worker Ant-Man. So drawing another card.
Ooh, it's a very sticky situation right now. I mean, if you're Zach, what are you really thinking for yourself?
If I'm Zach, I'm in a good position. I have a lot of cores open. I have a depths online with 2 Rotting Swamps, so I'm going to be drawing cards. being able to draw into all of my answers that I need, to be honest. So Jesse is the one that needs to try to, be an aggressor. It does look like he has a Burning Force in hand, so he could get rid of that Netherworld Depths, but he opts to play another Mordred. So
Be able to draw right off of that.
Beldegor.
Yeah, I'm looking at these hands too, and I'm seeing a lot of things that could be used. I mean, granted, he has another Ice Shield.
Yeah. So I think right here, he doesn't have enough open. I mean, unless he takes it off one of the Beldegors. But I was gonna say, he doesn't really want to use the Burning Force at the moment because he has to leave cores open as well. So he did have an answer to the Netherworld Depths, which I thought he was going the route that he was going to take. But it looks like he's trying to draw more cards off of the Mordreds with the Purple Smoke Valley.
And you know what? I think that's a good play. I mean, at this point, you're gonna draw. You're gonna draw out regardless. So you're gonna get so many cores that it just doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Well, cards. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, that doesn't really matter. But Zach getting a lot more, from this as well. Just off of him having to attack into that Netherworld Depths. Now Zach is sitting at 1 life though. So when you're sitting at 1 life, it becomes a very, very detrimental thing because you never know. Jesse could have put in that 1 Dyna,
right?
Could have, just to close out the games. And like we talked about earlier, we don't know who runs Joker anymore. Yeah. It's not just yellow. It's not just, white aggro. It could be anybody. And you never know what could happen. But you being at that 1 does make it a little harder to really protect yourself or even make a really good swing turn because sometimes you don't have enough to protect yourself. So, and you being at 1 is very, very scary. Now, we'll say, looking at this whole thing, it is a very, very crazy thing to see. I mean, for both of us, we're like, sitting there at the edge of our seats thinking like, oh, what else could happen? I mean, we've just seen so many cards play. We've seen so many cards go down. We've seen so many cards just either die out, be killed off. And it seems like at the right times. And sometimes, the right time could be the moment you really see a card, or sometimes, some players wait it out a little bit. But I feel like these players have been doing nothing but playing very, very great games.
Agreed. Yeah, and we do see another Rotting Swamp coming down along with a Worker Ant-Man. So he's just building up his board. He does have a Camelot Knight that he could play as well, which he's going to right now, I believe. Yes. All right, so Camelot Knight does come down. It does not have Curse, I believe, because it doesn't have the Soul Core.
Okay, so you know what? If we're thinking about this correctly, now with Jesse's side, Jesse is still in a favorable position because Zach is still at 1, and you have Ice Shield there. I believe he has 1 more in hand. Yes, he has 1 more in hand. With this thought process of I'm a little bit safer off than Zach. But Zach being on that defensive side, sometimes you could be a little too aggressive. And when you become a little too aggressive, you can make that one mistake that could just screw you over, especially with this purple matchup, where one mistake will definitely cost you the game. It won't even be a close thing. You won't even have to think about it. And you know what? I'm loving it. I'm loving how this is going for Jesse and Zach as well. We've seen such high level thinking coming from both of them in terms of what cards they play at certain times. And even with the limited hands sometimes that they've worked with, I mean, other than Jesse has been the hand master. We've seen such great plays, and like right now we're seeing the Burning Force. Burning Force is getting rid of that Netherworld. We don't even want to deal with it right now because, if we become aggressive at this point in time in the game, we don't want you to draw anything else. You have 3 cards in hand. I want you to be at those 3 cards. I don't want you to plus anything. I love seeing you struggle for cards. And honestly, you know what? I can't complain. Now, Zach, like I said, Zach is somebody that has shown us that he can still make it out of the brink and make it out of those bad situations. Now, Beldegor is going to come down to be able to kill off those Camelot Knights. And I think that was a game. Oh, yeah, he's giving up game right there. I don't think he had anything else he could do against that. So we should be going to game 3. Yeah, we should be going right to game 3. And you know what? Jesse played that very well. He was able to keep drawing cards from the beginning of the game all the way to the end. He had that hand presence so that he could be able to use different things and kill different things off. So on and so forth. I think this has been a very great show of both of their power. So honestly, what do you think about this? Do you think this has been going well for both players? You know, what do you think going into game 3? What would be your game plan in terms of the sideboard coming out?
Yeah, from Zach's side of things, really just being a little bit more aggressive and not letting Jesse take hold of the early game like we saw this game. And then also just, I don't know, just sticking to my game plan basically and trying to stick depths as early as possible. It worked out game 1, of course. And, you know, Zach is 100% hoping that it works out game 3 because he has been playing like a madman. He has been drawing really well. So we'll see if he's able to restabilize and just not let that game loss really affect him, basically. So.
And you know what? I think like Zach could do well, and I think Jesse will be able to do well. You know, knowing what each deck has right now, I think they've seen a good amount of the surprises that they have. They're not really shocked with anything, and some of these surprises really aren't surprises to them. They're just normal things that they thought people would be running. So right now, you know, it's just going to be what both players can really bring to the table. You know, can Jesse keep going off with the amount of draw that he's been doing for both games? Or can Zach really just say, hey, you know what, I'm just going to rush you down again like I did in the first game and make sure that you're going to be the one on the back foot instead of me. You know, it all matters. It really does matter. And, you know, going into game 3, both sides are completely nervous. We could tell. I see Zach's cards falling on the table. They're trying to be played. They're very much trying to be played. Both sides, you know, are just probably thinking, you know what, I am against a Titan right now. What else can I do to really take this person down so I can advance to the next?
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like Zach is starting us off and he plays down a Rotting Swamp, which is pretty ideal in this deck. So we will see what Jesse responds with, and it looks like a Dragonaga Assassin. So he's just passing with that. So pretty simple turns in the opening moments of game 3. Let's see if Zach is able to go wide with his Camelot Knights and everything like that.
You know, what is it, 14 minutes left in the game right now? We're going to be dealing with a lot for them. You know, sometimes this game can be drawn out, sometimes it won't be, you know. Oh, King Vulture being in the hand, especially with 2 Netherworld Depths. So, you know, after a while, I'm just going to be like, you know what? I'm going to play Netherworld. It doesn't matter. You have a Burning Force? Cool. That's fine. I have 2. But he is playing Rotting Swamp now. It's just to get it out the way early. You know, getting that early Nexus on board is always great for purple. You know, and any other player will always wait with that Burning Force to be able to kill off the Netherworld. But Rotting Swamp still staying on the board can be detrimental. And that core drain hitting at the right time and him swinging in with the Dragonaga to be able to draw. Like I said, Jesse Smith is the king of draw this game. He hasn't stopped. Can't stop, won't stop. It just keeps going.
Do you just play Netherworld Depths here and pass?
Yeah, we're just gonna have to. And yes, this is what Zach is going to do. Like, you just have to. Like, I mean, at this point, you see your hand, you're like, all right, if he swings in some more, I'll just keep drawing. Ooh. But King Vulture,
they both have Vulture.
Like, we're just out. We're here. I don't even know if they make that sound. I probably don't. But yeah, we're coming out with it. Any red card is better to see than Flamefish.
And there's there's no volcanic break in this matchup, so they can't become fried chicken like the Eagles did in Ohio. So we kind of have to find another way to get rid of that big King Vulture.
I mean, to be honest, like, you know, him still having that Netherworld to put down. Let's see if Jesse's like, yeah, we're just not going to deal with it again.
Yeah. Well, that and the fact that King Vulture has confronts.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. When there's a when summoned effect on your opponent's side, it gains confront at level 2. So
Gotta hope,
Zach,
you know.
yeah, Zach definitely has to be wary of that and be aware that that is a thing with King Vulture. And 6,000 isn't anything to scoff at either. So that BP threshold is pretty good.
Yeah, it's just like a big Dino Man. You know, it's just you're just staring down a huge Dino Man at this point. And right now, you know, you're seeing Zach's board at least. I feel like he's in a good spot. I feel like Jesse is too. I feel like Jesse has a hand that, you know, can deal with everything that Zach will want to throw at it. I did see like a glimpse of Worker Ant in there. So if he ever chooses to be the one to, you know, say, all right, I'm just going to gain cores, I could do that as well. Or should I focus on draw right now? Because of the fact that, you know, even though Netherworld is on board, it does become a little situational because you don't want to really play Worker Ant and just give in to him drawing a card and you getting a core. Because sometimes I feel like with purple, you're always going to get that core, but those draws really do matter with purple. You can see nothing in your hand at all. You have 3 cards and they be useless. But, oh, yeah, we're getting a reduced. No, God, not even reduced. We're getting Star Blessed just off of that alone. So we're already matching. Like I said, draw king, nothing has changed. He just is going to always be the one to make sure that I have the same amount of hand as you or more hand than you. I am completely jealous.
And that King Vulture is online with Confront because of the Black Lance. So it will be able to attack next turn and have that extra Confront ability available to kind of reduce Zach's board. So let's see how Zach plays around it, especially with that Star Blast happening right now.
Yeah, you know, we got 2 Netherworlds on board right now. We are going to be staring down the countdown to death. We always say, you see 2, you can deal with it. You see 3 sometimes, and it becomes a very, very hard matchup to deal with. Now, granted, he did kill off 1, so he has 1 left in the deck. So I think we're going to be seeing 2 for a long while. But him swinging in with that Camelot Knight, you know, just Camelot. Oh, and he is blocking, so he will be drawing 2. And I believe that Camelot Knight will be dead because of the fact that he blocked with King Vulture. And because of that,
very, very true.
Going out, drawing another one, we're good. Yeah, it at this point, you know, it's just showcasing something that I know a lot of players either hate or love. The draw for purple is real. How much draw purple can get is very detrimental. And because of how purple is a controlled, well, I'll say control deck in a lot of ways, it makes it so hard to play against because you already know, like, your opponent is just going to have every answer imaginable. And Netherworld just helps you do that more efficiently. So love it and hate it, Netherworld is the biggest contender and winner of probably best Nexus in the game by far.
Yeah. That's why people are kind of up in arms against it right now because it is just format defining at this time. It's really interesting to see that it took it this long to get to that point, especially with it being even so powerful in set 1. But with Axe Spider just being a thing now, even more so than before, it just has amplified the effectiveness of Netherworld Depths and just made people see that it is a very, very strong Nexus that you want to be playing. That way you can keep the tempo and match your opponent's tempo.
And the funny thing is, we're like at this point, look at this board state right now. I mean, we have like Jesse is sitting down with 4 units and Netherworld's at 2. And the thing is, that's even giving Jesse any pause is a Nexus. And just imagine that. Like, he's not thinking about maybe like, oh, should I attack? Because he knows he should. But that pause of, oh, my opponent's just going to draw 2. And, you know, he has 2 life. But if that ice shield's there, I need to pop that ice shield. And there's no way around him drawing. There's no way to stop him from drawing unless you have Rocket City, which, as we can see, it doesn't look like any of these people are running Rocket City in their deck. And even then, oh wow, and Deadly Balance coming out from Zach, so you know he's gonna make Jesse choose what card to kill off. Now, he is going to choose a Beldegor, of course, because at that point it is just a no-brainer to get Beldegor right out of there, so that you can get that activation for Immortal if need be, if he wants to play any low cost. But the next is going to be Thorn Prison to rest the other two. And we're drawing 2 right off of that as well. It is just making everything so much harder. Just so much harder.
Yeah, and we'll see how Zach can respond with basically an open board. I mean, if Jesse wants to play the Absolute Ice Shield, then he'll have to take some cores off of his spirits, and it looks like because he'll be at only 1 open, he'll have to, let's see, 2, 3. He'll have to let one of his spirits go down in order to play that Absolute Ice Shield.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be very great for him. I mean, honestly, looking at, okay, we're playing the core theft. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
okay, so
now he's going to lose both of his spirits in order to play Absolute Ice Shield.
Ooh. This is just insane. Like everything that's coming down right now becomes so great. And look, Dragon Naga's going out. He took out the worker, and I don't even think you need it.
Yeah, King Vulture went to the trash as well.
Ooh. This is crazy. At this point with the game right now, we're sitting there and we're thinking like, okay, if we're sitting in Zach's position, what can I do to take the game back? But in Jesse's position is really what can I do to really stay alive?
Yeah,
because it just seems like you're drawing so many cards. I have so many things that I can play. And we're just gonna get the core theft. Now, granted, he could go. He's not gonna.
And there's a Lamorak.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're actually good. I feel like we're in a good position right now. I mean, we're drawing. We're making sure we're drawing off Dragon Naga. We drew that card right off the bat. Vulture is rested.
Jesse is at 4 cores exactly. So in order to Ice Shield, he does have to lose that King Vulture.
Makes it very detrimental. I mean, it makes it very hard to even think about what should we do. But I think the answer is clear for Jesse. You got to really stay alive. So sometimes you just got to take it out. You just got to deal with it. Now, granted, like I said, we're still staring down the looming threat of there being 2 Netherworld depths. So for me to be able to do anything, sometimes it's going to be a hard choice. Like, what can I do in this situation? What can I think about that, would really help me in this situation? Staring down a rotting swamp and 2 Netherworld depths. Like, it just makes everything.
Especially with the fact that even if Jesse Deadly Balances here, okay, there's the Thorn Prison. So, I mean, there's the answer. He does lose the King Vulture still, but he does just go down to 1 as of now. So
this is just insane. I mean, I'm loving looking at this, like how this game
there's
is
the
working.
Ice Shield to put it back.
Yeah.
So stays at 2, stays alive by getting rid of his King Vulture. He did lose his entire field that turn, so that has to hurt, at least somewhat. Anyways,
yeah.
Granted, he does. Granted, he does have a book in his hand, like you said. He's drawn so much, but he has no field presence to be able to capitalize on the fact that Zach has no refreshed spirits. He is facing down 2 Netherworld depths, though. So
yeah, it becomes a very sticky situation because you have no reduction for your own Netherworld depths. You could power play it, but then you lose the defense that you may want. And I think that would be good to hard play because you could see draw into your answers, but it's a lot of what other cores do I have left over? And he's thinking about the cards that he could play right now. He's thinking about how many, because he may have a lot of cores that it looks like right now, but you having no reduction on board, it makes everything so much higher cost. Like you're not getting any discounts. There's no coupons. There's no saver deals. There's no deals of the day. You are just playing hard costs for those prices. And it is going to hurt your wallet. As we see in the cores are wheeling down.
Yep. And there's 2 worker Ant-Man. So he's going to be able to ramp 1 core at least from the one that has the soul core on it. The other one I'm guessing is just going to be there to chump block if needed. He might not even attack because he really doesn't have the resources to be able to defend at the moment. So if Zach just goes a little bit more wide and there's no other Thorn Prison in hand, then Zach will end up taking the game, maybe even next turn. So depends on how wide Jesse goes right here.
Yeah, I think Jesse didn't pay the right amount of cores right now for his cars actually. Is that 4 on the side? Yeah, he didn't pay the right amount of cores. He needs one more.
Oh, he needs one more. Let's let the stream judge know real quick.
Yeah, he needs to pay one more core. Now you know what we're looking at right now. I'm seeing a lot. I'm seeing a lot of like just thinking from coming from Jesse's side as well. I will say though that this is going to become something of a bit of problem for Jesse. You know, it makes a lot of difference with all the cards that we see, you know, in Zach's hand and the cards that we see in Jesse's hand, and we could tell like Zach's looking like a little bit better. I mean, honestly, like if you just came to the stream, you would think this would be a green deck just looking at Jesse's board right now, but it's in fact not, and that is scary to think about. That just means he's been taking out all these purple units this entire time, or Jesse just hasn't seen a lot of it.
Yeah, so we did let the table judges know that there needs to be one more core paid.
Yeah, off of one of the units.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't pay. Yeah, he did. Okay, there you go.
Okay. We're good now.
Yep. All right, so we're fine. Back to the regularly scheduled program. But yeah, so basically, you know, looking at this field, you know, he is at, let's say Jesse is 3, 4, 5, 6 cores to be able to work with. Zach has a little bit more wiggle room. I won't even say a little bit, a lot more wiggle room. If you block, I'm drawing 2 cards. Honestly, if you block with 2, I am drawing another 2 cards. I mean, even if you kill one of my units, if you kill my Agavale, well, no, not Agavale. Sorry about that, guys. Dragon Naga's just going to be the one to draw me the card since I have the Soul Core on it. So, you know, with everything going on right now, I am going to make sure my hand is better than yours. And I feel like Zach is really doing well, beating him to the punch with the draws. But that Dream Bomb coming down will be really great for him. Having one less blocker to even worry about for the game. So what do you think is going to go down for this one right now? Looking like Zach might be trying to close the game out.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to end it right here. He has 3 spirits available with only 1 blocker, or actually 4 attacking with only 1 blocker now because of the Dream Bomb. So let's see. It looks like he has another. Oh, okay. So he has Thorn Prison. He has Deadly Balance. So he can defend for a little bit longer at least. Deadly Balance is really not that good here, though. That's the only thing. But here's the Thorn Prison, though.
It's coming down, and it was used at the best time. I mean, at this point, you need to. You know, you're at 2 life. You know, you don't have Ice Shield coming down. I mean, it doesn't look like so. It's, you know, I feel like Zach's still in a better position. You know, with having Netherworld Depths, just so good. It just makes everything so much better for you. I'm drawing into my answers all the time. I'm never not going to see my answers right now.
Yeah,
those two Netherworlds have stuck. Dragon Naga dying right off of the bat right there from the, okay. So at this point, going down to 1 for Jesse. Now he is going to start his turn. What are you trying to think about right now, Jesse? I mean, right now, your hand does have some things that you could do. You could probably try to go and clear the board out depending on what you have in your hand, or you could try to fill out the board with units to see if you can just build a wall, like a makeshift wall, to be able to protect against whatever else Zach may try to throw at you at that 1 life if you don't have the cards necessary to be able to stave off anything.
Yeah, being at 1 life is very dangerous for Jesse right now. Zach just needs to go kind of wide. That way he gets around the Thorn Prison being played again, especially because Deadly Balance does nothing into a wide board. So that would be my game plan as Zach, if I'm able to do so, is just go wide in the game. Oh, and there's a Curse Dragon, actually. So the Camelot Knight does get destroyed by the Curse Dragon. So, yeah, so he's going to ramp a core from the Void, draw a card as well from the Purple Smoke Valley. So that was, a good Curse Dragon right there. definite value.
And he can ramp from attacking with Work Ant right now, just being able to make sure he gets some more cores to be able to do some more things next turn. I mean, like I said, Zach is in a better position than Jesse is right now, a totally different position. I mean, even though he knows if he swings Work Ant, Zachary's just going to draw the 2. Just going to be able to ramp back up with his own cards. And he doesn't care about cores a lot right now. He has too many cards in hand, and he has a lot of cores to work with. It does not matter for him sometimes right now. I will say though, Jesse can kind of come back depending on what he draws in certain situations. So it could be better for him. But Zach is just going to draw 1 and 2, good old Uno. But it's going to be really crazy. Very crazy for him.
And we are trying to fix the assassin. I don't know if it's gone too far at this point, because the Lamorak did not add back the assassin when it was destroyed. So we'll see if we get that fixed or if that's just an accepted game state at this point. But okay, he does add it back. Perfect.
Yep, there you go. This is a very stressful moment, and people, players are tired. You're dealing with someone that's like, you're always thinking you're using all that brain power for this one round. And they know right after this, they have round 5. It's not like even the day's done. Like they have to go right into the next game. So,
I mean,
it's hard.
And getting close to
court theft coming down.
Draw a card. Okay. Lamorak goes bye-bye.
We're dealing with
especially with the fact that, Battle Spirit Saga does have hour rounds, and then you play in time after that as well. Days can get very, very long, especially playing such a competitive game like we are playing right now. Just the brain power that needs to be used. So whenever you go to tournaments, everyone, take water.
Yes.
Take water. Eat something, at least some kind of something. Some kind of sugar, keep your blood sugar up. Pro tips from your friendly casters here. Drink your water, eat something, please. Because the days do get very long, and you're using your mental capacity to it's limits at times. So definitely keep yourself well and keep yourself hydrated. But Baculus does come down for the first time in the whole stream. I'm very surprised about that. I mean, Baculus is great. I'm surprised we haven't seen curse combo happen. Ooh, what is
Oh, that's a game. That's a game.
Are they talking about like what game it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that Zach got that one.
Yeah. Man. All right. Well, that was an interesting way to end the game right there. Just both players showing what they had and what they could use to combat, their opponent's field. But it does look like Zach takes the game with purple. Netherworld Depths is good.
And his first time being on camera too. I know that's got to feel good for Zach.
Yeah, it looks like Zach won. So great job to both players. Both of them came and fought very, very hard. Game 3, it came down to game 3. Jex, what are your feelings on that match?
That match was crazy. It showed me how much I need to learn about the game and how much I need to get better at, because watching these two people just go duke it out. That first game was intense. It was hard. That second game, it was a little drawn out. Like they were trying to think about different plays and things of that nature because it got really hard. But then, you go into, game 3, and game 3 was just on the wire. But, we saw Jesse trying to do what he usually does, just drawing everything that he knows he can. But Zach was able to just take all of that and be like, you know what, I'm going to draw 2. And he was able to stabilize his hand, be able to get those netherworlds out. He won the netherworld battle. And that sometimes is all it takes to win the purple matchup. Can you win that netherworld battle? Can you make sure that your netherworld stick the longest? And if they can, you usually win the game. You just see too many answers to everything. And as we saw, Zach just had the opening hand for it.
Yeah. And especially with the fact that he was able to draw 3 Netherworld Depths in game 3 and be able to stick 2 of them for multiple turns. That just shows how powerful that card is, how powerful drawing is in this game. You know, being able to dig into your deck, being able to draw your Thorn Prisons, be able to draw your Black Lances, your Lamorak, everything like that in this purple deck build. You know, it was just very, very impressive. He didn't even need to play his own King Vulture. He
Yep.
discarded it, or he trashed it with the Core Theft and said, I don't need you anymore. He just Andy memed the King Vulture and said, I don't want to play with you anymore. I don't need you.
It was
Yeah.
over. It was done.
Yeah, exactly. So that was very well shown on both players' side of things. In my opinion, both played around Thorn Prison, both played around the depths. They tried to play the depths war, and ultimately, Zach came out on top. So, final thoughts before we go to break. Jex, anything you want to add in?
Yeah, honestly, I will say that this, is something that players can look back on. If you really are somebody that really wants to play purple, and I know sometimes it's hard to even learn like what you should do in certain situations. Take this video and analyze it. Analyze what happened with purple, what they did in certain situations, because it will help you learn what you can do to get better. It can also help you learn how to defeat purple later on, because you gotta learn what each deck can do. I know it's fun to stay on one deck. I mean, I've done it. I've stayed on white aggro for the longest time, but it's time to branch out. We're getting new colors. We're getting more cards. It's not going to be the same as set 1. There's certain things that just won't happen. Now, Netherworld has been here since set 1, so we could say that is the same. But like I said, sometimes it really depends on certain situations. That first game was a testament to it. It showed exactly the skill set that both players had to be able to take out the board mostly during the early turns. I mean, what other games have you saw a clear board on both sides for 3 turns straight? It was just executed so beautifully. And honestly, I think that is just going to show how great of a game this is. I mean, Battle Spirits just has so many surprises up their sleeve, and I honestly can't wait to see what else everybody else brings to the table.
Yeah, very impressive showing from both players here. We're going to take a small break, so stick around. We're going to have another exciting feature match for you next round. Definitely let us know which decks you want to see down in the chat, please. And thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking around. We'll see you soon. and then to end up sticking until the end of the game. So
You know what? And I know you missed it, but I just want to tell y'all again, Corfish was saying earlier, Dorian is from his locals and Ryan is from the good old DMV area for me. So you already know what our favorites are. So if I'm just gonna let y'all know it's a rivalry right now. You know,
exactly.
If Dorian makes it out, Corfish might not be commentating the next round, but we'll see. We'll see. That deadly balance
is a breather if Dorian loses. But with sticking in other depths, he's in a good situation. He is playing pure green, so you know Swift is definitely coming into play right here, or could anyways, because he has 4 open in the reserve.
It could be a full option there, and it could be something that is very detrimental. We're gonna have to deal with it one way or another. You know, it is a very, very scary situation for us. You know, like just looking at, you know, Ryan's field and everything about how it's going, you really don't know what could go down at certain points in time. And you know, we have a board with, you know, Camelot Knight, Belagor, and Agraville. So everything is going to be a little wonky. Sorry guys, for us, we're seeing some difficult.
Yeah, on our side the video went down, but the stream is still going, so we can see it on our other screen. So yeah, it looks like Ryan is just pushing in damage. So Dorian's gonna draw a card. Let's see if he has a Swift. Yes, he does. So he is going to Swift in. Is he playing? Oh no, he's just Thorn Prison. Okay. So
yeah, no, that's okay.
Draw another card. That's pretty good. Yeah. All right. I think I would be okay with that actually. Like Thorn Prison is just great. So let me
and apologize for the delay, guys, as well. Just want to make sure y'all know it's just a little difficulty, but we'll be right back up to running. Don't worry. To see whoever is the victor for this one. Ryan. Anyway,
another the hippocampo comes back down.
Yes.
So
this is going to be insane. Showing it out.
Oh, and then he's playing the green Nexus.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? Having that down, and I have not seen that, but that deadly balance is going to come in for the Agraville, killing off that Agraville, but making sure he draws a card off of that. So he will be plus.
Video's back for me now.
Yep. And Leaf Wolf coming down for the Swift. Jeez, we're just going back and forth with the Swift. Okay. All right, come on. What else we got? What else we going to do? Because, you know, we're just throwing all the cores on Leaf Wolf saying, you know what? It's whatever. It's fine.
Yeah. Leaf Wolf is a good card.
Yes, it is it's champion at this point. And now, you know, it being Ryan's turn, we'll see what Ryan can do against this. Now, granted, you know, since he knows he's playing against green, you know, the unpredictability of green is the fact that Swift is a really big factor. He could have Scope Owl that comes down when he wants to attack. So him to be able to exhaust one of the creatures, who knows? He could have another Hippocampo coming out of the woodwork and just killing off the field. But you know, since we did just see the Netherworld and Rotting, okay,
man.
We're good.
Draw all the cards.
Oh yeah, we're good. You're sitting pretty a little bit right now. And for Dorian, you know, it's like I said, it is a Netherworld battle. No matter what color it is, it doesn't matter. Netherworld is something that we're just gonna have to deal with on both sides. I love it. You know, just seeing both of these great players, you know, they've made it high up. They've gotten to this point. So you know green's work. Like green is worth a lot. And you know what? You know, with all this, we're seeing the cores. You know, we're seeing the cores that they're getting back from just killing each other's life, but also they're gonna be able to draw a bunch of cards. Now, granted, we do see there is a Thorn Prison in there, so he will be able to draw off of that if he does use it.
Yes. And let's see what kind of pressure he's going to be able to play. Worker Amran is great for the pressure. So there we go. Being able to ramp a little bit more, even though Ryan will be able to draw. He's saying, okay, that's fine. And, it looks like the big guy is coming down. So we have what looks like a behemoth, but there is another name for it. It is Horned Fortress Ellismoth. Sorry. So for those that don't know what Ellismoth does, it says when summoned, select one of your spirits. It gains 3,000 BP during this turn. And then at level 2, when the spirit attacks, select one of your opponent's spirits for each of your other spirits with 4,000 or more BP and exhaust them.
You're dealing with a lot. You're dealing with a card that is going to make sure that your opponents do not have any way to protect themselves. And that hurts a lot, especially having Hippo in the deck, just be able to say, yeah, your unit's arrested and I'm going to gain life back. That if you would like, you can surrender now or deal with it later. But this is love. This is really, truly love right now. I'm looking at all this, hand that Ryan has, but you got to think about what could I do in this situation? Because like I said, a lot of people do not play green. A lot of people have not tried green. So, there's some people that haven't had a lot of practice into it. But Court Theft is going down on the Leaf Wolf to be able to dish the other Court Theft. Get it out the way so Leaf Wolf isn't there anymore. And we know from looking at Dorian's hand, he does have that Thorn Prison.
Yeah, exactly. So looks like Cove is gonna refresh the Worker Ant-Man, so that way it's out of the Beldegor as a Beldegor target. So that's great for Dorian right there.
This is gonna be crazy. I mean, honestly, I feel very scared for Ryan's side, but just seeing how well Dorian's just going off on things, and he does use the Burning Force on the Netherworld. That is great. Like I said, sometimes you gotta win that Netherworld matchup. That's like a little mini game inside of the main game. If you gotta play the Netherworld mini game. Once you win the Netherworld mini game, you play the real game. See if you win, and if you win, you're good. You're fine.
Exactly that. And Ryan is definitely winning that game right now. He's gotten rid of 2 of Dorian's Netherworld depths. So while being able to keep his on the board, which is unfortunate on Dorian's side, very fortunate on Ryan's side.
This is a deck that we've seen pop up and every now and then, it's popped up on it even from Cosmic's channel as well. We've seen this deck for green, and we're seeing some cards that some people haven't haven't thought of, and some cards that people haven't even really wanted to use, but we're seeing it work in unison with each other. And I think that's just great to showcase what green can really do. And I'm so glad green made it such a high point of this match. And looking at how green is, green's playing and Dorian's playing right now, you could tell why exactly green was able to make it this far up in round 5. I mean, we're so far into the day. A lot of people are tired and out, but these players are showing like, yeah, we're not that tired. We still got, gas in the tank. We're still able to go for it. And, Dorian's showing why he deserves to be at this spot. Now, I will say, looking at this, like Ellismouth, I have not really seen much of this card. I haven't really tested this card myself to even know about a lot about what you want to do with it. Oh, and my bird's coming down. Okay, so we're good.
Strike.
Yeah, we're good. Now we got the little, I call him Silver Ant. We got Silver Ant coming down. Now, when for people that don't know, when that dies, you will gain a core if your opponent kills it at least. So you can't kill it on your own. Just if your opponent kills it off, which he will be swinging in. And Ryan will be drawing off that Netherworld. Now, I believe he drew into Black Lance. I do not know offhand. I cannot see too well for it. But Scope Owl is in Dorian's hand as well. So we have another Swift unit. Down. But like I said before, guys, the only big thing about green is that the fact that they cannot draw.
Yeah.
It's hard for green to get going after they used all their resources. So, they may have a lot of cores, but if they don't have cards in hand, it becomes very detrimental. Now, who is going to do the deed right now? Because at this point, I think they're both sitting at 2 life. One, Dorian probably has Ice Shield face down. We do have Camelot Knight coming out, not with the Soul Core though, so we are just going to be a 1K beater. But we do have Agravale at that 2K mark. Just having the Soul Core on there, so if it dies, you will be drawing that card. But Black Lance drawing those 2 for him, building that hand up like we've seen with Zach's game and Jesse games. Sometimes having a good hand can really be the reason you win games. Now, I will say, what do you think about, green? What were you looking to do for green against this purple matchup? What are you going to try to complete? Because, at this point, this Netherworld's still sticking. So the looming threat is, and just happened, that second Netherworld is coming down. So it's like, okay, this looming threat of Netherworld is becoming worse. And because it is 2 on the field, it is becoming very much of like a weird situation because you can block. You could take their life because it could be Ice Shield that Dory has placed face down. But Netherworld is just going to get Ryan all the cards.
Yep, exactly. And the fact that he also has Rotting Swamp on the field means that if you do block with something bigger than what he's attacking with, then he's going to draw 3 cards from that one exchange. And that's crazy, to be honest. So Ryan is definitely winning the Netherworld Depths War here. So,
that's good. And that's the thing you really want. Like I said, that mini game is crucial. That mini game is what really will win you the game. Having multiple Netherworlds out, having the chance to be able to draw all the answers you can when your opponent is just stuck at, let's say, 2-3 cards, it is really detrimental for you, especially as a purple player. I don't think Ryan's hands was maybe favorable for him in this matchup, but granted, that just speaks to what Dorian was doing. Dorian was able to get cards out. He was able to rest cards. He was able to make sure he put a stop to a lot of things to put Ryan down. However, we are here with the next bird coming out. We're gonna be killing off Camelot Knight, the best boy for many players. So if you're Dorian, what do you think you really want to go and achieve with this turn?
I mean, there's not very much you could do, but he is going to suspend multiple cards from this one attack, so that's pretty great. He's kind of forcing Ryan to either lose the last spirit or just let the damage go through and go to 1, which is pretty ideal, to be honest. Or forcing a magic card out of his hand, even though he does have plenty of cores open, so he could end up just core thefting or thorn prisoning, things like that, drawing more cards. But if I was Dorian, definitely doing the same thing, attacking with Ellis Moth. That way I can suspend a couple things, make him lose another spirit, and kind of just forcing it out. Basically, he has to just go for it at this point.
Swinging with the bird, we're going right in, and that's 2 other units that are standing so that he could probably get past this. Now, what will he do? All right. Thorn Prison coming down. So Thorn Prison just going to rest those other 2 units. And he still is drawing off of Netherworld from the other attack as well. So at this point, Scope Owl is coming out to be able to get through right now and be able to deal with this as of right now. Because at that point, him swifting down that Scope Owl will probably be what is needed to be able to win the game.
Yeah.
Now, he does have Leaf Wolf, so he could play Leaf Wolf and be like, hey. Yep. Leaf Wolf coming down to be able to protect himself against that last attack.
That was a fortunate draw for Ryan right there.
Yes.
Being able to draw. I think he drew it off of the last exhaust right there from the 2 depths. So
yes. And what's crazy is we haven't really seen that come out from most players. So it's like, oh, is it a 1 of? Is it a 2 of? Because that will be detrimental to find out. Like, how crazy was that top deck draw?
Yeah, exactly.
Black Lance just coming out.
Yep, Black Lance being summoned. Just another Black Lance being summoned as well. Drawing more and more cards.
We're just not letting anything through. And at this point, I feel like we're in such a great position. We have so much hand. Now, granted, we need, to have the protection to be able to deal with, threats. But Ryan has those. He has Thorn Prison in his hand to be able to stave off. If he goes too wide, he has Burning Force that he can use off of his units. Like, look at that hand. Look at that. Like that. This is what I'm talking about. Like, if nothing else, people are proving this game. Netherworld has been such a crazy card for purple to work as well as it has. And just being able to draw cards. Like, that mini game that you play is the most important thing of this game right now. And Thorn Prison coming down, and that's the last card in Dorian's hand. So he will be, Ryan will be choosing 2 units to rest off of that alone. And because of that, we have 1 blocker on board. So at this point, I don't know if Ryan can even protect himself. Ryan be able to close out the game.
Yeah, that's going to be
he closing it.
Too,
Never mind. So. I am so wrong. Ryan getting the win.
Yeah, that that Leaf Wolf being drawn was the thorn that killed Dorian right there. So definitely great play on both player sides. So we'll see what happens going into game 2. Let's take a look at what Dorian is siding, so we can see what is possibly coming in. So looks
now,
like
honestly, I'm looking at Ryan's sideboard. I'm thinking, like you said, we could do the same thing like we did with Zach. We could try to put in Core Drain. We could try to put in, we know your opponent's running Netherworld. Do you add the Vulture if you even run the Vulture? Do you run the Nexus, the Castlewood Nexus? Like, do you run different things like that because you're playing against green? Castlewood would be very great against it, but do we even do? Oh, and we're dropping Dorian. Hold up. I'm sorry, buddy. Hey, you see how the DMV is calm, cool, and collected. The cards are all in the same spot.
New sleeves. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's what we're gonna say. Okay, we'll say new sleeves for this one, guys. No, in all seriousness, this is just great. I mean, honestly, think about it. Like, how many people really were predicting that green was gonna make it this high up? And some people were calling green like, oh, it's just a mixture color, and some people were saying that it could never stand alone. But look at it, standing on its own right now, doing well in the top of the bracket. At this point, you can't count anything out, guys. Battle Spirits will always give you some surprises. Now, if you're going into this from looking at Dorian's deck, what do you think you would probably try to go in with?
Probably the Dyna, for sure. Like, to try to win the depths exchange, especially if Ryan's able to stick 2 again. It just puts him on the clock, so that definitely will help. It also helps if Maduke is played as well, because then no curse units can kind of trade with for that free damage off a blood curse. So there's that.
Oh, take that Vanguard box away. Hold up. Yeah, hold up. No, we can't be showing the other side. Oh.
And then let's see. I don't know. There's not very much that he isn't maining already, to be honest. So, mainly the Derm Dyna. Don't want to bring in Rex against this deck. Maybe Dream Bombs, I guess. Yeah, probably just Derm Dyna and Dream Bombs.
I mean, look, for Ryan, I'll just say, like, for him, if you're gonna do anything Core Drain, maybe you got Castlewood, since you're playing against green, you could probably try to throw in some jokers if you want to. I don't really feel like there's a need to at this point, but yeah, I feel like Castlewood would probably be a best bet. But sometimes it could be a little clunky. It could be too much in terms of Nexus for the build, because what do you take out at that point? Like, what do you side out against this matchup is a very important thing, because sometimes you could take out the cards that would really win you games. I mean, like, Leaf Wolf MVP, do you take out Leaf Wolf? I don't really know. It's it's like taking your best player out the game when you're literally down by 20. It kind of sucks to do it. But I am really, really happy right now. We're seeing this start right back off with Agavel coming down off rip. Not even going to waste any time. Yeah, we're not wasting time. We're not going to waste time with this. We know who we're playing against. We're playing against a GOAT right now. Dorian being one of the best players coming out of Arizona. I'm sorry to say that, Corfish, but coming right out of Arizona.
I mean, he is there, so.
Yeah, killing it right now. Now we have Worker Ant coming down, him gaining that core. Now, does Ryan want to kill off that card to gain the card? Or does he want to just say, you know what? Take damage.
I think he wants to keep the reduction to be able to play the depths. Yeah.
I did not see him take the damage that fast. That is on me. But we are playing Netherworld. Let's start the mini game up.
Yep.
And
Dorian just drew his own.
Oh yeah. We're playing the mini game. Oh yes. Yep. Yeah. This is a race, guys. I'm telling you, whoever gets Netherworld to stick the fast wins.
Okay, so no burning force on Ryan's side this time. So.
Oh no. Ryan, don't let him do it. That mini game is crucial. Now, you know what? At this point in time, because you're playing purple and you are riding off a win, I feel like you are kind of on, feeling a little happy at this point. You're feeling a little calm.
Yeah.
You get to think about your plays differently. And with 37 minutes left in the round, you really don't have any time to rush. You don't have to, worry about the clock. You can take your time and say, you know what, I'm going to think about my plays before I do it. And right now, this play with the worker ant's really one that's good because, he's just going to swing in, gain that core.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that Star Blessed draw. Nice.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yep, nice. Just gonna take that core. He just gained a core and a card, for Dorian. Like that is just sometimes you just gotta do it.
Yep. And he has a Scope Bell, he has a Thorn Prison. Is that a Tokiwa?
That's Tokiwa. I would love to see. Oh, we're doing another one. We're just saying, I don't care what you draw.
Ooh. And he drew Namengard off of that too.
Oh yeah, and we had the cores, ramping with worker and everything else. Like this is just going to become very scary. He's already just moving. Yep. Yeah, he's moving to it.
Here we go.
It's over. Yeah, we're there. We said we got it. It doesn't matter. We top decked that real quick. Now, passing turn right here. I would feel Ice Shield.
I would feel very secure as Dorian right now.
You feel you're in a good spot.
Yeah,
and granted, Ryan could say core theft, but
I mean that's fine. I still get my 3 cores and 3 draws. True. Ryan did draw the Burning Force though.
Oh yeah, play the mini game. Play the mini game out. Let's let it get it done.
Ooh, he's thinking about Curse Dragon right now though.
Nah, we're playing the mini game.
Okay, all right,
Look at that. Look at that. That's just beautiful. Getting that Netherworld out. I'm telling you, if whoever gets it to stick the longest, we have a really good game sometimes. But having that Namengard become unchecked, we will be in position to be able to refresh our cores because we're putting it up to level 4 or level 3. I'm so sorry.
Star Blessed. Here we go. Star Blessed. Draw 2. Another
Netherworld.
Another depth.
Oh, there we go. Worker ant, get that core. Yeah, next turn is gonna be another world. We're gonna have to play another mini game.
Yep. All right.
Ryan will be drawing that card.
Draws a card.
This day, I'm still trying to figure out how to do that hand shuffle that fast. No matter what I do, it's just cards flying all over the place. I know, like I said, I haven't been playing competitive card games for a long time. But if anybody got advice to do it, please tell me.
I was gonna say, if you played anything before this, then you should be in the know on how to do it.
Oh, I've played.
It's like secondhand nature for.
Oh really? Yeah. Oh, I'm not that. Yeah, I'm just trash. I can tell you right now. I play games, but
Okay.
Play games well. There's a difference.
Play games well. Well, I mean, hey. Battle Spirit Saga seems to be your game then, since you have had a Pro Tour play already. So you can say that, which is great. So
I'm hyped over that. Right now I'm watching Masters play and I feel like I'm in awe. I'm just watching 2 people that know what they want to do, just duke it all out. Duke is coming down. Listen, Maduke coming out for this. We're respecting Namengard with the queen herself, Maduke. We're not taking back any punches. We're making sure we're here. Netherworld's still there, but we know Dorian has Netherworld. So Dorian can play Netherworld out next turn and then just pass with attack pass with Namengard, be able to just say, hey, I'm good. Hopefully Ryan has that core theft to be able to say, I don't want to deal with Namengard for too long, but it will be ramping 3 cards and 3 cores. That is that was green before green.
He's trying to get the Blood Curse effect to go off here.
What's the card coming down? Is that
Green Bomb?
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, you're good. We're just taking out that aggro, making sure that it's exhausted. We don't even want to deal with it. That is going to be crazy. Okay, so killing that off, making sure that Blood Curse doesn't activate. That is such a good play with Scope Owl. Now, granted,
it's great for that reason.
Now, granted, what would you do? Dorian's shoes. Dorian, looking at Dorian's hand with the Netherworld. I'm pretty sure you would probably play that Netherworld down.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Does he have enough cores for it? No, I don't think he does.
No.
No.
He should. Doesn't he regain
Oh, I
those
mean,
cores?
if he takes it off of the Namagard, then yeah. Which would be fine. I mean, I think he just wants to ramp more with the worker Ant-Man, and then
Of course.
refresh everything with the Namagard. And then he has Thorn Prison in hand. So I mean,
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, I think he's in a decent situation right now. So.
Oh, this is going to be crazy. I mean, at this point, we're watching a game, just that I really did not expect to see. I mean, I did want green to be up there, but would I say that I would see a green deck with Tokiwa coming up there? No, I didn't really think about Tokiwa like that. I mean, if we saw a lot of Void Lords, yeah, but we have seen, I mean, almost zero in terms of stream games, for that at least. But we will be using that core theft on. Oh yeah.
Deadly Balance. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I think that's fine. Yeah. I mean, in Dorian's situation, that's probably fine. You have enough Swifts, and he drew 2 Scope Owls, by the way, off of that Namagard.
Yep. I already hate green. Already. Just.
Oh
why?
Man. So that's why he plays Namagard, if anyone was wondering. So you could draw ridiculous like that if it gets destroyed.
I'm waiting to hear elephant bands in the chat. Please don't say that's my favorite card. One of my favorite cards. Please don't say that. But yeah.
Yeah, he definitely drew 2 Scope Owl off of that Namagard. That's crazy.
This is just a wild thing. In all honesty, I'm not even gonna lie.
Another depths.
Please. We're playing the mini game.
Stop with the mini game. Just let it die.
No, we don't need to. Let it keep going. Let it go.
Oh,
like
man.
Elsa said, we're good.
I was just about to say, you are not Elsa, so let's not let it go. Let's just let Netherworld Depths stay at the bottom of Ryan's deck.
I will buy a blonde wig so fast, and I will turn this room into an icicle. Please, we'll do this.
Now that you said that, just be ready for the memes on Twitter of you.
Nobody put a blonde wig on me. That's all I gotta say.
It's gonna happen now. Just like they already got the picture of you with the Jexgamingg fish glasses. Next incoming is the blonde Elsa dress.
No, you know what? You know what? We might have to have a game core fish on here, and if I lose, I might have to just go buy it. I might have to just go buy it. But right now, we're staring at a board. Jesus, okay.
The ice shield. Oh man, but
it's just beautiful.
Dorian does get blessed, so he is back up to 4.
It's looking like Dorian is doing very well for this game, and y'all know my favorite, but I am impressed. Like, just seeing how much green is able to do in these certain matchups and how well he's able to utilize the Hippocampo card to its fullest potential is very great.
I love Hippocampo.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I'm a yellow stan at heart. Even though I play control decks, like I played yellow, I played yellow pretty early on, like before set 2 came out. Okay. And people, I think that's where he got influenced. I'm gonna take credit for that. He got influenced by me playing Hippocampo against him and punishing him every week.
I'm pretty sure Dorian's just gonna be like, don't listen to him, guys. Don't just make sure you understand that he is not telling the truth. I mean, look, at this point, I'm not gonna lie, it's looking pretty crazy right now. We just saw another Maduke pop down. Like, come on.
So, the thing about Dorian is, he played purple forever. This is the first time that he's switched decks, actually. Well, like when green came out. So when set 2 came out was the first time that he played a different deck. Up until then, he was only playing purple. Like, that was all he played. Online events, locals, everything like that. So he has a very, very good idea of what Ryan's game plan is. So hopefully it continues to pan out that way, and he drew another Scope Owl, by the way.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh man,
I'm hating green. I'm in the camp of hate green time. It's
Burning Force
just
on the depths again. Let's
what?
go.
What? Man, you know what?
Mini
It's
game.
okay. Nah,
Mini
yeah,
game
no, he's
again.
winning the mini game. He won.
Yep.
He's getting it. He's already killing it. But that scope out hand is actually dirty.
It is.
Like
I think
I am.
does he have? I think he has 3 in hand. By the way.
Yeah, I'm not okay. I'm definitely not okay. If anybody wants to help me out here, please. I am not doing well.
I
I don't
mean,
even know.
the good thing for Ryan is that he has another Ice Shield set and then one in his hand. So game isn't quite over, but it's going to be an uphill battle for both players right now, just because of what they both have in their hands. Also, Dorian does have a Dream Bomb as well.
Yeah. I mean, look, guys, who expected green to get this high up right now, especially with what most people were predicting? They were like, all right, you might have another X Spider meta, but I think we're proving right now we don't really have to make that true. Not at all. And I mean, Dorian's sitting at 4 life with a burst down. Like, this is a perfect position to be like, I'm okay. I'll be okay. If anything happens, if, you know, like we have money for a rainy day, if the roof falls off, we'll buy a new one. Doesn't even matter.
Especially after 12 minutes and Dorian is still at 4 life when he should be at 1 or 2. Yeah, 1. He should be at 1, I believe. But he has gained back that life with the Hippocampo and punishing him with the green cards. So that just shows the power of green being able to splash in other cards. So a lot of people thought that green was going to go the other way in the fact that of only green being able to be splashed in other decks, but we're seeing the opposite. Green is splashing other colors in their deck. So, oh, look what came down.
Tokiwa! We're here,
there we
baby.
Go. There we go.
We're getting Tokiwa out now. I don't have Tokiwa pulled up for some people, but I might have to because I know Tokiwa isn't a card that we've seen a lot of. But it was, you know, something that myself was like, oh, I'm hyped to see. For people that don't know, Tokiwa is level 1, 2, and 3. Stasis Spirit gains 10,000 BP if your opponent controls a Void Lord Spirit. There is none on the field, so that will not happen. But it's level 2 and 3 says when the spirit attacks, your opponent selects one of their refreshed spirits and exhausts it. But it's level 3, which makes it so dangerous. Says you may remove all but 3 cores from this spirit and place them into your reserve to refresh it. So at this point, you're already refreshing the spirit, making sure that you're saying, hey, I'm going to exhaust your spirit every time I attack. So it's just a constant refresh, exhaust, refresh. Well, exhaust, refresh, exhaust, refresh. You know, I think at this point, you know, Ryan's seeing this. I know he's probably thinking, yeah, I want to kill that sucker off. Like, I don't even want to deal with it. But you know what? It's a choice. You have 3 cards that you really want dead. Like, you don't want Hippocampo to gain any more life. Dream Bomb is coming out for that Maduke right now.
I mean, that was a proper Maduke. Yes. That was at level 3. So you 100% do not want Blood Curse to go off on Aglavale and the other Maduke again. So
such a good call. Such a good call. And you know what? And looking at the pro player's hand with that hand of his is wild. Like I said, if you could, like, the thing about green is they can ramp. Can they draw? And look at this. Netherworld is just being the only thing to help. Well, not the only thing, but one of the main things to help them draw out. I mean, Namagard did help too.
Yeah, Namagard definitely put in an insane amount of value during this game. So
this is just becoming so crazy. I mean, I did not expect any of this. And Scope Out coming out, you know, for the swift play. Jeez. Scope Out, I'm tired of seeing you. I can't lie. I've seen so much of Scope Out that it's just like, wow. I never thought I would hate a green card. I have mine. I have my target. But if you're playing, let's say, you know, with this matchup, it really for Ryan becomes a situation where you have to think, how can I stabilize? How can I be able to live off of this? Because green, he already knows green has a lot of cards that can just swift on the board and kill things off. And I have to deal with all of that. So I have to be very careful and be cautious. Now, granted, we do see he has another Ice Shield in hand, so he can stave himself off for another turn if need be. but he should be fine. I mean, with all those cores down, we should start seeing how it will be for purple. Now we see the Bacchus Curse Dragon combo. We never know. It could come down. Oh, wait. Oh, the thought process of it. This could be it. This could be what was needed.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Now, granted,
the
like
insane value. Oh, here we go.
Now, we already got to think about it, though. With those Swift units in hand, it still maybe could not matter too much. But Curse Dragon will down on the board, and we're just gaining all those cores that we need to be able to kill this board off clean. Now, granted, even with this, you have Netherworld still on board. And with that, you still have two Scope Owls in hand, I believe, for Dorian. So you are sitting at a good position.
Is it 1 or 2 right now?
1. Okay, yeah. So we're sitting at a good position right now to even think about it. With everything that's in his hand, he has that Dream Bomb. He has the Burning Force. He definitely has the Ice Shield. So he can be fine for next turn. But it was a good play to be able to kill off that board presence that was just looming the entire time. I mean, Hippocampo gaining life back. Worker Ant gaining you those cores, even though he has another one in hand, it was still a good play to take it out right now. And Toki, you don't want to deal with Toki. That's just something you really don't want to have to deal with. And you know what? I feel like with this, seeing Ryan swing in with Dragon Naga right now, we're just going to be able to get that draw off of that. And, it's going to be a match for match draw. But the Dream Bomb coming out from Dorian will be bouncing back Maduke to hand, making sure that we just don't even want to deal with that right now. We don't even want to have to think about it. And because we have one standing unit being that Curse Dragon, it becomes a very weird threat right now. Oh, actually, sorry, rested Curse Dragon. So the board is full, open. Let me not say full. The board is open right now. And that Ice Shield's coming out because he just attacked with the Curse Dragon. But, we know that Dorian has another Ice Shield down, and with green, we see the Burning Forces there too. So we know it's a very sticky situation. You got to think about what can be played, because he can swing out and then play that Scope Owl again for the play.
All right, let's see how he responds here, because this is a very tough situation for Dorian to be in, facing down just that kind of field. But if he goes...
Tree.
Yeah. Oh, there is a Hunger Tree. There we go. We finally see it. We haven't seen a Mushrantula either.
No, we might have to make a bingo card.
Right?
For some of the new cards.
Let's see. He has a whole bunch of cores in his reserve right now. Looks like 14. Or no. 13? Let's see. 7 and 6. So 13. Quite a bit of cards. So,
yeah, you know what? Thinking about all this.
Coming down.
Ooh.
Thorn Prison Leaf Wolf. Pretty good draws there.
This is just looking up and up and up for Dorian as the game goes on. It just becomes such a very crazy situation. I mean, look at this. We have, Worker Ant gaining the core. Hunger Tree discarding a card if it dies. The other Ant discarding a card if it dies. And, you have to pop that Ice Shield. Just so many cards that are just resting your units, and you have to have a really heavy board presence. But because of the fact that Dorian also has Netherworld on board, like I said, that mini game is helping out.
Yeah, 100%. He is winning that mini game right now.
Now we do see Vulture, so we are killing off Netherworld immediately.
So he did bring in the Vulture.
Yeah, I think that was a good play, knowing that you do have, you do have to play against someone that is running Netherworld. You kind of want to play that game. Kind of want to play that game with them. Now we're putting Maduke back on board, just hoping that Maduke doesn't either get bounced or rested like it always does. But seeing that, and we're keeping a Soulcoin on Dragon Naga, so when we swing, we will draw a card off of that.
I'm surprised that he didn't, that he's not putting Maduke up to 6. That's kind of surprising to me, to be honest.
I think there's a thought. I don't know what the thought process is with this.
He has 2 curse units on board other than Maduke.
Maybe he's thinking about something that we not, because I think at this point, looking at Hunger Tree, That is a really weird question as well. I'm glad that you pointed that out.
Yeah, because King Vulture doesn't have confront because there's no when summoned on the board. I don't think, right?
None of them are.
Yeah, none of them have when summoned. So keeping the extra cores on King Vulture or just keeping King Vulture on the board are just kind of. It's a very interesting decision. But I guess he wants to keep up the board presence because the other thing that I was thinking is that he could just put the 2 cores that are on King Vulture onto Maduke and give everything Blood Curse, but maybe he just wants to keep his board presence and keep that extra spirit on board for that exact situation right there, the Thorn Prison.
Yeah, Thorn Prison is going to be something that we already know is in his hand, but it is going to be something detrimental. But look at all those cores he has. I mean, he can do anything he wants. Anything he wants. He has a reduction on board to do it. Like nothing really matters for him right now. Curse Dragon will be on the board though. We are going to make sure that is set down. Making sure we remove one core from everything on the field. And we're just going to put it back on the unit so it doesn't really matter for us. But another hunger tree.
So Maduke does have Blood Curse still, I believe, right? Yeah. So it does have Blood Curse by itself right now because it's at level 2. But he's going to remove all but 1 and put it down to level 1. So it does not have Blood Curse anymore.
Becoming very scary. I mean, you're sitting
Scope
here
Owl.
thinking.
We know he has a Scope Owl in hand. So
yeah,
I think he has a Leaf Wolf in hand as well. So this is kind of bad for Ryan. He doesn't have Ice Shield anymore, right?
Nope, no Ice Shield. He has Burning Force in hand though, so maybe he's going for that. But even then, it's just something that Scope Owl's still there. Burning Force has to be the only protection you have at that point.
What happened?
Might be a game 2. I mean, might be a game 3. Now, it's a thought process. I don't know what else is in Ryan's hand right now. I do see that the Burning Force there just looming over, but I don't really know what else could happen.
I don't think that there's any other response, magic-wise,
that's really
in Ryan's hand. So
yeah, I mean, Scope Owl's there.
I can't. See.
I mean, Scope Owl's there. That is one thing.
Yeah. Well, there might be a Thorn Prison in Ryan's hand. That's what I think.
Yeah, so I can't really see.
Thorn Prison.
There's Burning Force. Come, let's see. Burning Force being there.
I saw Maduke. He's gonna Burning Force the Leaf Wolf. Okay. Oh yeah, so he does.
He's gonna swift the Scope. There you go. Okay, he's gonna swift the Scope Owl. I think Dorian still has that Ice Shield there, right?
Oh, there's a Shrike.
Woo!
There you
go. Yeah, that's it.
The Shrike coming in to make sure the Maduke goes down. And there's the Thorn Prison. Okay.
Yeah.
But he's still going to take the damage. And Scope Owl.
Yep.
And we're going to game 3.
Man, this is a hard fought battle.
Oh, man.
Man, it is coming through. I mean, seeing that Netherworld, how much it was able to draw all for Dorian was just amazing.
Yeah, that was definitely the mini game coming through clutch for Dorian in that game with being able to have his depths up longer than Ryan. And it definitely showed because he drew into all of his Swifts that he needed. He drew Leaf Wolf, he drew Double Scope Owl, he drew the Shrike, just everything. That was great. Great showing on both players' side. They both played it very well. And let's see what happens in game 3. They are probably going to go to time. We have about 13 minutes left, I believe, or just short of 14 minutes or so. So let's see what can happen. What do you side in the Jokers in this situation if you're Ryan, or do you just leave them out and go with your normal game plan?
I'm gonna leave them out, go with my normal game plan. I probably would add Castle in. I'm not gonna lie, them Wind Destroys were kind of eating away at Ryan slowly but surely. Just the board presence there. I mean, I wish there was a way to stop Swift, but there is none unless you just make sure your opponent just has no cores. And him getting that,
Yeah.
you know, that Namengard early was just such a great thing to see.
Yes.
I mean, Dorian getting that Namengard helped him just progress so far into the game. Especially him having Netherworld depths like there longer. It just made everything so much better.
Yeah, he drew into double scope out. So that was great off of the Namengard. Like that's probably exactly what you want to see as a green player playing Namengard, is to draw into Thorn Prison or to your Swift Spirits, like Dorian was able to do. So let's jump into game 3, and it looks like Dorian is going to be starting us off.
We're going in with the ant. Okay, we're going in the ramp ant.
Yep.
We're seeing what Ryan has even drawn right now. I think honestly, at this point, we have the worker ant there, so we can start swinging in with worker ant. Just saying to ourselves, okay, you know what? Even if you gain a core, I'll gain a core as well. And there's really not a lot you could do. Now you could deal with the fact that Dorian might have another Hippocampo, because we've seen Hippocampo come down. So you know this could be a perfect position for that. Now, granted, he did attack a worker ant, and you know Dorian did take that life instead of destroying the Andra. But you know Dorian is just clapping back with his own worker ant. Green is just showing out. You know?
I mean, on both players' sides, actually.
Yes.
So Ryan is playing green as well because he knows how strong the cards can be.
And it's something that is making me think like maybe I even want to, you know, for me, I might have to build green, you know, give green another chance. The first thing I did was the token deck, and I didn't like it too much because of the draw. But you know what? The answer to everything, if you can't draw, Netherworld. You gotta always make sure you have that.
Yeah,
but two worker ants coming down.
Queen Ant isn't the best card, so I can see why the token ant deck wasn't your favorite. But all the rest of the Swift, all the rest of the ramp cards and then the Swift cards are great. So
and you know, looking at just everything that's going on with this is just becoming so much apparent that green is a threat, guys. The green, especially you know, we're going into PA. For people that don't know, PA is going to literally be next month. You know, right then for people, 2 weeks. You know, right away, 2 weeks on September 9th. In PA, was it Monotrol, PA? So you know we're gonna see a lot of things from shaping from this tournament right now, and decks that people are gonna be like, you know what, I'm gonna play this deck right now. And another Namengard. I'm tired of this card. I love it though. It's my favorite.
I love
my
that
first
card, and he will not trade me that Namengard. He refused it for some reason, and I'm very salty about it because I need my set still.
Oh wow. Namengard was the first thing I pulled at Vegas. That was the first alt art that I pulled out of my box, and it was the first alt art that I pulled out of my case.
I think my first alt in Vegas was, I think it was Curse Dragon, actually.
Curse Dragon. Oh yeah, that's cool. See, I usually go with whatever the calling is, so I was playing with like white purple for a while. This is before the like zero drops came out. But even looking at this, I'm like, you know what? Green and Namengard is, coming together. They said, you know what? This deck gains cores. Namengard, come along. You gain cores too.
I mean, I was playing Curse Dragon also in the deck, but I ended up pulling a Namengard as well in my boxes, as well as an Ice Shield. So it was pretty good. I had great pulls in Vegas. I think I pulled 6 Ice Shields, I want to say. So 4 regular, 1 foil, and an alt art. So I was pretty happy about that. But anyways, back to the play. So it looks like Dorian just attacked with Namengard and passed back. So he gained back all of his cores.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you have a wall. Now, at this point, you see Black Lance being able to draw Ryan.
Oh, the Star Blast!
Yes.
4 cards!
Oh my gosh. And that clapback off of that alone can sometimes end up burning force with the Dream Bomb. Yeah, gosh. This deck is just powerful. And you're playing in the purple. You're going to be playing into like certain things like that. And having that card in the deck, I mean, like, look, it is just the overall just like such a great build. You're ramping, you're drawing cards. You're drawing cards if they even try to do win summons on you, which Black Lance has been a mainstay. I mean, Star Blast is punishing you for even playing the game as a purple player. This is just amazing. I can't even lie. I love it. I gotta say.
Yeah.
Now Namagard is gonna do some, blocking for it. Just making sure that we're just staving off right now. I do see that the Castlewood Nexus in the deck, so he did side that in, which is a great thing just for his other Wind Destroys if he has it. Now he does have
Wait,
4
who
extra
did?
cards.
Dorian?
Ryan.
Oh, Ryan? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Ryan put
he
in
did.
Castlewood to stop the Wind Destroys.
Interesting.
He's like, I don't want to deal with that Hunger Tree. I don't feel like dealing with Antra. I'm going to have that just in case. Now, granted, it's just the timing of when you could play it because, Namagard is there and you just got so many cores. But the Netherworld is coming down. We're starting the minigame. Swinging with Namagard, just getting a free swing out. Now, what would you do in this situation? That is the real question for Dorian. You're doing right. You're doing right. But you got to keep that tempo up and make sure you keep it because purple can sometimes take it away from you. But I feel like it's a good position right now for him.
Yeah, no, 100%. So if I was Dorian, I would do exactly what he's doing. Just attacking with Namagard, chipping that damage down. Ryan does have a Burning Force for the Netherworld Depths again. So the Netherworld Depths is not going to stay around for very long. Then he's going to just core up the Worker Ant-Man, continue the ramp, and then probably play another Blacklands. So, okay. All right, Dragon August Assassin.
That's good. That's still fine. We're still drawing off of that alone. Probably scared to see another Star Bless. Maybe he probably doesn't want to give him too many hit cards in hand, especially with Netherworld on the board.
Yeah, that's true. Burning Force is still live here, so he does have 7 cores. So he can get rid of the Netherworld Depths if he needs to, but then he would only have 2 cores open to be able to play more cards. So looks like he's going another route. He's going to play the Giant Castlewood Keep. So that card is great against Namagard, as well as the other When Destroyed effects. So for anyone who doesn't know what it does, so the level 1 and 2 are during your opponent's attack step. When one of your spirits with a soul core on it destroys one of your opponent's spirits via comparing BP, select one of your spirits and refresh it. Then the level 2 is during either attack step, when destroyed effects on your opponent's spirits are not triggered. So Namagard, if it is destroyed with Curse, it will not trigger the draw 3, core 3.
Burning Force came down to kill it off, so it doesn't even matter anyway. We're just making sure we get rid of it. We're playing a different mini game right now, and I believe the win is right going towards Dorian. Now Dorian has is that 2-leaf wolf and a scope? Yep.
2 scope out.
Again?
Yes.
Scope out again? We're done.
Another scope out.
All right, guys.
Let's go.
Load up the bus.
All right, there's the leaf wolf.
Load up the bus, y'all. Going home. We tried. I'm not even gonna lie. Seeing that third scope out again, it's like I'm looking in a mirror of last game. I can't even compute.
Man, tournament pack cards are apparently good. I mean, we're seeing 2 dominate the games today in Scope Out and Axe Spider. So
listen, tournament cards, we're gonna have to deal with them for a while.
Yeah,
a lot of people are hating on them, but I'm gonna tell you now, you can't say burn Scope Out. You can't say ban it. It's just too good. I gotta use it. Let me ban it after I get my fill with it. All right, let's take a little bit of time.
Right? But, yeah, exactly.
Lamorak coming down right now with the
a Blacklands. If it's another Star Blessed.
No, I'm done.
Is it another Star Blessed?
Don't you reach over there, Dorian.
Star Blessed. It is not.
All right, we're good.
So close.
Say, don't reach over there. I was about to cry. It's like there's no way we're doing this again. Really? Let's live a little, please. Now, granted, decision of where the soul core is,
Yeah.
Wait till we get a card that multiplies the soul core. It's like, no, let me stop playing. That will never come. Yeah, exactly. But if it did,
I think in Battle Spirits they have a card to get like the soul core back from the void, but I don't know if there's anything that multiplies a soul core or gives you another soul core.
If it is, it shouldn't exist. Let's be real. If it is, it definitely shouldn't exist. It makes purple 10 times worse.
Yeah.
You're sitting there saying like, all right, I got multiple Pega Scions. What are we doing?
Right.
Yeah. Like, what are we actually doing here? Like, I don't feel like dealing with that.
That's pretty interesting that he just left the. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because he's not attacking, but he left the soul core on the black lands.
True.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is just showing like the power.
Is it an Ellismoth? Is that what he's about to play right now?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Ellismoth. Okay, so at this point, yeah, it's looking very, very hard. I mean, we have a burst down set for Ryan. Hopefully Ryan can get back off of this game right now. It is becoming a very dire situation. You really don't want to go into this game off of this loss. But at this point we have like a minute left. We're going straight into time soon. We're getting close to that mark.
So Ellismoth is gonna exhaust 2 of Ryan's spirits because there's 2 green spirits that have more than 4,000 BP. So he exhausts the Worker Ant-Man and Lamorak, and then Dragonaga Assassin is going to block, letting Dorian draw another card, which is an Emerant Man. And then Dragonaga Assassin is going to go to the trash, which it should be added. Wait, no. Is Lamorak only during your turn, right?
Your turn, yes. I believe so. I'm pretty sure I'm right. If I'm wrong, please don't castrate me.
Yeah. No, it's during your turn. Right. And then Black Lance is going to block the Namengard. So Dorian will draw another card from the Netherworld Depths. And Leaf Wolf is just going to press in more damage.
I promise y'all we play the game.
Right?
I know sometimes we be forgetting. I promise y'all we do. We're not like this. I promise you.
And then there's the Leaf Wolf. There's another one.
Let me go buy some more green starter decks.
Burning Force.
Yeah, I think that's yeah. Let me go buy some more green starter decks. I think that's just needed. At this point, I just need to do it. Now Dorian's just sitting there, just spilling out the book. I mean, like, once we complete, like we have a pamphlet. Actually, I don't even think we should have a pamphlet. We have a flip book, then we have a pamphlet, then we have a book. And this is looking like a New York Times bestseller right here. This is just everything. Scope Owl's just there, sitting pretty. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, Ryan has the 4. So we do have, okay. Now, you know what? Doran Prison's still there, but look at that. Look at that. It's just...
He has about 10 or 12 cards in hand right now.
Man,
including 2 Scope Owls.
Yeah, so. Arizona might have something. I might have to give y'all props a little bit. I mean, I'm gonna put on my shades and walk away.
Another Depth, a Burning Force, and a Leaf Wolf, it looks like, off of that Namengard.
And they're going into time right now for game 3, so they're gonna have to do the deck count. Wait a minute, they're at the same life. Oh, this would be hilarious to see who if they went off of deck count.
Oh man, because then Depth is just a minus for
There's
Dorian.
No way that he actually. Man. Whoa.
No, I think they're just counting preemptively. They should still be in turns. Okay. Or going into time. Yeah.
Because I was scared. I was scared for a second. I was like, wait a minute, that would be insane.
Right. All right, so here we go. Ryan is coring up. Got Worker Ant-Man, ramping the core. Dorian drawing a card.
This is just like, I mean, look at the hand. You just have so many swift.
Yeah, so much that he can do right now too.
Yeah, you're sitting fine. I mean, to be honest, you're just gonna say, yeah, swift. So he's
gonna Thorn Prison first.
Yeah, like just you have so many cards
and
you
then
can play out.
Then he's gonna Scope Out and exhaust the Curse Dragon. So that way he can just chump block and have Ryan's field be exhausted. So, yep.
And here comes the refresh. I'm joking. Oh man! And then we're going right to Dorian's turn.
Yep. So turn 1 right here.
Yep. Oh, and Dorian having the last turn is very scary. Him having that last turn is very scary. It's looking like it's in Dorian's favor.
The good thing about Ryan right now is that he does have 2 Ice Shields though. So
yes,
He doesn't. It might go to deck count. This is crazy.
If it goes to deck count, that will be the craziest game because we have watched these two just think really strategically. And that's probably why Ryan was like, all right, I'm going to let, Dorian have that Netherworld out because he's like, you know what? We're going into time. You're going to draw a lot. Because you're going to draw a lot, I'm going to win deck. I'm just going to make sure I keep my life at least a good point at the same point, at least. I mean, unless he has Hippocampo, then it could change the whole situation.
Oh, man, if he draws into Hippocampo, that would be beautiful.
Now, and
right. Yep, there's the Ice Shield. And he has another one in hand also.
Yeah, and we're going into our turn,
And here's Ryan's last turn 2.
All right, we're setting Ice Shield for sure. Doesn't even there's no point in not. We're setting Ice Shield. We got Maduke coming out. I know. Look, listen, I might not have to add that flame fish to my glasses.
He needs to draw the Hippocampo. If he draws the Hippocampo, this is insane.
I would be sickened. I'm not gonna lie. I would be like, no, Ryan, be careful because I know that Netherworld's down. I know you can't hear
Draw
me.
the Hippocampo. Come on.
Yeah, guys, we've officially turned into high caster spectators.
Right? Yeah,
It's just become a what is going on.
He has to draw the Hippocampo right here. That's his win condition at the moment.
If Hippocampo comes out, I promise you, don't do it. Don't do it.
All right, so he's gonna Tokiwa.
Okay.
Oh wait, so Ryan just ended up passing. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good because he could draw into that hip. I mean, he might not know, but
no.
Look at that.
This is game right here. Ryan just wins.
Because they just having that Ice Shield to be able to say, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean that's all he has to do is just show the Ice Shield, and then they go to deck
Beast
count.
is insane. That Beast is a very good card. I mean, think about it. You're just exhausting many. You're just exhausting so many spirits like that. Elfmoth is just insane. I didn't think too much about it, but it's good. Oof.
Yeah, he just Ice Shields, and then they go to deck count. So. Dang.
Well,
oh man.
No, I was counting it out too much. But listen.
Oh, the Hippocampos were at the bottom.
Yes.
No.
This is what we wish for. Oh,
I mean, the Dyna really didn't matter. The Hippocampos are what he needed. So
you know what? Sometimes
that was a great game from both players.
Yes, it was great. And you know what? It does show that Netherworld sometimes can lose you games. Because Ryan, from our end, we're thinking like, oh yeah, you should really kill that Netherworld, but totally forgetting about the fact that Netherworld can really just make sure that when you try to go into time, you automatically lose to your opponent, and it hurts. But crazy plays. I mean, Dorian was literally staving off purple and just doing so much to be able to rest units, make him have to use so many defensive cards so that they can't even be able to recover. It became such an uphill battle for Ryan, but just because of tiebreaker rules, Ryan was able to get the win.
Yeah. Deck count is not the preferred way to lose a match. Unfortunately, both players played an awesome 3 games. Even though we didn't get to see the third one to resolution, but good job, both players. They're both still in contention. Yes. Dorian is still in contention for going into day 2. Or into top 32 tomorrow anyways, at least placing wise. I believe, I don't know if are both players undefeated right now?
I have no idea.
I can't remember. I think they both are undefeated. So with that, Dorian would still be in contention for top 8 as long as he does not lose another round. So going into round 6, he just has to keep it up. Keep on drawing like he did and draw multiple Scope Owls and multiple lethal off of the Netherworld Depths and off of Namangard. So as long as he keeps on doing that, he's going to be golden moving into the last two rounds of the day.
I'm loving it. I'm really excited. I mean, honestly, Dorian played a great game.
Yeah.
Ryan played a great game. I mean, they were able to do so well going into game 3. I mean, just it's a testament to their placement right now for this. I mean, they tried their hardest at every single moment of the game, and they didn't stop. And I'm very excited and proud to say that like they did both. And honestly, like I said, we had a little rivalry going on, but I gotta say, Dorian was super. Like Dorian was an inspiration. Yeah, huge inspiration. Anybody who wants to play green, yeah, and like I might have to. Not gonna lie, I might have to just say, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's get the comments out. It's time to go.
Exactly. Get those starter decks out.
Oh yeah, and then scope owls. If I don't see 4 scope owls in the game, I'm playing the game correctly, I guess.
That's true. Yeah. Especially you need to draw like Dorian did and draw multiple scope owls off of Namagard. But with that being said, so both players were undefeated going into this round. They were on table 2. So Dorian is still in contention for top 8 as long as he doesn't lose again for the rest of the day. So only 2 more rounds to go. But we are going to take your deck choices into consideration and what you want to see with the last 2 rounds of the day. So definitely put that in the chat below. And I just want to say again, great showing for both players. That was awesome. Losing to the time rolls feels bad, but he's still in contention, so he shouldn't let it get to him very much. He still can make that top 8 for tomorrow's play. So any last words before we go into this small break?
DMV for the win. All I gotta say. I hope we see some more crazy games like this. And please, in the chat, please let us know what you guys are really excited for and what you guys have really been hyped to see on this entire stream, because we have 2 more rounds to go, and after this it's done. Day 2 starts. So please let us know what y'all think, and DMV out.
All right, let us know in the chat below, and we will be back soon. Stick around.
All right, guys, so we have a big treat for y'all today. On camera, we are going to have Aspira versus Jonathan. We're going to be having a Axe Spider mirror match. So this is going to be a long match. So, get some popcorn, sit tight. We're going to be sitting here for a while. I'm very excited for this one. Aspira being a great content creator for the game and other Bandai games as well, and a tried and true warrior. He was able to get, I think, top 16 for Pro Tour as well. He is just such a great player, and we're coming out with Jonathan, who has just been pulling out numbers, pulling out so many good stops with his deck as well. And like I said, we're playing against Axe Spider, so we know this is going to be a long one. This is going to be one that, you have to really be careful about what happens during which time, and we really can't wait to see what goes on, and we are really going to start off. So Corfish, what are you expecting for both players?
So taking a look at Aspira's deck list versus Jonathan's really quickly, they're very similar, but also at the same time very different. So like that one movie said, same but different. It's one of those situations. So I'm really excited to see the differences. I mean, and here's one of the things right here is the mushroom being able to come out, ramp a core very, very early on. That's one of the big differences that we're going to see here is that Aspira plays some green cards, and they're the ramp cards, so they're really important to a strategy. So I'm very excited to see that. Jonathan's on more of a little bit of a standard build, and we're seeing double Rocket City right off the bat, so that's kind of scary.
We're playing a mini game of just stopping anything next turn after this, and I'm glad, because we don't know if there's Netherworld, but we have a good chance to know that probably would be Netherworld coming down one point in the game. Rocket City being there just makes everything better if you just put it at that level 2 mark. Netherworld coming down, like I thought. Netherworld just coming right down on the field. So you know what? At this point, we can level up Rocket City. Make sure that we say, hey, you know what? I know you have it there, but I really don't care. I really don't care at all. But granted, if you're
both of these players are X1, so this is a very important round for both of them to make it into top 8 contention. So it's going to be a grind for both players. They're going to play their absolute best in the situation because they cannot lose unless they don't want to get into top 8. If they lose, then they're pretty much out of top 8 contention. So they have to win this match. So
I feel like this will be such a great thing to see. With everything just going on with this matchup, we know they're going to be playing 2 Axe Spider decks. But with, George, he probably built the deck in a different way to be able to combat what would be happening with the meta for this game. And as we see already, Aegis is coming down already. I did not expect Aegis to just pop down like that. But we will be getting that life back up to 5, making sure that we're just, staying in the game. And I really do respect it. But like I was saying with George, I feel like George has built the build to be able to combat certain things that he has seen. He played Axe Spider in the Pro Tour. He's probably seen it in his own play testing as well. And we know what he's probably going to be thinking about. Okay, what cards did I want to add for this? We see him leveling up Netherworld right off the bat to level 3, and then we're going into having everything get leveled up at least. And is honestly, especially since you do play the control match at for your own locals and you play control very religiously, what do you see for both sides in terms of who could win and who could get the advantage? Like, what does it really take?
So really in the control mirror match, it's like it's gonna be heavily depend on who can get in that early chip damage, and then ultimately it's gonna probably come down to the Derm Dynas, to be 100% honest. I mean, look, there are 3 Nexus on the field already, so Derm Dyna would create 3 unblockables and just put the other player on the clock. So getting this early chip damage in with his spirits is very, very good on Georgia's side of things. So we'll see how Jonathan is able to respond to it, because that's the most important thing. It looks like Jonathan is really just riding on gaining that core to be able to do a play like this and go into Namengard. That way he can put pressure on and return the favor, basically. But George does have the Netherworld depths on his side of the field. Rocket City aren't doing both Rocket City aren't doing anything at the moment because they're only at level 1. So George will gain that advantage off of Netherworld until Jonathan's able to get Rocket City up into the level 2 range. So,
and this is going to be crazy. I'm honestly just, loving how this is going right now.
Yeah.
But, having everything out on board right now and just seeing like what is going on and like trying to think about what is going on inside their heads. But usually you can tell with the hand they have. Yeah. Looking at Jonathan, we have Namengard in his hand as well. We see that George as well. I didn't see too much in George's hand, but I'm pretty sure he's probably thinking, you know what? I can do this, because at the end of the day, Rocket City isn't up. Oh, 2 Burning Forces in hand too. Good Lord. I think I saw Dyna. Think we did see the Dynas come out. I don't know how many, because that might be detrimental, because sometimes you don't really want to see Dyna too early. You really want to see it at a perfect position. But yeah, exactly. We're popping out that Rocket City early. Now, granted, suppression is in hand. Oh, is that 3 Dynas? Did I see that right? Because that would be crazy.
If it was 3,
is that 3? Like that ooh, yep. So honestly, that is sad to see. Granted, it could work in his favor. You never know. I've had games where I started off with like Elk and Dyna and was able to bring it out, but you never know. Sometimes it really does take like, just some finesse, and some like, honestly, just a lot of bluffing.
Yeah. And we do see Infinity Shield, one of the cards out of one of the new cards out of set 2 for the Machine Beast / Mecha typing. So it does allow Aegis to block while exhausted for a reduced cost of 3, I believe, or of 2. Sorry, because there are 2 reductions in the field.
Yes. And you know what? It's just going to make everything a lot harder. I do really appreciate how, like, everybody has been just playing very well. It's been like little mistakes here and there, but they've always been playing at very high levels with these games and making sure that they're, very particular with their movements. I mean, having Namengard down here is just so good because you never know what can happen. Even if they kill it, you gain the 3 cores, gain the 3 cards. But if they don't, it is going to be something that's just going to be a constant attacker, a constant thing of regret for some players when they have to just stare that down every single time, and it doesn't help. Doesn't help just seeing like, oh, okay, I'm just going to refresh these cores all the time, always. But that second Netherworld is coming down. So then we're really playing a different mini game. And because he was able to get that other Rocket City out, and he doesn't have Axe Spider to protect one of them, it becomes a situation where we're like, okay, he's gonna draw 2, and discard 1, but that's still him drawing 1.
Yeah, and that's definitely the strategy or the point of him playing that second depths, is to make it so that Rocket City is it's only avoiding 1 of the depths. So it's still having a depths up and active, which is great for
no more.
George. And he doesn't have to worry about Rocket City at all because he just gets rid of it with the Burning Force. So we're gonna see 2 draws if Jonathan attacks.
I don't think he has any more cores to really work with, but that's still a good turn. I mean, at the end of the day, you have all these things that you could do. You have core theft in hand. You have suppression in hand. There's not cores on the field, but you will be drawing. You will be drawing. And you see he did get that ice shield out. So it is easier for him to do things. Scope Owl's there as well. You see that little green tech in there. Scope Owl being something that we've seen be a very crazy contender. I think, honestly, people like Leaf Wolf a little bit more. I could be wrong, but it does make it so much better. I mean, look at it. Like, let's just see. Like, we have Namengard swinging in, making sure that George is drawing his cards. But we are going to make sure that at this point, you gotta hope that we put him low. Gotta hope that we put him low. And at that point, he is at, what was it, 2 life? I believe. I might be wrong about that.
I think so.
But it is hard because at this point, I mean, think about it. He has so many cards in hand now. He has a book. And once you get a book, I'm telling you now, it doesn't matter sometimes what your board state may look like. But when you get all those cores, you're good. Yeah. Yeah, you're solid. You're staving off a lot. And having that Netherworld there as well to be able to draw as many cards as you need to, you're mostly fine. I mean, the only thing he probably could do is, unless he tries to really play out, Axe Spider, and that's the only thing, is probably Dream Bomb. And if he tries to suppression it, I mean, that would be good, but he has Ice Shield there, so it's just going to go back to his turn.
Exactly.
Now, I would say for, Jonathan is just going to have to really think about a lot. I mean, that Dream Bomb's still sitting there. You still have Infinity Shield. But this becomes a very heavy, who can get there, Nexus to stick, who can get the Netherworld to stick. And George is doing such a great job, having his opponent need to have 2 Burning Force to be able to deal with it. And Jonathan has really no draw right now, other than hoping that something happens to kill off his Namengard, which I don't think at this point you really want. This is just going to be a very crazy fight. And look at Scope Owl just coming right in. Yeah, we're going to kill Scope Owl, but we're going to rest. Oh yeah, look at that. Just think about it. It's so crazy, how great Netherworld can make everything. It just makes, look at that. He's drawing his whole deck. I mean, at this point, I would be scared of a deck out. What do you see right now in terms of George's
It's
side?
definitely possible with double depths out, especially with Namengard refreshing everything, or getting that refreshed up. So yeah, we will. I mean, he pretty much has his deck in his hand, so he has so many options, and that's kind of crazy about this or in this game, is that there's no hand size limit, which I know has been a talk of a few people, but I don't know. I don't think it's as much of a problem as other games, but maybe with Swift it is. I don't know yet.
Yeah, it becomes a situation where, do you want a hand limit? And if you have a hand limit, what would it be? I mean, most of the time, it's the generic 7. But in this game, how crazy would that be? I think it would make some draw cards obsolete at that point. And sometimes in this game, I feel like you kind of want to be at 7. I feel like that's like just a sweet spot anyway. But I mean, it would make it for different gameplay, different cards would be used, things of that nature. I would definitely say those hand milled cards will be detrimental, especially having green, because of the fact that if you have a hand limit, you're just like saying, oh yeah, if you kill this card, you have to discard. Or when I play this card, you have to discard a card.
Like Mushrantula and Hunger Tree. Yeah. I see arguments for both sides of it. The only thing though is like Immortal would be so much better if there was a hand size, because you just trash your Beldegor, trash your other immortal cards as they get support, and be able to have them go to the trash without, having to core them up or play them at all. So pretty good.
Now, we'll say right now we are going to be dealing with the fact that we have, Axe Spider just coming right back out. Well, not right back out, right out for Jonathan. Having this out and him having like just a book of cards. I mean, look at it. He has Ice Shields for days. He'll be fine. He has 4 turns where he is literally safe with Ice Shield, and he has multiple, honestly, more than 4 turns because of, having suppression in hand, having that Axe Spider, like he's able to stave off a lot, especially with Core Theft being there as well. Now, we'll say I'm very curious to see how this goes out, because with Axe Spider games, it really does depend on what you see sometimes. And, for Jonathan, his hand is not as big as George, but as Ryan, Miles has shown us, doesn't need to be. Sometimes it really doesn't need to be. And Zach has shown us the same thing. Sometimes it really doesn't need to be as big. Sometimes you just need to be able to hold off. And if you can hold off long enough, you will win. But granted, it is looking a little bleak. I will not lie. It is looking a little bleak for Jonathan, just looking at the monstrosity that George has been able to draw. And, the other world is not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, but the only bad thing, though, is that George cannot keep an established board. Just with the fact of Aegis just bouncing all of his cards back to his hand, it's not ideal for George at this moment. So we'll see if he is able to stick a bigger spirit, like his own Namengard or his own Aegis, or just something along those lines. So
hopefully it will work out. I mean, at the end of the day, it becomes a situation where we really have to think about everything that goes down with this, like these turns. I mean, as we're looking at it, we have Core Theft coming out as well right now for the Namengard, and he is able to ramp, which might be good for Jonathan, in all honesty. Him able to ramp for this makes it so that there's a lot of things that can go down. Now, granted, George is just discarding things. I mean, getting that Netherworld out, you don't need another Netherworld anymore. I mean, even if he kills the other 2 with Birdie Force, you'll still be able to be fine. But we have Beldegor going down. We have, I think, 2 Beldegors going down. So, we are setting up, and Rocket City. So we're setting up, And I think those are perfect choices. I think those are perfectly fine. But we are going to gain those cores and gain those cards. So this could be something that really puts Jonathan over the edge. Because, like you said, Jonathan has been able to hold off. But I am, curious. Let's see if hand size even matters against the might of just being able to bounce cards back.
Yeah. Well, thankfully for George, Aegis is only at level 1 now. So he will not have his cards bounced, and it's already exhausted on this turn. So, I mean, that's another great thing. So we'll see what he's able to do. It looks like he has a lot of different options in his hand. So his play tree is pretty open.
This is going to be wild. I feel like for even us, even looking at this, we're going to have to figure this out. Like, what can you really do so much? Like, you have a lot of cards. I mean, George does have a good amount of cores as well. I can't really see the full extent of the cores that George has, but it is a good amount. And, it's just always about parsing your cores out and making sure what you really want to play. Because some of these cards are going to be full cost, like that, that Axe Spider is going to be a full cost card. You got to pay for to play it and then put 3 on it, and then you have whatever left over to do what you need to do. I don't know how many cores it is. I think that's 8.
He has 8, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, at that point that would be fine. You still have, that's a lot of cores to have left over.
2 Axe Spider.
Another one?
Yeah.
Yep. I think we're fine with that, honestly. Jonathan's been very careful to not to kill it to get the Beldegors off. But I mean, to be honest, Beldegors wouldn't really do much against Ice Spider or anything that white control usually has to offer, especially with Jonathan running a very standard white control deck.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
No, Ice Spider is swinging in.
Is he gonna Infinity Shield here, or is he just gonna Ice Shield?
Ice Shield, good to go.
Just Ice Shields.
Just save those cards for later when you want to do a turn, a really great turn. Now, granted, I will say, looking at this right now, we are going to have to deal with a lot. I'm already seeing like the fact that we have the elemental coming out. We're just gonna and Dinah just coming back out. So at this point, not back out, but coming out, we're going to be seeing my favorite card in the game. Do some work. Now, throw all the cores. Just throw all the Tic Tacs on them. Don't even have to deal. Oh wow, we have Dream Bomb, Pekka Scion, 2. Whoa, wow. Actually, 1 Infinity Shield and 1 more Ice Shield in his hand. And George has a cookbook. It's not even, I can't.
And an elk.
Yeah, see, Scope Owl is just killing it. I know everybody loves Leaf Wolf, but I'm on Team Scope Owl right now. I've seen too many. Seen way too many. But granted,
this is unfortunate for for George, because he doesn't have the cores available to do everything that he wants, at least as far as I can see.
I think he's thinking about the core theft because he's thinking how many Dynas can you really deal with? But it is a lot of cards to ditch. It is a lot of cards to ditch. Like, at the end of the day,
6? 6 of them.
He has, he's thinking about, he has that cookbook, but you have to take out so many cards that is it worth it at the end of the day? And that's a huge thought process because at the end of the day, you never know if he has another Dyna to play. If he has another Dyna to play, it becomes a very sticky situation because then at that point, you just use so many cards to be able to kill one Dyna where in reality, they have so many already. So, you got to really think about that. And the Spirit sitting at that 1 life is very, very crucial. Granted, the Spirit could just say, all right, he is using the core theft now. Yes, so he is using the core theft on the Dyna. Oh, wow. Getting rid of his own Dyna. Oh, yeah. Okay. Enterprise and getting rid of an actor as well to be able to take that out. Can he then swing in with the rest? I don't know. I don't know if he has that many cores. Actually, he should. He has 1 soul core. Yep. And he's just going to end it with, with an Ice Shield, just making sure that he just cannot do any more swings. Sitting at that 1 life, it becomes very detrimental. Now, let's see, because looking at his Spirit's build, he does have the one Aegis. Do you think that Aegis could come in clutch to bring him back up to 2?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, being able to go back to 2 is very, very important here. So if he draws the Aegis, he's in a really good spot. If not, I mean, he still has other plays, but let's see. Another Axe Spider, maybe?
I am very, very curious to see how this goes. I'm really hyped. I mean, to be honest, this matchup is something crazy because I know a lot of people have been complaining about, well, what happens when you deal with your opponent having so much in their hand? Sometimes you just got to play well. Sometimes you just got to play correctly. And sometimes you just got to make sure what you're doing is very safe. Sometimes you can't just go in all the time and be like, oh, well, I'm just going to give up because look at your hand. Like that never really works out for some people. Sometimes your opponent will not see everything that they need. I've had games where I've had 12, 13 cards in hand and no Ice Shield. Like it just sucks. It just sucks. But I'm very, very curious to see what happens because, George has been someone I'm looking at right now playing. I'm like, oh, wow, he's probably just going to take the cake just because of how many cards. But, Jonathan's proving me wrong and I'm loving it. He's proving me that at the end of the day, it all depends.
What is he playing? Germ Dyna?
Dyna coming out.
Okay. So he's trying to force the Ice Shield then?
Yeah, he's trying to force that out to make sure that it doesn't even have a place there. Now, granted, I don't know if Jonathan has another. He has Dream Bomb for sure. But he did use all those cores. So at the end of the day, I would say it would be very great to see like him top deck another Dyna. That would be the craziest top deck of life. Going down to 2. He sees that Axe Spider swing. He's probably gonna pop. Yep, he's gonna pop that Infinity Shield, bring him back up to 2. Just stop the turn there. Now Axe Spider is still sitting there, but you gotta hope for not to see the Dyna. He doesn't see the Dyna. Will he do it? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think that was the Dyna unless he. Oh, yeah, I don't think so. At that point, it's just gonna be a very crazy fight because he has the suppression. Now there is a Burning Force that he just drew, I believe. Ice Shield going back down, making sure that that's still on board. Everything else though is going to be very, very, very situational. I mean, think about it. You're sitting there staring down 2 Axe Spiders. We will be bouncing the 1. But did he have another Dream Bomb in his hand? Because I feel like that'd be very.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Hopefully.
That's really good for George right there, unless he has another Dream Bomb in hand.
Yeah, because I'm just Jonathan. I will say probably maybe he should have saved that just to say like, okay, if he he might be able to Dream Bomb one of the other ones. Now, granted, he probably does have another one in hand, and he was just Dream Bombing that one so it wouldn't get a free block. So that if he does, if he does Infinity Shield, suppression, anything, I'm going to be able to say, hey, no, can't do it. Yep, and that is game 1 for Jonathan. This is just a testament to say, guys, you can have cookbooking. It's proving me wrong.
He also George didn't have the soul cores in the trash. So.
Yes, of course. I was thinking of Infinity Shield at first, and then I looked and I said they all mechas. I forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. Yeah. But that is so true. Yeah, he can't do it. You know what? That just makes everything so crazy. You know what?
He had to have the Infinity Shield in hand, but since he didn't, he just had to scoot up and go to game 2.
Yeah. That sucks. And him Dream Bombing that Axe was good because if he had another one in hand, he would have just been able to say, you know what? Okay, I'm just going to get rid of this. Now, granted, you're the control player, so I got to ask you, looking at these 2 different builds, what are you siding in?
Let's see. You definitely want the other Dynas. It looks like Jonathan is siding the 3rd and 4th Derm Dyna. So those I would say are something that you want. On Aspira's side, let me take a look and see. But if you have like other blockers, or like if you're not playing all the Infinity Shields, if you're not playing all of the suppressions, like you're gonna want to bring those in. If you're not playing all of the Dream Bombs to be able to, get around the Axe Spider or the Namen Guards, you're gonna want to bring those in. Other than that, I would say like it's just really a toss-up. I mean, some people play the Curse Dragon combo in the side, so if you were to be playing that, then you'd want that against the bigger cards, but you don't really want to trigger the Namen Guard. Getting rid of the Aegis is fine, but Axe Spider doesn't get affected by the Curse Dragon combo, so that's why I say the Dream Bombs or the other Infinity Shield / suppressions if you're not playing all of them already.
Now we're going into game 2, and at this point, how Axe Spider decks work. Sometimes this can go into time. Now, if whoever wins this next one, if Jonathan wins, that'd be great. But if George wins, this game will definitely probably go into time, depending on how fast this game goes. We're going right into with the elementals. Just starting off basic. See how that goes. Solid. Yeah, and you know what? I think that looking at George's hand, I think he did have as a card, but he just passed turn because I don't think he has anything he could play right now. But he does have the Netherworld down. Just to show right there that he can, he could be playing the midi game again. Like that will be something that is detrimental. As we saw, like he want to do what he did last game and keep drawing a lot. Oh well, we will be playing the Pegasion and swinging in. I mean, I don't think we care at this point.
That's interesting. That's a very interesting choice right there. Maybe it's just for the reduction. But but Pegasion's not that good in this matchup.
No, it's something that I don't really think of like playing much, but I mean, granted, I'm pretty sure people did start playing that just the matchups that we were scared of, like probably purple,
Green.
Probably dealing with the wind summons with purple, things like that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like Pegason is good now in the green matchup. I probably would have found something to site it out for. Maybe he didn't have enough to site out all of his copies of it, so that's probably why there's why there's still one in
Hey, welcome everybody from the OP stream. PlayTCG Rand, thank you so much for the raid. We really appreciate this.
Hey,
welcome everybody.
Welcome in.
Yeah, we are in the actual 6th round of the Battle Saga Grand Open. This is game 2. We are seeing 2 control matches play against each other. For you One Piece players out there, hopefully you will be happy to see not red, in the tables right now. But I am very excited to say this is going to be against 2 really great players right now. We're in the game 2, and Jonathan has won game 2 of the last round. The last match. Yeah, game 1. Sorry about that. Now,
so it looks like both players ended up drawing their Netherworld depths. So, playing the minigame. Here we go.
Yeah, we're going for it. It's something, we have Elk out right now, and Elk, Elk puts you on the clock. If you can't deal with Elk, if you can't answer Elk early, you start to really just sit there and be like, oh, wow, I have to be able to deal with something. And it being a machine beast, you are really, really able to block off with Infinity Shield. It is going to be crazy.
And
I have no idea.
I would hope that Aspira has an Infinity Shield in hand. Because if he doesn't, this is kind of rough with Jonathan going wide here.
True. Very, very true. It's going to become something crazy. And I'm very excited. I mean, honestly, let's look at it like this. We are watching 2 control players in their element. They're really just sitting there thinking about different things. But and suppression's coming down, of course, on Elk. We're just gonna make that.
All right. Well, I mean, there we go. That's Infinity Shield / suppression. One of those 2. He definitely needed that. So Pegasion's gonna stay up at 2 cores at level 2, or that's at level 1 actually, because I think it needs 3 cores to go to level 2. I believe.
This is gonna be crazy. Just sitting there looking at this.
Oh no, it's level 2 with 2 cores.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I haven't played that card in a long time, probably since the launch event, to be honest. So I haven't really played much since set 2 was out because I was out of the country. But yeah, so I kind of forgot the stats for a second.
I haven't played Elk since Grand Open for me. I only played it one time, and it was against like a yellow deck. It was really fun. I don't know how I was able to get that win for that one, because Elk was a savior that game. I had too many suppressions in hand. The clock was running. Couldn't do much. So hopefully, you had to be hopeful for that one.
Yeah. Mushroom Man.
And coming in.
I mean, it does give Jonathan a free draw though, in order to ramp, which is unfortunate, but kind of a must do in this situation.
I'm really excited though. Look at this. Netherworld is for both players is on board. We have to deal with the fact that Elk being such a presence on board is going to be a very detrimental thing to Jonathan. Just because of the fact that unless you really see Dinah trying to be able to end this game early, I mean, even though Spirit still is at 4, you can't really do much, but you got to try. And I think with Jonathan, I don't know. He may be trying to hold this game out, but if Spirit is really making sure that he doesn't, because in time, if Jonathan could be the winner of that just because of the fact that he's going into time off of the game 1 win.
Exactly.
And he just gets it. So, he's trying to make sure like, hey, listen, you're going to have to do something. And I'm going to make you do something. And if not, you're just going to lose to me. And I'm just going to hope that I win in time next round.
Yeah. No, exactly. And so it looks like Jonathan's at 3 life. Aspira's at 4 still. And there's an Enterprise coming in from Jonathan's side. This is a very interesting call in this matchup. I mean, I guess it is bigger than Aegis and Namengard, so yeah, I guess that works.
Maybe we're looking for a hopeful situation with like maybe Namengard and Enterprise on board. Probably for like maybe that. I mean, if there was Buffalo and Bill in that deck, that would have been great to be able to swing with Enterprise and get those double attacks out.
Double attack, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know though. I mean, granted, with this, it does prove that at this point, if his Spirit ever wanted to, dream bomb any of the units on board, he couldn't. Later on, just because of the fact that they do suppression, you're done.
Yep.
But we're gonna see something coming out.
Oh, here's suppression right here.
Boom. Getting that Pegasus Scion.
Scion goes down. Well, here we go. Jonathan's about to take another life, so
I'm very, very, very just like shocked. I'm not even gonna lie. Like seeing Enterprise there, it is something that I didn't really expect.
Yeah,
like you said, it was something.
Yeah.
Now you know what we are forgetting. Like both these players have a good amount of hand. Spirit definitely has 3. Was it 2 or 3 ice shields in hand? So he's sitting pretty. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, he's sitting pretty. Doesn't really matter for him. He's not too low where Dinah can just kill him off. Jonathan's in more of a sticky situation than anything else. Like I said that first game, and then all of a sudden Jonathan was able to just go crazy. But with Elk, I feel like that just kind of cements it. Like we saw with one of the other games, they had they had Depths, they had Elk, and they had Namengard, and that combination alone was just able to stave off a lot and be able to say, hey, you know what, I can't do much anymore. I really, I'm on the clock. Even if I'm not on the clock, they're getting back everything. But that Thorn Prison's coming down to then rest, the Enterprise, which I love Thorn Prison for that thing alone.
Yep, and he's going to try to pressure in damage for game. So he's going to try to force the Ice Shield here. Or an Ice Shield, I should say.
And it'll be good to see. It'll be good to see like what happens with this, honestly, because with how this goes and how this, this matchup usually shines, well, at least both of them have to shine in certain ways. Especially with a Spirit running a little more different deck than Jonathan is. Jonathan is still running that traditional white control deck. While George has really just added different cards in. We saw the Scope Owl last game. Who knows? He could have probably added the Buffalo Bill from the side. I know he has the 1 Aegis. Nothing more than that. He could have probably added Greynar. We never know. But seeing these cards, it does showcase like, okay, George knows what he's doing when he's deck building.
Yeah.
Now, what will we see coming off of this play, from George? Now, granted, I want to see Jonathan, establish a little more board, but be able to get some hits in because he's, like I said, he's at 2 life. He's on that clock big time. And I mean, he does have Ice Shield, but popping that Ice Shield on your own turn feels kind of bad. Like it does, really.
100%. Yeah, that Elk is putting up a lot of pressure right now.
Sometimes there's not a lot you could do against Elk. Oh, Dinah is coming down though. So you gotta hope.
Yeah.
I think Core Theft is in Spirit's hand anyway. Safe bet.
I didn't know if it was Theft or Drain.
Oh yeah, it's Core Theft. I don't think he runs Core Drain, but I think having that in hand, just kind of made it say like, yeah, you gotta have another Dinah, buddy.
But everything does have armor red, purple, and white now.
Oh, that is true. So he is able to just say, no, you know what? Core Theft will not affect me at all. I don't have to deal with it. And you know what? That is something that I did not think of. So that's crazy.
He just has to Ice Shield. Like that's his only option in this situation. But it does trigger Elk. So there you go.
Yep. And he is on. Oh, wait. It goes to trash. So he can't gain the life, right?
Yeah, because of Core Theft.
Ooh.
No,
Elk.
Yeah, Elk.
Yeah, Elk makes the core go to the trash. So at this point, we are on a bad clock here. I don't even know if, Jonathan can really do much unless he has Aegis to bring him back up. But I don't think there's much to do because George is just sitting there just like, all right, I have Elk. You have 1 turn left to live.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I'm got it. Now, granted, like you said, Enterprise being out, I keep forgetting like that is just giving the white purple, the red or white purple armor. So it does become a little weird and becomes a little sticky, but you know,
It
in
does
general,
because it turns off so much. It just turns off Dream Bomb. It turns off Core Theft. It just turns off every answer that George has. But the good thing is George has Elk, and Jonathan has no way to get rid of it. So
now he does have Mammoth in his hand, so he could play Mammoth to go back up, to be able to make sure that he still lives. Now, granted, he has to put the Soul Core back onto Dinah, but making sure that he pays that cost. He will be throwing it down, and Mammoth comes out. Him being able to gain that core to his life and then draw that card out. Now, granted, he would have had to take, I think, other cards out. No, actually, he doesn't need to take cores off at that point, so he'll be fine. But he can replace that back into his own life with Ice Shield, so he can be able to live for another turn. And having Dinah there, 2 Nexus on board, he can just say, hey, you know what, I'm going to choose these 2 units, and you're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to be able to do something. Now, he is at 4 life, but granted, you know, we did see George have 2 Ice Shields, so he can stave it off as long as possible. And if he does, he'll be able to do well. He'll be able to do very, very well. And it will become something of a hindrance for a little bit, I will say.
True. Yeah. George is both players are in a very precarious situation right now. There's plenty of time left in the round, so they don't have to worry about, you know, playing too quickly. But they're just trading Ice Shields at this point. So it's very interesting to see.
The game of Ice Shields.
That's another one.
Okay, we're chilling right now. I mean, at this point, how many Ice Shields have we seen? That is the main question. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter at certain points. You know, Dinah is just going to keep swinging. Now, granted, if George plays his own Dinah, that would be interesting to see as well. But, you know, just with the field that Jonathan has, he was able to just overcome what seemed like a really bleak moment again. Dinah coming out, though. Dinah coming out, just being able to say, you know what, I am going to probably swing in. I am going to just swing in to make sure that I can be able to deal with that. Now, granted, does Jonathan have what he needs to be able to, you know, use it for Dream Bomb, things of that nature? Like, that really does depend. So, I honestly, and I'm looking at this board right now, yeah, I'm thinking, like, you know, George just put Jonathan on 2 different clocks. It's like, all right, if you can't pop this Ice Shield and then, you know, be able to stave off next turn, I win the game with Dinah. You're at 2 life. Oh my gosh, this is such a really weird situation right now. I'm very scared to see what happens with this. And you know what? And I don't want to be like, okay, yeah, Jonathan just outright loses because of that Dinah, but it does put him in a really bad situation right now. You know, he has to have that Dream Bond to be able to deal with Dinah, or he just has to take that life. And if he does, he has to have another Aegis to put that back. Yeah, he has to take the life. Oh, we're just swinging in with the Axe Spider. Okay, and Burning Force going towards the Axe Spider right now, being able to take that off the board itself. And we still have Elk right there to deal with. So, you know, he's probably thinking about what cores to take off of what for the 5 he has to do what he has to do for that. This is just, you know, it's a sad time. But granted, it is Jonathan's turn.
Yeah, I thought that George was going to take the core off of Elk and put it on to Axe Spider, or just make the Elk untargetable or unblockable. But yeah, because the Burning Force was definitely a thing to think about. But I guess we'll see how George is able to stay alive this turn. There has to be another Ice Shield set, otherwise he just loses. So
yeah, and I don't think we have anything coming from Jonathan's side. So I think he's at 1 life, I believe, right? So he just has to take that. He just has to take it. If he can't deal damage, if that's an Ice Shield, he just has to take it and lose. Just off of that alone. And that is a sad, sad time, because it's like, dang, you know, Dinah coming down was, the end all be all for it. Now hold up, what is he doing?
Playing another.
Oh yeah, he's banking on the block, but that is an ice shield. That is an ice shield for sure, and you just win. Win the game.
And it just wins. All right,
Now,
we're going into game 3 of this control mirror match. Let's see what happens this time. Like, how do you combat the elk? Like, Jonathan, I don't believe plays any more dream bombs in his side. He plays core drain, I believe. So I mean that might be an option. But yeah, how do you combat the elk in this situation?
I mean, the elk is something that you really just have to dream bomb. Like, that's it. Like, I mean, at that point, you have to hold, I mean, if you're playing, if red, right, red just wants to see elk go to that 6K mark so you can volcanic break. But since we don't have that right now, we're just gonna have to deal with the bounce. We're gonna have to deal with just making sure that we bounce elk so we don't have to take that damage sometimes. And that is going to be really wild, because sometimes you want to save those dream bombs for suppression turns or infinity shield turns, where you're just like, hey, I'm just going to bounce this back to you. Now, granted, these players are thinking about what to add back into their sideboard. They're probably just putting in a bunch of cards just to make sure, like, hey, if we go into time, I'm winning with deck again. Like, we've seen it happen once. We've seen it happen with the tiebreaker rule, and I feel like they could be doing that again, but you never know.
I don't know. I don't think these players will, actually. I think they're just going to side normally and not put everything into the main.
Yeah, that's true. They could. I mean, to be honest, like, we're looking at players that really just know, like, they know we have 18 minutes left on the clock. They know how much time they have left, but they, with this Axe Spider matchup, they have to really think carefully, very carefully about their plays.
If you were in this situation, would you just put your side into your main because you're so close to time and you're playing a control mirror?
Yeah.
I mean, I would do the same thing, to be honest, especially because they're both X1, like, and they have to win this. Like, losing to the time rules in the control mirror would feel so terrible, especially if you lose by deck. But especially if you lose by the deck count, like, that's the worst, because you want to stick adepts really early, but then we could see a situation like Dorian last round and you lose because of that, because of the time rules. So personally, I would probably put all of the cards in my side into my main to go up to 60. That way I don't have to worry about losing to deck count. I mean, it's just a product of our environment, basically. We have to deal with it and have to deal with it appropriately, however we feel appropriately anyways, so that way we don't lose to the deck count when it comes down to it, or if it does come down to it anyways.
I feel like this is going to be something very crazy. I mean, look, it all depends on what they draw and their choices in this thing. Because, like you said, the Netherworld was what made Zach lose. Not Zach, I'm sorry. Made Dorian lose. So then at that point, it's just like, well, we're sitting there thinking about what should we do in certain situations like this? What can we do to, be able to win this game? And sometimes Netherworld will not be the answer. Netherworld can be the one card that ruins us.
Exactly, and they both open the same opening. That's pretty funny. They both open with the purple elemental.
Yeah, this is going to be something where we have to see, like, okay, what player is playing better into knowing that the time rules are coming out. Now, granted, both players are probably tired, but they've been doing this for long enough to know, like, all right, we're fine. 100%. Round 6. This is not like we got 3 more rounds today. After this is the last round.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot riding on this. You have the X1s trying to make sure they stay X1s. You have the X2s just, chilling right there because they know they're not making day 2, but they're still trying to make sure they don't go X3.
Hit that top 32. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the X3s are really trying to stay at the X3 mark because, some X3s will make it into top 32 and some won't, just off of, their standings. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So they're both in a very tough situation at the moment because they cannot lose this game if they want to make top 8. And, we both know George's mindset. He does not want to not make top. Like, top 32 just isn't good enough for him. We know how competitive he is. I know that Jonathan is probably in the same mindset just as any other person playing this game, but we know for a fact George does not want to lose this game and go down to X2, because then he'll be out of contention for top 8. So
now, you know what? At this point, we, like you said, you know, George, you know, it's funny. It's funny. It's funny to think about, at least with George, because George is like, you know, he actually has his Pro Tour. You know, he got high up in Pro Tour. He has his world invites already. You know, so it's a lot's not really riding on this for him now. Jonathan, I don't know for sure if he has his world's invite or not. But, you know, this could mean a lot if he doesn't. This could mean, like, for him, he's trying to get his Pro Tour, you know, invite. He thinks that this is probably going to be the easiest one. Usually the first Grand Open is probably a little bit the easiest, because the second one is when everybody that wants to make it last minute comes. So PA is going to be crowded, but it's going to be fun. Yeah. But, you know, it is something that, you know, with these two competitive players, they are trying their hardest to be able to keep going throughout the day. And, you know, we're seeing these different plays that they're making. Yes, that like that thorn person coming down. We're seeing these different decisions. And, you know, sometimes even for me, I'm learning from them. I'm learning that, okay, you know what? I'm seeing hands that are like the size of a Bible, and the whole time they're still losing. And you know, that means a lot, because it does show the difference in play styles that some people have. Some people know what they're going into. Some people are very great tournament players. They are very great at playing into that time clock, or playing into the fear for their opponent, that your opponent, you know, oh, dang, your opponent might be scared they're going into time too. But they play into that fear. They make sure they make different decisions based on that decision alone. And I really am excited and happy for this. I mean, Jonathan's been playing a great game. George has been playing a crazy game. It has just been two Titans again going back and back at each other. And like we thought before, we're seeing Axe Spider later in the day. I mean, it makes us kind of glad that we didn't have to do, you know, we didn't have to see this early on. So that we didn't get bored. Yeah. Didn't get too bored and didn't make the, you know, the audience over here bored about Axe Spider. But it just shows Axe Spider being a card that carries the game. I mean, it just carries your deck. Make sure that you are able to hold off. But not even just Axe Spider. Netherworld being crazy. Netherworld being the card that, love it or hate it, it's in the game. Nomingar being something that is a fan favorite, and two Nomingars staring at each other. I'm waiting to see the sonic booms from the headbutts, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Right.
It's gonna be crazy.
The two elephant Zoids going at it.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm actually very excited. Very excited for this. I mean, let's just think about it, right? We see right now green and white, and then we see just pure white right now. Granted, there is purple in the deck, but it's just so refreshing because we're seeing some different builds. I know it's not as different as most people would like. Some people would like, you know, to never see Axe again in their lifetime. And, you know, I can't say I share the same sentiment, but
there's the
world coming down. All right, mini game time. Boot up the system, boys. Player 1 activated. We're going to be going in with Netherworld Depths coming out. Now, granted, like we said, it is 10 minutes left on the clock. This could be detrimental to Jonathan because George could play it out. But you know what? George is returning the favor with another Depths of his own. He's saying we're matching blow for blow, pound for pound. It does not matter. So
I think Jonathan has a burning force, though. So
yeah, we can just be able to kill it off. Now, granted, you got to also think, do you want to use it? We saw Ryan sit on that burning force for 3 turns. Now, he did use it, so he is trying to say, get it out of there. Now, granted, you know, we see 2. I mean, he does have another Nomingard and a Dyna there, so he can be able to play another Nomingard. And even if you try to bounce it, it doesn't really matter because I'll just swing out with both of the Nomingards there and say, you know what, you got to take this damage.
Exactly.
It is a crazy time. Now, Nomingard is swinging in for that damage. He is drawing from the Netherworld. Let's see how this goes. This is going to be very scary. Very scary. You know, I am. Oh,
so George right here doing a really, really heads up play. He activated the suppression on his opponent's Axe Spider using the cores on his Nomingard so that his Nomingard will get destroyed. So that way he'll be able to draw 3 cards and ram 3 cores. So very, very heads up play here. He wants those draws and those cores to be able to, you know, just keep on playing.
And returning the favor.
Oh, man. Jonathan said, nice play, George. I'd like to take that for my own and make it my own.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
Now, granted, hold up. Wait a minute. Does the math work out? Actually, he has another one. I don't think he can though. I do not think he can.
Namagard would be.
Yeah, he can't. He can't.
Yeah.
That would be insane. That dream bomb coming down. For sure for the Namagard. Like, that was such a great play. Just being able to showcase, like, you can use different cards in different ways, guys. I know at my own locals, shout out to Bean and Brand. Bean was able to take the locals just because of the fact that he didn't know that you could, boost it with core drain, boost one of the other your opponent's units, and it was during a Maduke turn. Very pivotal Maduke turn. So sometimes it just works out like that. Now we are making this very, very crazy. I mean, look at how this is going. Dinah's coming down on the board. We're making sure we're just starting this off again. We're doing what we did last game. We're making sure Dinah's there.
Yeah,
exactly.
War of the Derm Dinas right now, because we do know that Jonathan has a Derm Dina of his own in his hand.
And we are going to be able to restand it and get that soul core back so that we might be able to do another suppression next turn, because Namagard is at level 3. Well, is that right? Level 2?
Level 2.
I'm pretty sure.
Level 2.
Yep, level 2. Are pitching that soul core though. Now, if Jonathan does dream bomb that Namagard, if he has enough cores for it, I don't think he does.
No, he does, but he would lose both of his spirits.
Yeah, that would be detrimental. That would very, very detrimental.
So he loses 2 different reductions, which is probably not ideal.
No, I won't say that would be. Now, granted, he is taking that life.
I mean, now he can do it and just lose 1.
Nah, but George knows. He's not going to take that risk and swing in with that elephant. He is just going to make sure he saves it out. Now, granted, I do think having that elementals down. Ooh, see, as a white aggro player, I'm loving it, like that little scene right there, because I want a black jaguar at both of them. But I digress. But with this mindset right now, what do you really think you should do if you were Jonathan right now?
So, I mean, Dinah's okay here. It's putting pressure on George because, I mean, Jonathan is very far behind right now. He's at 2 to George's 5 still, and we only have 6 minutes left in the game. So he does have to put the pressure. I mean, George just takes this here. There's no reason to do anything else, to be honest. Like, yeah, there's absolutely. I don't think there's any. Yeah, Thorn Prison's great. That way, Depths doesn't trigger. Let Jonathan draw more cards. But yeah, definitely take the damage. There's no reason to not in this situation.
And Dream Bomb coming out. Look,
or let's just not, and we'll stay at 5.
George is making sure that he is still sticking in. He is saying, I am definitely going to make it to top 8. He is trying his best, and I feel like he's doing a very great job of that.
Yes.
Making sure that he is just letting people know, like, hey, I'm here. Yep. I'm not going anywhere. I did well in Pro Tour. I'm making sure I stick to the game. He's here. He's not going anywhere. Now, granted, we do have Graynar out right now coming down. Graynar is going to be something very detrimental because you can't bounce it with Dream Bomb. You can't do anything with white to it. So it makes it so hard to be able to deal with because of the fact that if you use that as your suppression target, it becomes a wall that you cannot pass.
So again, Dream Bomb sent something to the trash instead of the hand.
Oh, okay. Did you please let the judge know at this point?
Yeah, I'm letting him know right now.
Because we're in high stakes right now. This isn't like, oh yeah, we're in first round, we can take this loss. Like, nah, everybody, there's 1-1 right now. They are fighting tooth and nail to be able to make sure that they could possibly go in the top 8. Now, granted, we got the ice shield that is popped, and Graynar is still there. Like I said, Graynar is the bane of my existence as a white aggro player. It's just something that when you see Graynar, you can't do much. White can't touch it. White can't touch it at all. And mostly with this deck, the only thing that you can do is core theft it. And if you core theft it, that'd be great. But at the end of the day, it feels kind of bad when you got to core theft that card. If you really think about it, it feels really bad.
Here's another elemental. So he is just going wide as much as possible,
gearing in for that other Dyna play. He's trying to make sure that he gets that out. Now, granted, he is at 3. I believe that's 3 life. I have no idea. I can't really see much.
I believe Jonathan is at 2 now. if I remember
Okay.
correctly.
So Dinah coming in.
We can get conversation. We
Yep.
can get confirmation, but
Dinah is coming in and taking that life. So then George is at 4 right now.
yeah, George is at 4.
Yeah, he hasn't taken a life all game. That means a lot at this point. And you know what? You gotta really hope for Jonathan that he has something to deal with the Dinah. That Dinah is very detrimental to everything because if he is at 2 life, he can't.
And there's a soul bell too.
Yeah, he can't afford to do anything. He can't afford to deal with this. He has these units and great. I know he's has this elemental out that has the 3 cores on it, so he can sack that and he can draw from the netherworld depths for each attack.
Yeah,
You're still at a life point where you got to be very careful with yourself. But we are going to Burning Force the 2 elementals. We're just not even going to deal with those just being potential blockers to save him for another turn. And I think Jonathan right now is just hoping for an Ice Shield maybe, or probably like Dream Bomb or Suppression. I don't know if he has another Suppression in hand, but that could be something. And Dinah just making him have to take that life.
Or an Infinity
Unless he has the
Shield,
Dream Bomb.
so.
Draw. Does he have a Dream Bomb? He did top deck the Dream Bomb. He top decked the Dream. He top decked the Dream Bomb.
I think he drew it last turn. He drew Burning. Yeah, he drew depths off of depths.
Oh, thank God. I was like, if he top decked that, that would have been insane.
No. But Namgard is going in, and he's just going to chump block with the elemental. And George is saying, all right, I'm going in with the Grey Garden too. Putting you down to 1. Yep.
Yeah, it's just making it very, very situational. Like, I mean, look at this right now. George is sitting at 4. I mean, does George, I don't even know. What does George's hand look like? Does he have Ice Shield at all?
He needs to refresh his spirits also.
Yeah, true.
Because of the Namagard.
He does have Suppression in hand. He doesn't have anything else other than that Suppression. So if he does do a really I mean, at the end of the day, he could put it on Grey Garner and then really do well with that. By itself, it would be fine.
Yeah, George needs to refresh.
And it is at 2 now, George. Yeah, like these, like I said, people right now, they're at a high, strong game right now. They're thinking very heavily about different play styles right now, but he can refresh. He does have 3 life now with that Dinah swing, and I mean, it is just crazy. Namgard coming in for that next swing. Now, granted,
I'm so
like I said, yeah. I don't know why he has arrested. Why do you have arrested?
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he needs to refresh.
Yeah, come on. Do you got it? You got it, buddy. Yeah, you got it, buddy.
Yeah. There you go.
You're going good. Like, I know it's been a long day. It's been a long day ahead.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot to think about.
And doing that caused Jonathan to just pass. So, you're welcome, George.
He owes you dinner. He definitely owes you dinner.
Right?
For sure.
Because he was going to have to use a suppression right there, and that's what he was about to do. That's what he was about to pay for. So, that would have been pretty terrible for him if he needed to waste that.
Oof. This is just becoming a very, very crucial situation. I know people are watching from the Tulsa area, probably just looking at the screen like this is a very heated battle right now. And we're seeing, Dinah come back out, just being able to swing into that.
That free damage.
You have,
any Dream Bomb? Another Dream Bomb? No, it doesn't look like it.
Are we dealing with
Okay, so he's at 1. He's at 2 life still.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And then
they are in turns, by the way, everyone. So.
Ooh, okay, and Dinah coming out.
Right, here we go. We know that George has the suppression, but the Dinah still being able to put pressure without another Ice Shield in hand is without another Ice Shield in hand, it's kind of rough for Johnson.
Yeah. At this point, it makes it so hard because it's like you have to deal with the fact that Dinah's not going anywhere. Dinah's not leaving. You have to hope for that top deck. You gotta hope for that top deck, like Dream Bomb. Like that would be the key thing to deal with. Because of what I don't know if George actually has another Dyna in hand. That would be crazy if he did. That would be crazy. I would say that. I don't think. Nope, he doesn't.
No,
So he has
doesn't.
Namagard, but he could top deck it. We never know. You know, like
I mean,
we could.
that would be helpful, but I mean, he just needs a chip in damage. They're in turns already, so and he's up by 2 life right now. Or actually, no, hold on. Are they tied right now?
Yeah, they're tied.
Oh man,
It's
so
2-2.
2-2.
And granted, I forgot that, you know, since Dyna has to pitch that Soul Core, it doesn't really make it any difference. I forgot about that. I'm so used to seeing multiple Nexus now. Like,
right.
You know, seeing one is just a very different situation right now. But granted, swinging in.
He does have the scope out though. So, I mean, that is another way to exhaust something. So that's the good news. He also does have suppression in hand as well. So he does live another turn. He could do another cute play with Namagard and let it just be destroyed. That way he could draw 3 and ram 3 cores. That way he could try to see another Ice Shield or just whatever else he needs, like another Dyna or something, or just another Nexus to make 2 unblockable, you know? So
yeah, this is gonna be crazy.
There's a suppression drawn. But the Soul Core is in the trash right now anyways. So
well, it does come back. It does come back at the end.
It does, actually, yeah.
Yeah, because Namagard just being there. Now I want to see what George drew. Is that another Dyna? Oh yeah, that's another Dyna.
He drew another Dyna. Yeah.
I'm calling it, y'all, but I mean it doesn't help much because there's not another Nexus down right now.
So
do you think George
multiple cores on Grey Garner right now?
Yeah. Just making sure this works out. I mean, to be honest, looking at how this is going to be played out, I am very curious. Very curious.
Grey Garner.
How this is going to go.
Sorry. Yeah.
Grey Garner, yeah. Like I'm very curious as how this is going to go. It's very, I think, you know,
it depends on what turn it is. That's the thing, is we don't have a turn count for us to go off of. So it might be a Spear's last turn. Possibly, you know? And if it is, then he just wins right here. Yeah.
He wins just off of that alone.
Unless there's a Dream Bomb drawn by John.
There has to be a top deck Dream Bomb, and if not, he wins.
Yep.
If this is truly Xperia's final turn.
There's a Dream Bomb.
Oh no. My gosh.
So with that in mind though, Jex, we would go to deck count again.
And George wins. I mean, look at the size of the decks right now.
They're very, very different. George has a less than half. So what? You can't
what
block
just happened?
You can't block Dyna though.
Whoa, Judge.
Wait.
No, wait. Whoa. What happened?
Hold on.
Okay, we're gonna have to. Okay, I know people are tired. I know we're tired, but what just happened?
I don't know. Hold on.
Oh, he did. No. He targeted Gray with Dyna. That's what happened. He targeted Gray with Dyna.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yes.
Never mind.
So he targeted Gray with Dyna. Never mind.
I was like, wait a second.
We were going ballistic. Not gonna lie, but okay. So this is Jonathan. God. I think this is Jonathan's last turn.
Yeah.
I think he wins.
Because he wins. The Dyna attacking.
Yeah. Oh, Jonathan just gets it.
Oh, this was game 2. Why am I tripping? Yeah. All right. Well, that was an Axe Spider Mirror for everyone. Comes down to Dyna Wars, like I mentioned when we were talking about siding.
Yep. Sorry about that, everyone. Like I said, we're all tired today. We were going crazy. We were like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Yep.
Is this game 2? This was game 3.
I thought it was game 3.
It is game 3.
Yeah, it is game 3.
George won. No, I'm not that tired. Yeah. Because Jonathan won game 1.
It is game 3, but Jonathan,
George,
I
yeah, Jonathan's
believe,
still
just attacked to reduce down to 1 life. So
yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. See, he still got it. I was just pretty sure. I was like, I know. Like, I remember George winning.
I
Like,
thought
George
so too.
sneaking out. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. It's been a long day so far, everyone. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So we're good. We're good on that one. So, like, look, guys, I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, thinking about how this went, you saw like sometimes the world can be the detriment to you, and sometimes it can't. Like, you know, seeing all that Dyna, and I know we looked at the builds and we were like, oh wow, that's a lot of Dynas. But Dyna has just shown out a lot. I mean, the stock of Dyna has just gone up tremendously.
4 Derm
Just-
Dynas on Jonathan's side, by the way.
yes.
All 4.
Yes. And that's great. You know what?
Yes.
Like, I'm a Dyna lover. I love Dyna. So seeing how crazy Dyna is has just been great. Like, just been great for me. You can see how, like, you know, even though this is a Nexus heavy meta, Dyna is just going to shine and outshine a lot of different decks because of that. So we really got to think about that going into the next round. This is the last round, you know, round 7. So a lot's riding on this for a lot of people. Unfortunately, you know, George will not be in top 8, I believe, because he is X2.
No, he's X2 now, so he drops out of contention for top 8.
But he played extremely well. But Jonathan will be trying to hold on to that for Ispira. However, we are seeing a lot of different people. I mean, granted, there are some people that are on that X3, and it's from someone that's been on that X3 line of being like, all right, am I making it to top or am I not? That is huge. And I mean, huge.
Yeah. So we are going to jump to a quick break before round 7. We have to get into selecting a feature match. So we're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Stick around because we should be back relatively soon for you with the last round of the day, round 7. See you soon.
All right, guys. So I'm going to have to take my glasses off for this one, actually, because we're going to have to introduce the next two. Right now, we are in table 1 against Caleb Albert and Terry Miller. Now, if y'all don't know, Caleb, I shout out my boy. He's from Team Top Cut. Caleb is the Pro Tour champion of first set. So seeing him here is going to be crazy. He's still rocking, you know, as we see just the Axe Spider deck. He is trying to do, or at least the white purple deck. So he is trying to keep it going for that. And he's doing well. I mean, he's been consistently at table 1. I mean, his placing right now, he is still undefeated, no losses at all. And then we have Terry Miller. Terry Miller is going to be our, you know, champion contender at this point, going into day 2. But we have Terry on Axe Spider as well. You know, we're just going to have to see another Axe Spider mirror. Which this will be really great because I'm looking at some of the sideboards and it is going to be very crazy in terms of what's going on for these two sideboards. It's a lot to think about, for the matchups and a lot to think about for how we want to go into this because, like I said, they're guaranteed. You know, they'll go into day 2 regardless. But it just shows, where do I want to go in day 2 as?
Exactly. So this is going to be a great matchup. We have Caleb on purple white Axe Spider, and then we have Terry on white control. Actually, there's a little bit of splash colors as well, so it'll be exciting to see how this matchup turns out. It is 2 control decks again, but should be very high caliber play.
And I know the name might need to be changed, but that's okay.
There we go.
Yeah, we're good. And we got, Rocket City coming down today. All right, so we're gonna have to deal with this right now. Rocket City is just going to be something that, you know, if you're playing against Netherworld, you know, you're just gonna deal with, and he will be swinging in with the elemental. That's something that we haven't seen from a lot of players. So usually when they have that elemental down, they don't even try to swing in. You know, but we can't, you know, knock this gameplay at all because, like I said, Caleb is the Pro Tour winner. And honestly, in first place for the, you know, Tulsa, Oklahoma Grand Open right now.
And here we go with Axe Spider coming out without the protection. So if Caleb has has Burning Force, Core Theft, anything like that, it's going to be, not Core Theft, sorry. If he has a Burning Force, it's a really good situation for him, because the Axe Spider just dies. without that protection. So does
Yeah,
not
I'm
look like he
excited.
has it though, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I am shocked, but I am happy because at this point, it's like, you know what? Looking at this field, we're going to be seeing two great players go at it against each other. They have been killing the competition today. All in all, have just been dominating each round, and it's just been a crazy thing. Oh my gosh, Enterprise coming out early. I did not expect to see Enterprise like that. This is going to be something that we really definitely have to deal with like later on. Like I said, like, you know, Enterprise is something that already has that protection. But the longer Enterprise stays in the field, the more dangerous it becomes because it can protect your Dynas. It can protect your Namengars, even though, you know, you really don't want to protect Namengars sometimes, guys. But it can protect a lot of things on your field that you really don't want to be protected. Well, that you want to be protected. I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, long day. Brain is dying down on me, but I am trying my hardest to keep up.
It's okay. It happens. Especially with long days like this.
Yeah, we are going to see how, you know, this goes out. I mean, to be honest, we are still seeing white versus white. It is going to be a long game right now, but we be fine. I feel like this will be okay for everything. Axe Spider right now, you know, sitting at those two cores, just thinking about what might happen, what they could do. Now, granted, I am curious about Caleb's approach right now, but I can't, like I said, I can't knock it. The man has just been going off recently, with just Battle Spirits just dominating the competition for Pro Tour and now Grand Open. I mean, you being a Pro Tour winner, I guess that just happens. That is just natural. It is just going to be crazy, you know, seeing how, you know, Caleb is on that purple white build, and you see, you know, Terry is going a more, you know, mono white build, but, you know, you have, you know, purple cards in there and there, but just like, you know, mostly one card in particular that everybody knows the name of, and Worker Ant as well, being in there as well. So this is going to be crazy to see, you know, what goes on. Now we do have Elk coming down, and we all know Elk will put you on a straight clock that you are not prepared for at times. You got to deal with it. You got to be able to deal with it.
And he's not scared of leaving the Elk at less than 6,000 because he knows that there's no volcanic break like there is in red. So he's not putting the Elk in any jeopardy at the moment. So let's see what Caleb can respond with, because this Elk is going to need some kind of response. You know, it's putting him on a clock as of next turn anyways, because it doesn't have enough cores right now. But very kind of scary situation to be in if he is not able to attack through and get all of that damage in pretty early.
And you know, we're just seeing like how Caleb's been doing so well in these tournaments. It has been great to see them. Oh my gosh, yeah. See, it's been great to see him play, because honestly, a lot of people sometimes haven't. And, you know, we want to see more of the different mindsets of what you could bring to, you know, white control. And well, white purple control. Mostly white.
Yeah, all we've seen is just white cards so far.
Yeah.
It's like they're playing a white control mirror match right now.
Yeah, we're just doing mostly mono white. I mean, there's probably, you know, we got Netherworld, but like, can we really count it for the color? Like, I get it. I definitely get it. Now, in that hand, we did see 2 suppression and a Dream Bomb flash in our face. So at this point, and Enterprise just coming out like this. Jeez, you know, it becomes very, very different. I mean, what do you think for this in terms of how Caleb's playing it out?
I think it's great. In the control mirror, like if you're able to put pressure on like Caleb's doing right now, it's 100% proper. I mean, especially when your opponent has no cores in reserve, like it forces them to do this. It forces out ice shields. It forces out other resources, especially when they're not able to respond appropriately. Now Terry is in a better spot, obviously, because he has the Elk online. He'll have the Axe Spider online. He also does have a Dream Bomb in hand. But Caleb is playing this control mirror very, very well, pretty much perfectly anyways, because he's putting on the pressure as needed and what is proper, basically, when the time calls for it. And that's one of the intricacies of the game that I like so much, is that you have to know when to tempo correctly. Like you have to know when to pressure. You have to know when to pass without playing a card. You have to know those very, very little fine details. And that's what I really, really like about this game versus other games that are being played. So
yeah, you know what? I mean, honestly, you spoke to, preach to the choir on that one. It just, with these different matchups, some people do not know really how to play into it. Some people definitely have done, played against it and have only played against certain people that play a certain way. So to see this is great because you get to see like, okay, this is what their mindset is. This is what they should be doing. And this is what they want to do. This is what they want to get done. And, with Caleb being such a high player and Terry being such a high player, you're dealing with two people that already know what each of their deck can do. And they're trying their best to really think about each and every aspect of that. As you can see, we have Aegis coming down onto the board. And, we're going to, I believe, he's at less life, but I think he can draw. I don't know if that's true or not.
I'm not sure.
I don't know how many life. Yeah, I don't think he can. He can't.
They're at the same life.
Ooh, was that?
That was definitely a mistake on Terry's side.
See, in certain situations like that, like I said, guys, it's been a long night.
Yeah.
We can't knock it. It has been a long night. So certain situations like that can arise where people are just going to be making these like different mistakes here and there. And I think at this point, it is a little sad to see, especially with these two high level players. You don't really want to make a mistake against another high level player because that can be the one thing that can kill you off. One turn, even if it was 8 turns ago, could be the reason you lost. But it really is a situation with this where, Caleb's probably just loving it. Caleb's probably just saying, "Oh yeah, this is great for me. I'm not mad at all." This is something that we've been looking for. Now, granted, with this, Caleb does have Dino on the board, with Enterprise, so he doesn't really have to care about you trying to core theft me, you trying to dream bomb me. It doesn't matter. I'll be fine. All Caleb has to do is put another core on that Enterprise, and we're set in stone for everything else.
Yep, exactly.
It just becomes crazy.
Yeah, and Caleb is in a very, very good spot now because Elk still isn't online after that Aegis play, so he doesn't have to rush anything. Like he can attack pretty freely with the Dyna, with the Derm Dyna, and just put that chip damage in, make Terry have to use cores. Oh, all right. Well, there's the core theft. So let's see what he decides to get rid of. I would probably get rid of the Elk because I don't want it online next turn. Yep. And there you go. The Elk is destroyed because it has no cores, and he doesn't have to worry about that pressuring him anymore.
Yeah, that one misplay can cost you that turn. I mean, cost you the game sometimes. And, Elk was probably something that would have lasted a long time. And, just the nervousness of the final round as well. Now, granted, Terry will still automatically be in the top 8 running. So, that comeback could be good. But granted, this is only game 1. Can't count Terry out yet because you got 2 more games after this if Terry does lose. But we do see the Dream Bomb coming out right now. You only bouncing in Nexus because it can't bounce the units. So we're going to have to be able to figure out how to come back after this. I mean, using that Aegis in a turn like that, which could have been used later on, is very, very sad to see. It's normal. It happens. We are all exhausted. I'm already messing up on certain cards. X Spider looks like 5 X Spiders to me. I swear Dyna has 18 cores on it. My eyes are blurry, y'all. I'm not like, I'll be all right though. I ain't going to faint on y'all. I got water.
These are these are the long days that we were talking about with being able to drink your water, eat some food. Jex has had one of those things done, I think, in being able to drink water at least. But we're definitely eating good after this.
Oh yeah. The amount of food that I will be digesting will be insane. I cannot tell you. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get a chicken Cajun wrap later, guys. So, I'm going to let y'all in on that little secret chicken Cajun wrap with some American cheese, chicken tender cuts for the, food in a wrap, lettuce and tomatoes. Mwah, I'm eating good. But you know what? Yeah. It does look like also Terry might be trying to eat good right now too. Just seeing this, play right now. Now, granted, the Soul Core is actually on Aegis. That is a little,
why is it on Aegis? it just has no benefit with the soul
I
flux.
mean, granted, there are no Nexus on board anymore, so it doesn't matter at that
That's
point.
true. Yeah,
You know,
that's true.
just not having a Nexus on board, it makes everything just null and void for anything. It's just like, well, whatever. Like, I don't really care. But granted,
Yeah,
having to use A just can't really bounce anybody anymore right now. But Enterprise being out so early was just so easily, just profitable for Caleb because he was just like, yeah, I got it. I'm fine. Like my Dianas will live. And I feel like that combination is just deadly. Like, I mean, to be honest, at first it used to be Elk and Enterprise. If you had Elk and Enterprise, you just didn't lose. Now it's like Dinah Enterprise. You just cannot get past it.
Exactly. Yeah, and it definitely is the time of day that is wearing on the players, and that's one thing that I've talked to many players in other card games and even this one about is like how do they deal with the mental wear throughout the day and what keeps their mind fresh. And that's something that I think everyone can learn, but it's really hard to keep your mind focused this late in the day. Like we've almost been at it for what, let's see, the stream has been going for almost 10 hours at this point. So
and we've been getting dressed and being up way past it. Like
exactly.
that's the thing too. Like you gotta count that as well. Like we've been up for a long time, even though this says like 9, almost 10-hour stream.
Yeah,
we've been up for longer.
Trying to get breakfast too, like as a player, like that early in a place that you're not used to, like that's a huge thing as well. So like you kind of have to count on your hotel having breakfast, or you're bringing stuff or going to the store ahead of time and getting something for breakfast. Like it's just really important how you do everything. And that's one of the little intricacies of just any TCG or any game in general that I think a lot of people miss. And it definitely shows sometimes in the way that people just have those mental lapses and aren't able to play their full potential at the end of the day.
And even with Caleb winning, we're going right into game 2. Now, granted, I will tell you guys, like, to just add on to what Corfix was saying, you got to remember also, for me, I thought I would be tired too. Like I said, this is my first year doing competitive card playing tournaments at all. And I thought I was going to be tired after Ohio. I was really prepared to just be dead. And I had a lot of energy. Now, granted, the only reason I did was because I played aggro. So aggro, the games don't really last as long. The games don't really last and drawn out into time, really ever. I mean, if the game goes out in the time with aggro, this is it's something to really see. Like that is I don't even know. That's a very scary situation. But these players are playing control games. They're playing long drawn out games that sometimes go into time. Some of these stream matches have gone past the time as well. So even when they finish their games, it has been very, very crazy. So, you gotta think about it. You gotta think about it in that sense. But yes, Caleb has taken game 1, guys. Caleb is going into game 2 off of that high win. I believe he has some around 40 something minutes left. So he's looking up right now. I mean, he's thinking about what's the side in. I mean, he knows what if we're playing mono white, he knows to put in those gray Garmers. The gray Garmers are just going to say, hey, you're not going to be able to do anything to me. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Gray Garmer is a really good call into white control. Or just a lot of different decks actually. But yeah, as far as the side goes for Terry, let's take a look. Let's see what most likely he's going to bring in. So it looks like he has a couple. He has a couple Wodens in the side. That's not coming in this matchup, but it's interesting to see because we haven't seen many of those in people's sides. He does have Inescapable Avalanche though. That's a very good card. Yeah.
Yes, and you got to remember, like with Inescapable Avalanche, you could use that going. I believe that if I'm thinking about the right card, I think that's the card where it bounces the attacking unit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you could use that into Enterprise because it gets around armor. That card just completely goes around armor. If some people didn't know about
because
that.
it doesn't target. Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't select.
Yeah, so that card is very great if you're trying to deal with another Enterprise, because you're just like, hey, okay, you're going to swing the Enterprise, cool. I'm just going to bounce that back to your hand, and you could be able to really have some really crazy tempo like swings after that, because of the fact that Enterprise is no longer on board to be able to protect you against most things. So, in all honesty, I am completely like, not against it at all. I mean, I think that is something that's going to be really great to see how this unfolds. Like, I am very, very curious to see how this goes.
Yeah. Inescapable Avalanche look like it's definitely going to come in. Possibly the Core Theft, as long as Caleb doesn't, as long as Terry doesn't think that Caleb is going to stick in early Enterprise again. How do you feel about keeping an Enterprise in the white control matchup? I mean, I think it's good, especially because it's a little bit of slower matchup. You can give everything armor. So what do you think about that, about keeping it in?
I think you need it. Yeah. I think honestly, whoever sees that, like Enterprise really does kind of not win the game in a way, because of the fact that you can just protect against things for a long time. And as you can see, like, if you have, like, we already know about the Enterprise and Elk strat, but Enterprise and Dyna has been showing out a lot lately. And if you have that Enterprise and Dyna situation, you really can't do much. You have Thorn Prison that could work, but it doesn't seem like in any of these decks Thorn Prison is shown, so it becomes something of a very crazy hindrance in a way, because as we see Caleb, with his Enterprises as well in the deck Terry doesn't have any, so well, actually, I'm sorry, I lied.
Well, no. Terry is playing Enterprise. Yeah.
There's two, so both. So it is a race. It is, because at that point, who's swinging with what? Like you got to see the perfect board at that point. I mean, you have Elk to be able to say, I don't really want to swing. I could just sit back and relax with Elk on board and Namengard to just be able to get all my cores back for whatever I play. But that would be great. And I mean, right now we see Terry start off strong with the Axe Spider. It is at 1. So, I mean, look, if you put that Burning Force down early.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Burning Force right there. But it's like, thinking of Caleb, like, do I care about the Axe Spider in this situation? Or sometimes do I care to hold it for Adepts?
It's in the front, so he is thinking about it. But you are right. He sometimes Caleb doesn't care. Now he might care now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good call in this situation. Like, getting rid of Axe Spider really early it's important, but also like you can play around it. Being that he's playing white also. So, but yeah, no, I definitely agree with getting rid of it early.
Yeah,
and we do see a Worker Ant-Man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Worker Ant coming out. Let me tell you something. Work is underpaid. Somebody said in the chat, I'm using the joke. Shout out to you. It is underpaid. We gotta deal with it. I mean, y'all are not wrong. At this point, Worker Ant gaining that core for you. Sometimes you can ramp into another Enterprise turn very quickly, and like I said, sometimes I think this time right now, instead of seeing the Netherworld race, we're seeing the Enterprise race. Mm-hmm. Heavy Enterprise race right now, maybe, and we don't know. Like, they may be thinking the same thing. Now we don't know what's in their hand right now. We've seen some things, but these players are like, they're trying to keep it a secret from us. I don't appreciate that, Caleb. I'm gonna have to talk to you later about that. That's rude.
Yep, here comes the snow bit.
Oh yeah, so Axe Spider 2 suppressions that I saw flash by. I don't even want to know. Okay, Antro, we have Namengard. I think we saw a suppression there too. Elk. Yep, suppression and Elk there too. Oh wow, that's crazy. So we're both sides are seeing something really great. Something to stave off. Now, is that
Vulture?
Is that Enterprise? That is Enterprise.
Enterprise. Yeah.
Okay. We might be going in the same direction as last time, guys.
Oh,
but we do have
and a Thorn Prison.
Oh, and that's the beautiful one. Woo!
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's good. It's good right now. We looking up. We loving life right now. I mean, to be honest, we're resting those units, being able to swing in with Worker Ant so we can keep it alive again. I mean, he could do a suppression on you.
Yeah.
He could do a suppression on you. Since he's doing that suppression, he's going to be like, hey, listen, take out that Worker Ant. I don't want to do that with that no more. You attack me too many times. Right. Like, I don't care. I don't care about what you want to do. I want to win. And this is, even though, like I said, both players will be going in the top 8 tomorrow regardless, so we will be seeing them again. We want to make sure that we go in the top 8 with a great record.
He's suppression's back.
I have seen the
Oh.
light.
Never mind. He is not playing suppression.
Oh,
He gave out that free information though. So
yeah,
we
that is
know
like I
that.
said. We are tired.
Yeah. Well, because he
we
would have had to get rid of his board
yeah.
almost. No. He
We-
would have to lose two spirits, including the worker ant, anyways.
Yeah, so
yeah.
that does make it a little bad. You know what? And I think Caleb even knew that too. Caleb was just sitting there like, oh, okay. If you do that, okay, that's fine with me. Now we do see Enterprise, King Vulture. We do see the that court theft is sitting there too. So we're sitting pretty.
I mean, court theft doesn't do anything in this situation because Amaranth Man does get its effect without a level, so that's kind of the good thing. It's exactly like Namengard, so it's not tied to the effect isn't tied to a level, which I really like those effects. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, is I love those kind of effects. They just make you play so differently. Yeah, I'm surprised that Caleb let him take that back, but also not surprised because a lot of sportsmanship goes on in the competitive game. Some people wouldn't have let it go because he did play the card.
Of course.
But, yeah.
You gotta remember, like, these are players that really are going to day 2 anyway. So like the whole thing of this was basically for players out there.
Yep.
You know, people don't really care after they already are undefeated. Gabe, they're going to day 2 regardless. So they know they're going to be fine. They don't care. Day 2 is when it's going to become a really crazy situation because there's going to be no takebacks. But everybody's going to be rested. So there's going to be a lot less, mess ups, everything like that because of the short amount of rounds. But it can be long rounds because people are going to be very very, well, I will say hungry, for those prizings. Because as we saw, we getting big money from this, guys.
He is definitely correct. $7,000 to first prize or first place. So
Caleb already won the 25K. Is he gonna try to come out and go for that 7K again? And he's just coming out.
Yep.
Caleb, you owe me dinner.
Yeah, we saw Caleb's hand, King Vulture, Suppression, and I forgot the last card. But King Vulture isn't doing anything.
Enterprise.
Currently. Oh, Enterprise, yeah. King Vulture, unfortunately, is not doing anything currently because Terry has not drawn a Netherworld Depths yet.
Yeah, both players haven't really seen Nexus, but they're just chilling. I mean, to be honest, I don't think Caleb cared. Caleb literally does not care, and I think Terry might be in a position where he's just sitting back, relaxing for a little bit. I mean, granted, he will be ramping cores off of some of these blocks if he goes through with it. Having Enterprise there is just amazing. Like I said, you can just stave off a lot. Even though I think Terry is at 5. So Terry being at 5 being very detrimental. Sometimes because like I said, you don't want to lose too much life.
Yep. Exactly.
Sometimes you could be put in a sticky situation.
I'm surprised that, well, not surprised, but I'm Burning Force would be good here. That's what I was trying to say in so many words. Especially because Axe Spider and Snowbit would be susceptible to it, but Terry did not see it, unfortunately. So he just he does get 1 chip damage in. So Caleb is at 2. But he is at a fully powered up Enterprise along with a fully powered up Axe Spider. So this this can spiral so quickly right now. Yeah,
like you're not wrong at all. Dealing with everything right now that we're seeing on the board, it could become very crazy. And granted, he did pass turn. I mean, he has no reason to attack right now. He is sitting really pretty for defense wise. Caleb, I think at this point, if he doesn't, there's no Nexus on board. If he saw Dyna, it really wouldn't matter, but maybe Namengard would be the answer to Caleb just becoming more aggressive. I mean, he could be defensive right now and just sit back. We have 33 minutes left, so even if Terry does win, going into game 3 would be detrimental. And as we've seen, sometimes it can go either way. It becomes very difficult right now to even see what could happen right now. I mean, granted, we see with each other's hand, and we do see that elk coming down. So we will not start the clock yet. but the clock
Not
is
quite.
present.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Okay, I was about to say I was very curious. I was like, where are we putting it? Wait. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I just had a brain fart there. I was trying to see what was going on. But yeah, like I said, we are not starting the clock off, but the clock is present. So we know that next turn, that clock could start for Caleb, and Caleb is at 2 life. So or I think 2 life.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's covering it.
He should be at 2 life now, I
Okay.
believe.
Okay, because I know like the battle spears is covering up a little bit, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But Wolf, at the end of the day, you never know, guys. You never know.
Oh, core theft for the elk. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
City?
I mean,
oh man,
look at it. I mean, you're fine. He destroyed the clock before it could even start ticking.
That just hurts my soul though, because I love Nauman City. I love that card. Yeah,
I get it. But
but I mean, he already does have a he already does have a full enterprise. So Nauman City in this situation, not too impactful. I definitely think keeping the suppression, and I think that's a burning force in his hand, are definitely the correct call. So yeah.
He's doing well. He's doing amazingly well. I mean, everything 100%. That's going on, with Caleb, he's not losing the matches at all.
And there is Namangard. So it's like you said earlier, some way to restabilize for Terry is to play that Namangard out. And it's not at level 2 yet, but that's okay. It still does things. It does a lot at level 1.
If it dies, you gotta remember, guys, he's ramping those 3. But Caleb is just passing turn. I don't think Caleb cares.
No, doesn't.
Caleb doesn't care. I mean, there's no reason to. I mean, you literally have. I mean, you have 3 cards in hand, but you at this point you have a wall. They gotta pass. They gotta try. If they can't pass the wall, you're looking pretty good.
So the thing about Terry's setup into Caleb's is Amaranth Man actually lets you do things. It lets you draw out the Enterprise both blocks, and then Namangard is probably going to get the chump block from Axe Spider. I don't see any reason why Caleb would try to block the Namangard with the Enterprise, because then that just gives Terry free cores and free draws. So he can do quite a bit. He's going to force out some blocks right now, especially with the depression. Ooh, and then there is the Worker Ant-Man again.
Just getting those cores. I mean, to be honest, Worker is just going to put in that work for everybody in the team for him. I mean, he sees Antros down there as well, so even if he does block him, like you said, those will die. And he'll gain those cores. I mean, he's in a really sticky situation in terms of like what your opponent can gain. So you gotta be very careful. I mean, you see the suppression, you see that. Oh my gosh. So both of them have suppression and core theft. So, he can't use core theft. I mean, because, Enterprise is out. So core theft is really only working for Caleb in that instance. But he is going to block Enterprise with that, with that axe. Then Antra is going to have to die. It just has to. And then we're going to restand the Enterprise. Sorry, I almost lost my train of thought there. Yeah, looking at that right now, and then you got Ant dying again for the next block, but then Worker Ant is just gonna get them another core. I mean, how many cores are you gonna get, guys?
I'm very surprised that he didn't put the Worker Ant-Man up to level 2 to get that free core.
Yeah, that is true.
Because he left 2 in the reserve, and then
that is true. I didn't even think about the level 2 for that. That is on me.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised right here. Maybe it, like it said, like we've been saying, it's a long day, and maybe that's why he wasn't just thinking about getting the free core. But yeah, I'm just very, very. Ooh, and then there's an Aegis on the side of Caleb, so he's gonna get that extra life back. Is he at 3 or 4? I can't tell.
I think it's 3.
Well,
now?
with the way that the life counter goes, like there's 3 on each side, so it's just interesting that he put it on the bottom if it's not full on the right side. Okay,
3.
Cool. Yeah, that's an interesting way to put that. you can.
So Antra just being those Antra ants, Hammer ants, Ant-Man just dying, and then you got the worker ant dying. I mean, those cores that he gained from that is just insane.
Yeah.
You're just dealing with all that. I mean, it just makes it insane for Terry to have all these cores, but you got to have cards to be able to back it up. But granted, and Elk is coming down. Wait a minute. Okay, the clock has started. We are starting to tick at the clock right now, and with this, we are going to have to think about this a lot, guys. What is going to go down with this? What is going to happen? Now, granted, we do see this is a big game for Terry because he could lose this. This will be kind of exciting to lose going into day 2, but you know what? At the end of the day, you're going to day 2 regardless. And I feel like these two players really did deserve this spot, as we can see, how crazy mono white still is. You don't really need anything else other than mono white sometimes, and you can just win out games. And
again, I'm very surprised that the rest. Oh no, never mind. He paid those cores for the Elk. I was about to say, why didn't he put all of the cores on the Pegasion? But yeah, he had to pay the cost for Elk. Yeah. And then we do see an Elk on Caleb's side as well. Yeah, you know what? This is going to become a very weird situation of all right, guys, who's gonna round the clock first? Now, granted, I mean, if you're looking just off board right now, Terry is in an advantage, at least with the Elk clock. Somebody really needs to make that a clock, like with the arms and everything. Tick tock. I need that. But Rocket City is coming down right now. It's probably going to be used for the block more than the draw. I don't really expect, Caleb to be drawing much with this deck. I haven't really seen him do a lot of draw. Which is odd considering that we looking at these decks that Netherworld has never been something that we've seen recently. But granted, he probably took it out. I am very happy with this though. I mean, looking at this right now and looking at the board state, I'm seeing, we have Namengard there. We have Pegasion for Terry and Elk with Rocket City. So these blocks, you'll be getting that extra 1K on the defense for the block. And, Pegasion sitting there with the Soul Core as well. He's able to block off some of the other ones, even though, Pegasion is really not doing too much sometimes. I mean, like, it's sitting there. It's there. It's hanging out with the crew. If it's helping the crew, I can't really say. I don't think it is, but granted, I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not a know-it-all for this game. I know a good amount, but not as much as some people. But I'm looking at Pegasion and I'm like, oh, who invited you to the party? Like, I love you though, bro. I mean, I run you in white aggro. You are my man, but like, good God, what are you doing here? Well, Andy, he doesn't have anything on Rocket City. I mean, granted, Caleb probably isn't going to draw like you said. So yeah, you're not. I don't even think you care about that much. I mean, to be honest, sitting there looking at everything, what am I like? Am I really drawing? Not really. Like, but I think right now this does become a situation where it's like, oh wow, what are we expecting? In all honesty, like what is gonna happen? Because Caleb is at 2 life now, and Terry's sitting at that juicy 5. Just 5 off rip for Terry. And okay, suppression, another enterprise, and the core theft. Now we don't have enough cards in hand to be able to really just take out that Elk right now. Granted, we could probably do it next turn. And that would be 2 Elks taking out the deck. And I feel like that would be enough to really deal with that looming threat. Now, granted, for what we see here, ooh, Terry does run 3 Elk, guys. Oh, right. We could see another one, even if he kills this one. I'm not going to lie. Now, granted, some people used to hate on Elk. I haven't heard that much anymore. I'm glad. I am glad, I will say. But as of right now, we are going to put all these cores on Elk. Why not? Yeah, I mean, because core theft is a looming threat. Oh my gosh, he even took the cores off of the Rocket City too. Yeah, we're fine. I mean, why? Like, I don't want Elk to die, because at that point you have to then see either Aegis or Ice Shield. And most of the time, I see Aegis. I mean, Dream Bomb also.
True, Trevon would be great. I keep forgetting it doesn't have any protection. I'm used
No.
to looking at the elk on Caleb's
At
side right
Caleb's
now.
side. Yeah.
I'm just looking at the majestic store champion one. You know, it's just beautiful. Just beautiful. Can't knock on the star deck one though, guys. I'm not knocking on it. Don't worry. Some people are like, well, you gotta give love to both. I will.
No,
I'll diss it off cam. Don't worry.
I'm gonna say it. The store championship one looks better, much better.
Blasphemy. So let me stop playing with you.
They're gonna come for Corfish in the
No, they got the they got the torches and picks already ready for you. Don't worry. We'll be fine. We'll come out. That's just so wrong. I can't believe you said that on stream.
Right, exactly.
I think that's against Twitch violation too. Like that.
That was bullying.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You know what? Man, get a good lawyer, my friend. Now, Pegasion swinging in. Yeah. That's a bull. Was he? Okay, I was about to say, what's happening? Oh, he's blocking. Okay, never mind. Block. Wait, I think I'm right. Blocking. Hopefully, yeah, he is blocking. Thank God. I was about to say, I'm like, somebody make a picture with Pegasion swinging in and just like looking at Axe Spider, Enterprise, like Mammoth, Aegis and freaking Elk, and it's just looking down at it like, really, like, you really don't want to deal with this right now. Come on. Oh my gosh. You know what? This is going to be a very, very, very crazy match. I am very hopeful. I'm very happy. Hopefully this goes well. For both players. I kind of want both players to win, but that is totally impossible.
Yeah.
I can't wish for it as much as I want to. But like I said, it's a little more chill for them. They're not really.
Here's the Aegis attack. So
yeah. They don't really care too much. Oh, what are we doing? Oh yeah, he died because Enterprise block, or is that
Elk? No, because Elk blocked.
Elk block, yeah. That hurts. And even looking into this, I'm like, you know what? Age is dying. I feel bad, but I mean, it's okay. Now, what do you think for this matchup? Like, what would you be doing and looking into Caleb's, how Caleb's playing at least?
I mean, unfortunately, there's not much else that can be done. So it looks like Caleb is just gonna pass or gonna scoop, and then they're gonna go to game 3. He was already at lower life, so he couldn't get rid of his opponent's Elk without draw cards. Like, that was the issue. No draw cards being on Caleb's side, and Terry just being able to just sit there and keep on passing. He was taking a life each turn as well, but it really didn't matter. He was ahead in life already, so we're going to go to game 3 in round 7. So what are your predictions? Is Caleb taking this, or are we going to see another episode of Elk just winning after sitting there?
Well, looking at this, and I gotta be real. Like, I gotta go with the homie. Like I said, he's part of the team. I gotta go with the homie Caleb. I've seen what he can do in clutch situations like this into game 3. It is like 20 something minutes left into the round for at least this table, so it does, it makes a little different, and it makes it a little nerve wracking. But I've seen what Caleb can do now. Terry has surprised us by getting that game 2 out. So, after what that mishap happened at game 1, he's showing out and showing that, hey, this, don't count me out just yet. I am here. I am still doing what I need to do to win. I'm not just going to lose just because I know that I have it out next time, but we'll be fine. I'm very excited to see how these two players head up. But I am looking more in favor of Caleb. It might be biased on my part. Actually, that will be 100% biased on my part. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the Pro Tour champ and maybe the next Grand Open champ will be.
Yeah, no, super excited. So we will be in top 8 tomorrow morning. So we will have the standings and the bracket tomorrow morning as well for everyone. So after this game, the stream will end for the day, and everyone can go get some food, can relax, get some sleep, and then we will see you tomorrow morning at should be 10 a.m. is when it's supposed to start, but we will keep everyone updated on the actual start time. But it should start at 10 a.m. for everyone. So we're gonna jump right into game 3, and Caleb is starting out with an Axe Spider with only 1 core on it.
Now at this point, listen, we've seen that how many times? This game. Now, granted, it wasn't from Caleb, but we've seen it multiple times, so I can't even pass up on it.
Yeah, honestly, this is the most that I've ever seen Axe Spider being played with less than 3 cores in a very long time. Actually, they are and that's one of the that's one of the reasons why, is because of things that, wait, he can't core theft.
Yep.
He cannot core theft Axe Spider.
Now, granted, is that level? It's not a level 2 effect, right?
No, it's level 1. I have my Axe Spider right here. Hold on. Level 1 and level 2. Armor purple, yellow.
He can't core theft it. Did we let the judge
I'm telling
know?
him right now. Yeah.
Yep. Like I said, look, like we said, guys, people are tired. I know we're watching and saying, like, well, why did you do? Like, nah, I've made some crazy decisions before, even in this time frame. So trust me, we are tired. We are, there's a lot of people exhausted out here. Now, granted, we aren't that bad off. Hold up. Do they know?
This is gonna be. It might be an accepted. It might be an accepted game state at this point because
I think at that point, as far as we know, it can't be core theft at all. And
no, it can't because it's armor purple, yellow.
Yeah, I said it can't be core theft at all. So we gotta, I don't think he would have had enough cores to play that Netherworld.
No, he would have been short.
I think we're waiting right
now. He would have been able to play it, and then the Axe Spider would have been at 1 core.
Oh, 1 again? Okay.
Judge. Yeah, because he has 7 right now.
Oh my gosh. I think they're talking about it right now. Yeah, I think they're talking about it right now. I mean, to be honest, like I said, like even Caleb, I think Caleb was just like, whatever. Like, I think at this point he was just like, you know what, we're in game 3. I want to go sleep.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
I get it.
Yeah.
Now, granted,
I think I can't remember if this would be an accepted game state or not, because they've moved so far past it already.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we'll see.
And we're, going into this, this game right now, it's very, I won't say nerve wracking, but it is something of like a hype moment because like I said, you don't care about if you lose or not in terms of where you place, but you do care in terms of how am I going to go into day 2? And sometimes that off the win. Oh my
especially
gosh,
because of the bracket. Yeah, especially because the bracket, like if you go into day 2 as the number 1 seed, you're going to play a lower ranked player usually anyways. I'm not sure exactly how the pairings go for Bandai and just the Battle Spirits like software, but that's generally how it works. Like if you watch any like sports playoffs or anything like that, the highest rated team always goes against like the lowest rated team. So if it's like that, this match actually kind of does matter in that regard anyways. So
yeah, I'm very curious. I think they're talking to Roman maybe right now. I think that's what's like holding up right now. Just to see like what we can do in this situation. Kind of sad, but I get it. I'll get it.
Yeah, and we'll just have to see what the judges roll on it. But yeah, that was a kind of a big thing right there because you can't core theft it. It has armor.
Yeah, I know.
So I guess we'll see what they roll.
Yeah, this is going to be something that I'm very curious to see, like what the ruling would be. Because like you said, since it is so far in the state, it does make anything different. I think they're talking about it right now, just to see how this goes. Now, granted, I don't think any player really. I won't say they don't care, but it does matter.
Yeah.
I won't say they don't care. I will say they probably just like are just like, what? Okay, so what are we doing? Like, how are we doing it? So I think it is an accepted game state. I'm pretty sure. Just because we're just going with the game state right now. Okay, so yeah, we're playing the elemental down, putting it at 3. We're just accepting how it is. At this point, it's fine.
So probably what's it called? The accepted game state as far as like an illegal play and both players getting warnings for not keeping the game state correct, basically. Probably what happened. That's most likely what happened, but yeah.
Turn, pass, rewind, multiple effects decisions, game state warning to both players. So yes, it was confirmed. Warning to both players.
Yep, that's kind of what I figured. So
yeah, that's fine. You know what? I think at this point, I mean, I won't say it's fine. Let's never say getting a warning is fine. But I will say right now, like, we're just gonna play the game out. You know, like I said, people are tired. People are dealing with like, oh, I'm not awake right now. Maybe this woke them up, you know, or maybe it did make them more tired than having to wait this long and things of that nature. We never know. I'm not in their bodies. I mean, these players have been winning, and you know, it takes a lot of brain power to keep winning. You just don't win easily. And Enterprise is coming to the board. Oh God! Already. But you know, we do see that, you know, at least for Caleb, Elk is a thing. And we could start the clock for Terry early to be able, because Terry is at 4. We could be able to start the clock early for that.
I would 100% put start that clock. Just start that turn counter, because Terry is already down 1 life, and if he just sits with the Elk on the board and doesn't really let the game state progress, then that's what needs to happen, because they're getting really close to time. He can go a little bit aggro right now because the Enterprise only has 1 core on it, so it can't double block. But I guess we'll see how Caleb plays it, because I know he has an Axe Spider in hand. He has a Snowbit on the field, and then he can bring the Elk up to level 3 if you truly wanted to. But probably just gonna play the Axe Spider at full and then pass.
Yeah, it's gonna be something that we have to see. Now, granted, like with what's going on right now. Okay, another Snowbit's coming out. So having that Snowbit out, we can draw some cards out. I mean, to be honest, like, you know, both players are sitting on a win. This game will just really come to decide what happens for their standing. Honestly, where they go into day 2. But right now, we're going to be swinging in with the Snowbit. Now, you can block with Enterprise and give me another card. Actually 2 cards, because of Netherworld that's being on the board. But at this point in time, you know, I'm going to, you know, just be a little more aggro, be able to say, hey, look, listen, I'm gonna put you down low. So when I actually start this clock more, and this clock keeps going and winding down, it's going to be harder for you to do anything. And yeah, we're swinging in with the other Snowbit. Now, are you going to attack and game me those cards? That is the main question right now.
Yeah, I mean, this would put Terry down to 2. He can Ice Shield after this if he doesn't want to give Caleb 2 more cards in exchange. So yeah, all right, so he's going to give him 2 cards and not take the extra life.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, having Caleb see multiple different cards now, you can be put in a really weird situation. Now, we do see that Caleb does have a Burning Force in his hand, so it will become very difficult seeing how this goes. But he will be swinging in with the Elk.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great call, because then it forces the Ice Shield. And I'm guessing he has Suppression in hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done that. But I guess we'll see. Because then that puts Terry... Oh, no Ice Shield. Interesting. He didn't even activate it to gain the life back. That is very interesting right there.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. I'm very excited. I'm really hyped. I'm, to see how this game continues. I mean, at the end of the day, we have like this board state that is just so scary. Just for any player to stare down, because, you know, as for me, if I'm playing white aggro against this deck, it's scary for me to see this. But also, honestly, if I'm playing white control, I'm like, dang, dang, I need to really think about stuff to do now. Like Dinah coming out of the woodwork, making sure that we get those early swings off, saying, hey, I'm going to deal damage to you so Elk does not have anything on me at all. Right now, granted, I don't know if Caleb, I don't know if Caleb has Dream Bomb. That'd be really good right now.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you can't use it. Actually, I'm sorry, because Enterprise is at level 4. So at this point, you know what?
3.
Yeah, level 3. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, at that point, it's so good, like, you can't do anything. So Elk is just kind of null and void. It's just sitting there, just dead.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a Dream Bomb, but you can't use it. So Elk will not be triggering this turn.
That's so weird to see, like just seeing how that goes out. I mean, because of Elk not, being there, we're dealing with a situation where we really have to think, can we do anything? Can anything happen? And most of the time, not really, Yeah. Like Elk can't really do much against this. Elk doesn't have any standings.
It takes me back to the launch event, actually. The Enterprise Dinah, Enterprise Elk was very, very common for the launch event. Like that was a lot of people's main goal, was to do things like that in the white control or white purple control. The few of us that were playing it, like that was kind of our main goal, was to put these two out and just make sure we could do things and just get in that free damage.
Yeah, and I feel like this free damage is just going to go a long way. I mean, looking at how this is going for Caleb as well, we have a different, thing going on where, maybe we could get Ice Shield going down. Or actually, we see him thinking about the Dinah play. We see him thinking about returning the favor now because of the fact that Elk is no longer needed. He has the Elk of his own on his board, but it's no longer needed for him either. But because of the fact that we have Dinah and he is sitting at 2, we're putting ourselves in a weird position. Now, granted, for Terry, he has the Enterprise. So that Enterprise does matter. The Enterprise does matter a lot for Terry because at the end of the day, he's able to just say, hey, you know what? You can't even Dream Bomb mine, but I can Dream Bomb yours. So, it depends on what happens. But we are going to pop that Ice Shield. We're going to make sure that's getting that out. But, at the end of the day, sometimes still doesn't matter too much. We're still getting Ice Shields out your hand, and if you don't see a good enough card to be able to use, I'm still gonna win. I'm at 5 life. I'm sitting really good right now.
And they have just about 7 minutes left. I don't know if there was a time extension put on or not. I would imagine that there was because of that core theft situation that happened. But based on the clock that we have, there's a little bit less than 7 minutes remaining.
And you know what?
Okay.
Yep, that's perfect. And then, at this point, like you said, a little less than 7 minutes going down. And because of that, we're going to have a lot going on, guys. I'm sorry. Like, just seeing how this game is going to be played out. Terry has a, opening of a lot of cores that he can use at his disposal, but Caleb still, at the end of the day, has the Dinah and himself. So at this point, he is at at least Terry's at 2 life. Terry is sitting at 2 life, and then Elk is coming out now. At this point, I don't know. I mean, Elk being out, does it really make any difference at all? Elk being there because of the fact that Caleb does have that. I mean, Dan out.
It's not at full or not. It's not at level 2 yet.
Of course.
Not yet. It does put Caleb on a faster clock.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, it really doesn't, because he needs to draw a Dream Bomb. Otherwise, Dinah's just going to chip and damage, and the Elk does nothing. So,
well, at the end of the day, Enterprise, because Dream Bomb doesn't matter. At this point.
No. I'm saying for Terry to draw. Like, Terry needs a Dream Bomb. Because the other Dinah is going to do chip damage. So the Elk, even if it goes up to level 2 or 3, it's not going to do anything because he's still going to take damage.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. Like at this point, in terms of for that, because at this point we're gonna just start seeing a lot of from Caleb, just making sure that whatever he's doing for his turns is very calculated. Because you had to remember, like, he doesn't have the enterprise protection for this right now. I mean, his hand does. I don't know if he has it right now in his hand, but he doesn't have that protection. And because he doesn't have that protection, it is going to be very difficult for him to, just be like, oh yeah, I could just swing in freely, because you never know. Now we do have an ice shield going down, I believe. That was an ice shield that we saw in hand. So then he is able to do things with that elk play. Just being able to say, hey, you know what? Yeah, I don't care if you put it down. I'm just going to gain a life back and be able to say, hey, I'm fine. Like, I'll be all right.
Yep.
And granted, you're swinging in. So cool.
Terry does have to use an ice shield from the burst. So he doesn't have any more in hand right now. So it's not going to be able to save him next turn anyways, unless he draws one. But I guess we will have to see if he ends up drawing it or not.
And that is very detrimental, because you want to really see how that goes for yourself. You never know how that will end up being. And I feel like that's going to be very scary, honestly, because, like I said, you have so much that you're able to go off of with this turn. And it's going to be detrimental, hugely detrimental for him. Now, granted, what are you really looking forward to right now from a turn, at least, from Caleb or even Terry?
So Terry can't really go wide yet, unfortunately. He just doesn't have the cores for it, unless he has an elemental in hand, and then he can try to swing through for more damage. But he'll give Caleb more cards, which isn't ideal. But you want to press through damage right now. You're behind 1 life already, so you kind of have to try to press for damage, which, I mean, he's trying to do with the Dyna, but it's almost guaranteed that there is an ice shield right there. So
yeah, that's gonna be crazy. I mean, to be honest, at this point, I feel like you're still better off.
Yeah, and there we go. So Terry ends up scooping it up, going into game 3 now. So
no, we're done. Yeah,
Caleb
won.
Yeah, Caleb did win. Sorry. Yeah. Caleb did win.
Caleb winning for this is easy for that. Yeah,
yes.
Elk burn plus the Dyna attack. You got to deal with that. So
exactly.
Terry scooping, because that just makes it so much easier. But seeing Caleb just come out again and being true champion, worthy of the title of the champion for Pro Tours. Pros among pros. So you can't even wish for a better outcome if you're Caleb right now going into this.
Yeah, and so that was the last round of today. So for day 1 here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, we will be back tomorrow. Stream should be starting, or tournament should be starting at 10 a.m. So definitely tune back in. You will see us bright and early tomorrow morning for the top 8 of the Grand Open in Tulsa. So any final words, Jex, before we sign out for tonight?
I am so happy with the different decks that we've been seeing. Green showed out today. Yellow showed out today. I was just grateful to be able to be here. Thank you guys so much for even putting up with me. Casting. This is my first time casting, so I've been really gracious that y'all have been so welcoming. And I really appreciate, all the help that we've been getting. Honestly, just seeing everything from this meta has just been really hyped. And I know, for some people, Netherworld has been like the downfall for them for this game, but it is something that we've seen that you can still get around. It just takes a lot of mentality, like a different mentality and a lot of thinking to get around different things. But exactly. I'm very excited to see what happens for day 2. We will have the bracket for you tomorrow. Yes. I can't wait to see all the crazy good players play out. It's going to be a good one. It might be a long one, but it will be a good one. But I'll be here for it all.
Yeah, likewise. And so we will see the top 8 tomorrow. We will see the bracket tomorrow morning. So definitely tune in, hit that follow button, make sure you have the notifications turned on. That way, when we go live tomorrow morning. And we will see you for top 8 from here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Have a good night, everyone. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.